I can just do it by typing lpdia.org and then hitting enter. But it's just the link. I'll put the link in the. Oh yeah, we don't have that. It's just https://lpdia.org.
I am getting a forbidden. You don't have permission to access this resource.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a special episode.
Sounds like a you problem.
That's libertarian street cred right there. You're forbidden
across the country, inside the party, and around the world inside the party.
That's weird.
We are. My name's
I'm not even logged in. It's just on a regular. Maybe it's the browser. What browser are you using?
Revolutionizing and rebuilding the Libertarian Party.
Firefox. That's still a thing.
This is Kyle Davis.
Use Google. Oh, I'm using.
Try Chrome, JJ.
Try Chrome or Safari or
Firefox. Good evening.
I use Firefox.
I use Firefox too.
Lpdia. Is it org?
Yeah.
Man, there are a lot of boomers in this party.
Yeah, it works for me.
I don't know.
Do you log in using your AOL address, Mr. Brown?
I don't have an AOL address. I've got a Hotmail.
We're not on the business list.
Oh God, that's not better. I thought I was
not on the business list. That doesn't make anything better.
That's something worse.
Yeah, it's possible that is worse. If you were going to say MSN, maybe, or Prodigy, that would have been even worse.
Now, I think I do have an old CompuServe email.
I was just going to mention CompuServe. I wonder how many people in this group actually ever was on CompuServe.
You can turn yourself.
I was, unfortunately,
and that was maybe.
I can definitely turn me up.
Yeah,
that part's easy.
This conversation has gotten very dark, and it makes me sad.
But I never had an AOL address.
No, I still have it as forbidden.
That's
going into my Google browser.
I have no idea what's. I just tried it on two different Well, actually, let me try the other browser and see what happens.
Meredith, while everybody else is doing their thing, I just want to say hi.
Hello. How's it going over there?
Things in New Orleans are just terrific.
Is it muggy over there right now?
Meredith actually on camera right now.
It's hot and a little bit muggy. Yeah, we've had some rain lately.
Oh, we don't get rain pretty much ever after like mid-May in the Bay Area until about.
We set a record high yesterday for this time of year.
It's working on Chrome for me.
Crazy.
Also Safari. That's really weird.
Is Stephen Nikela in the room? Because I'm trying to make him.
Not yet.
Karen Ann.
Yes.
I think it's Steve.
Have you talked to Jonathan?
Jonathan McGee?
Yeah.
He registered.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with him, and he's not going to be here. He like sounds like sick as hell.
Okay, so it'll be you.
Everyone seems to be sick right now.
Okay, no problem. Stephen just joined, and once he joins, and I'm sorry to hear that about Mr. McGee. I've just got to find Nikela in this list so I can make
this is
him
definitely true
as co-host.
How tall is Joe?
Very.
Yeah,
I know you told me that.
Around.
There he
is.
And Kyle's not super tall.
6'3", Joe.
I snagged.
Kyle's not even 6 feet tall. He automatically gets filtered out of dating apps.
Okay, Stephen, you should be
smart enough to lie about it.
Okay.
Is Paul Dar here as well?
Yep.
Right there. Yep.
Yes, I am.
Talk again so you come up top for me.
I am here again.
Okay, I want to make you co-host.
Unfortunately,
as well
not
because
free.
We had so many registrants.
I am forever stuck at.
We need help.
Just under 6 feet. Just under a hair.
He's very small. Like this tall.
I was just sending Mr.
She's only
Jacobs
5'8".
the link that was working for me. For
I can almost put
Wikipedia,
my
so
head on her head.
Don't know.
There were very
My head's only 3 inches
accomplished,
tall.
very accomplished individuals in history who were 5'8".
The meeting's just started.
Better than the ones who
I have
applied
photos.
for.
What are we
So
smoking today?
generous served.
Oh,
No.
what is this? JR Cigars. I think it's Dominican, I want to say.
It's the ashes of Florida Man.
Stephen, if you're not dipping it in
That's how we
scotch,
honor
you're not
them.
really smoking a cigar.
For the record, there's no downtime or problems with LPA. I would suggest that anyone that has problems with it to clear their cache, and that might resolve it. But I checked to see if there were any reported issues, and there are not.
I told the comms people in LP Alliance they're welcome to come
But
up.
because
They're
we
just
did have some
shading us right
downtime
now.
yesterday,
Did you
we
send
don't
them the
really know
StreamYards link?
why.
Yeah,
Some
you can
browsers might be stuck,
show freeze
thinking
comment.
there's
It's funny.
still an issue, so clearing the cache should solve it.
It's free. You're free for
Madam
like
Secretary,
an hour,
do
right?
we
You want to come
have
up?
majority of the LNC on the call?
Free.
Ooh, that's,
free.
Hold on. I'm sending free.
It certainly appears that way. Until I call roll, I won't know for sure, but it certainly does appear
Reason's
that
going to come up
way.
because he's not fully set up
Okay,
and
I
beautified
like to
yet.
start on time,
That's-
so whenever
that's
you're ready,
Free's
we
way.
can start the recording and get going.
Okay, and I'm gonna share my screen. Well, first let me hit record because all my controls hide the minute I share my screen.
This meeting is being recorded.
It's fine.
And
That was
now let me
terrifying.
share.
All right. Good evening, everybody. It is Monday, June 9th at 8:03 p.m. and we're going to go ahead and call this special LNC meeting to order.
Okay, I'll call roll. Mr. Nikela,
Present.
Mr. Dar,
Present.
I am present. Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Bost, I'll come back to him. Mr. Malagon,
Wasn't
Present.
Bost on
Mr.
the
Benson,
committee? Yeah. Did Boss Scarper?
I will come back to him. Mr. Watkins,
Here.
Ms. Yanuskavich,
Shout out to the Orthodox Moor.
here. Mr. Chatterton,
Present.
Mr. Dassing,
I'm here.
Mr. Ford,
Here.
Ms. Hayes,
Here.
Mr. Lamb,
Mayor Lamb.
Oh, Lamb's not here
and we
either.
know that
Not gonna
Mr.
respond if you don't
McGee will
address him
be
properly.
absent, so let me just mark that. And I hate when it moves my colors.
That's
Mr.
racist,
Nana?
man.
Just waiting for you to say it.
I will come back to him. Mr. Thompson,
Here.
Mr. Bracco,
Present.
Hey, Terry.
Ms. Cowart,
Here.
Ms. Hallisey. I will come back to her. Mr. Hirsch,
Pronounced Hal is C. I like that one.
Mr.
Mayor
Hirsch,
had a little lamb. Dang it, Joe. That's too
Mr.
good.
Johnson,
I'm here.
Mr. Martin.
Here, having technical issues.
Okay, Mr. Mr. Weir. I'll come back to him, Mr. Wiley. Okay, I'm gonna go
Oh.
back to the ones I came back to, Mr. Bost.
I don't think that
Okay, we'll mark Mr. Bost.
folks have
as
to show up
absent.
for
One moment
special
here.
elections in the same way they have to show up for the like
Mr.
general
Benson,
This is a special election.
the ones. I say
we'll
election.
mark
Yes,
I'm
you did.
sorry, I'm so tired.
absent.
Poggers,
Mr.
this
Lamb?
is supposed to be the release of the Special Investigatory
I see
Committee,
there's people
report
coming in.
on
Somebody alert
Angela
me if it's
McCardle,
any of the people that were
thus the
missing.
name of,
Friendlin
of this
is-
being everywhere other than
Ms. Houses
Facebook
now in.
as
Okay.
the Angela Files 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Mr. Nana,
By putting 2 Electric Boogaloo, that apparently triggers Facebook into thinking we're trying to stream
Mr. Weir,
the
A
movie.
boogaloo. Oh, I thought that was even better than that.
Mr. Wiley.
We're secret boogs, y'all.
Okay, let me mark those
So,
two as
Soviet
absent.
boogs.
So
I never don't get the shade,
any
do
of
I?
those coming in? Anybody
We got the red
I need to know
background.
about?
Do I have to
All
break
right,
out the
so
hat?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Boss is absent.
Put it on my
Mr.
head.
Benson is
Put
absent.
it on my head.
Mr. Lamb is absent, which means
Mayor
Mr.
Lamb.
Martin will be sitting in for him. Mr. McGee is absent, which means that Mr. Johnson will be sitting in for him. Both Mr. Nana and Mr. Hirsch are
Board is there though, so
absent.
like Region 6 is at least, represented here. I think the
All right,
only
we'll see
things
if they
that
trickle in later.
matter missing here are
And the items of the day
the
is
at-larges.
consideration of Special Investigatory Committee report to be held in executive session.
You all, they
And with that, I
are
will give the floor
dropping this
over to
report
the Special
right after
Investigatory
its
Committee Chair,
adoption.
Mr. Paul.
So we're gonna live react with you. We're
Yes.
gonna read it.
Due to
It's gonna be
legal
like a bedtime
matters,
story.
I'd like to
I'll do funny voices.
move to go into executive session with the Special Investigatory Committee.
Yep.
And
You're good.
the LNC, of course, and
They're going
council
into
present.
the presumed
And Mr.
executive
Boss,
committee
he just joined.
Who
or
just
executive
joined?
session.
Mr. Boss? Mr. Boss, are you present?
I am present.
Secretarians, y'all know how this works.
And
Is,
Madam Secretary, I seconded Mr. Dar's motion.
It's Jeremy does
Okay,
the anti-black
one moment.
tweets.
And
The
let
guy
me
whose name is
get to
escaping
the-
my mind right now does the
to the voting
anti-Semitic
template.
tweets. And then Ben is the one who puts out the message that they don't put those out.
And
What about the anti? Who's
okay,
doing the
so this would be
anti-Mexican
with
tweets? Because those
SIC
are coming out
present
right
as
now.
well as council.
Given the other racism, my guess is Jeremy, but I'm not sure.
Do we need to do a roll call vote?
Well, let me ask, is there any objection to going into executive session at this time?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Malgon?
I raised my hand. Apologies. I'm not sure why it's still doing that. I will not object to going into executive session. This will be the one exception I will make because I do expect that this report will be adopted by the LNC and released tomorrow anyway, which would make my objections from the past moot, but they will be objections going forward.
Understood. All right, are there any objections into going into executive session from any members of the board? Hearing none, it's unanimous. We'll now proceed into executive session.
I don't see Mr. Hall present. Is he here?
You think Steve was at a
He's here.
hotel or an apartment?
I see him.
Okay.
I mean, they're
I'm
both
here.
the same thing.
All right, let's
So
see
it means
if these
to confuse
breakout
them.
rooms will work this time. I believe
Every time I come home, I'm
fixed
like,
the
am I-
issue.
Do I live at a hotel or do I live in an apartment? I'm like, sometimes I still don't know
It
the
looks
truth.
like everyone's getting. I need to move Oliver Hall into that room.
Shout out to Terry and Free from the Freedom Uncut podcast. And also with their new show,
Okay, is there any else?
Are You Smarter Than a Politician, for giving us a shout out on
Mr.
Twitter.
Redpath.
Y'all are the
I
best.
need to assign to executive session. Trendlin. Assign to executive
Sheriff.
session. Is there anyone else on the LNC in this main room?
No, I'm not.
Is there anyone
Oops,
else
sorry.
on-
Tony
delay.
Stark
It
built
doesn't
this
look
in a
like
cave
it. I am going
with a box of
to
scraps.
join executive session.
Karen Ann,
Karen Ann? I'm
Speak
still
on.
outside.
You guys are awesome. I like that the
I'm texting her
stream
now
has
to let
just
her know she
decided
needs
that
to move
only
the
Nathan
SIC
Madden
members
matters.
in, too.
Whoops.
I'm about the same color
So
as
at
my
this
shirt.
point, this is kind of the
Uh-oh.
gallery space.
I'm
Hold on.
actually a little alarmed.
I am
It is
muting
being
here to talk
recorded,
over
though.
there for.
So
Yes.
please represent our party well.
it is traditional that they will remove the recording whenever it is put up online.
Yeah. But I mean, if this is streaming, then that has to be edited after the fact.
No, it's not streaming. It's just being recorded.
Just recording. Okay. I know they have done both before. All right.
Kyle, you're muted.
Hey, sorry, man. I'm glad you made it out there, though. But I've been tackling a really bad cold, so can't hear it right now. But last week was really bad.
You're still muted if you're trying to talk, Kyle.
I was muted in here, but not on
Yes, I kept on trying to tell you that. You're so
I
welcome.
know that
Birthplace.
part.
So anyone read any
If
good
they can
books
hear
lately?
me through that side.
Right. But they can't anymore because you just muted
The
yourself.
king wears no clothes.
I'd love to hear a report from Miss Vest on what's
Zoom?
going on with the legal cases.
If you
Right,
hit,
I was-
you're
Yeah,
muted
let's
on
see.
Zoom. Okay.
If she wants to do one.
So right now you're muted on Zoom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Or anyone else if they know.
Yeah, I don't think I can. I don't think I'm allowed to do that just yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do it
Sorry.
for you, the people, Vern
Beth,
underscore place.
Go ahead.
Richard, I didn't know
Because they
you
don't
were-
stream their
were
meetings.
here, but
So we do it.
I need to talk to you or Daniel Hayes or somebody. And because I've got some local friends in the New Orleans area. Tanner and Metairie,
Nothing
who I
orthodox
think
more.
might actually
No
be
update on
interested
McArdle
in
part 2.
joining the party.
We
Need
know
to-
that she's
need
alive.
to turn them on to somebody.
We know someone's tweeting as her.
Yes.
Yeah, let me know. Either one of us, really. But I'll be happy to help.
I would suggest that
Let's see.
reach out to Beth. 'Cause
The special announcement
Daniel's
part 2
not really into
supposedly
the LP
streamed
right now, plus
8 years
also
ago.
he's very busy.
8 days ago.
Well,
Yeah, Dan-
is it really
No
that
one
long?
watched
Daniel
it,
is hot and
supposedly.
cold. He's in
There's
and
one
out.
person currently waiting.
Right.
And that would be
So
me.
I would say if Beth is
not
available,
good.
probably her.
Or my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting this woman's name, but the lady
Yeah,
from
the
Cal-
chair.
who was on the city council who moved to the
It's
North
not how you
Shore.
salute at all. There are
She's
two
not involved in
explosive
It is when you want to make as
there's-
much noise as
She's not
possible.
involved in the
She's
party
not in-
yet.
And then
Okay.
there's the
Well, Beth
okay
might know
at an
better than
angle
me, but
at
I
your
don't think
side.
so.
Bring it up. Put it down.
There are lots of methods to salute.
That
Okay,
was the
just
method
I'll
that I was taught by
Beth.
Machnovis.
I'll get hold of you, Beth.
All right, yeah, text me. You know,
Putting
I,
amongst them as
I think
their
I
own.
do. If you don't hear from me soon, then
As we all
try to
know,
reach
Toad
out
was
to me.
taught the Bellamy salute in schools.
Oh, well.
Because he's secretly 150 years old.
So I'm a little confused. Oh, here's my phone. I got a little confused about this motion to do further studies. I mean, is this they're gonna vote when they come back, or they're gonna vote in their executive session, or did they
They're
vote
voting
and I
in
missed it?
session.
But there's
They can't vote in executive session. If there's any
Right.
votes, it'll be motions and votes will be disposed of after executive session. They can discuss it in executive session and not discuss it when they come back out, but the votes have to be in open session.
Okay, so it's an announcement that what they were gonna talk about, one of the things.
Scientific
Thank
libertarian.
you.
I'm waiting. It's any time.
I was talking to Free, and he may be doing more of the themed nights.
Uh-huh.
And one of the possible things that came up, which he was drinking at the time, so who knows if this is true. But there was the possibility of like an LPA one.
That would be
So
so
it
much
could be
fun,
like-
Free. We should do it. I don't know if I'm the best pick for a ladies' night, though. I don't feel very
Beth is
ladylike.
Chuck Todd.
Amanda
still
sometimes gets confused
active?
and
I
thinks
think
that she
Chuck's
is
who I'm thinking of.
Arnold
Wasn't he chair of New
Schwarzenegger.
Orleans for a
That's
while?
you, Kyle.
My
Kyle does a
God,
very
I-
good
My-
Frida Kahlo
that's a big-
impersonation.
I don't know.
But it
I
sounds
think
very much
he might be
like
back
Arnold
active again. He was
Schwarzenegger. for reasons unknown
I
to
thought
man.
Boyd, what was his name?
He's about to do
Boyd
it.
was
Let's do it for you.
Nope.
Yep.
chair of
Yep.
Orleans, I thought.
Come on,
Mike
Kyle.
Dodd took over as
people want to hear it.
brewmaster of some bourbon brewery.
I forgot you
down
don't
there
drink. I did
somewhere in
know
the
that.
city.
Because it came up that the only people
Just
like in
realized
that
I
room
know a
that weren't
couple of other women
drinking were you and
from
Spike.
New Orleans, who I think are active locally.
But
What Amanda is looking for is for me to drop into an Arnold voice as Frida Kahlo to tell you about my love of Leon Trotsky.
I'm not
Yeah.
a libertarian, and I'm doing more recruiting for you than a lot of libertarians I know.
I still don't know what
Anytime
your
Kyle
holdup
wants
is.
to make me laugh, he just has to say Leon and an Arnold Schwarzenegger accent, and anything that comes
I don't
after that
either,
is
'cause
automatically
you
hilarious.
certainly seem
Leon!
libertarian.
Well, I tell people it's what Nick Sarwark told me when he first asked me to serve as parliamentarian, 9 years
I went
ago
ahead and sent
for the 2016
your,
convention. He said, I want a
Twitter account a link
parliamentarian
just in case if you
who
want to help
doesn't
out.
have a dog in our fight.
Feel free.
And those were wise words.
Who would be good on LPA night for Are You Smarter Than a Politician?
And he said it because at the time you had several
Rob
excellent
Yates, Bill
I was
Ryan.
thinking Rob was my
on
first.
the LNC. Alicia Matson was on the LNC. M. Carling,
Get to the chopper!
Joshua Katz.
Not that chopper.
But as Nick said, they all belong to these different factions
me, Leon.
and all have their own agendas. And I never know when I'm getting truly unbiased advice. And I want a parliamentarian who doesn't have a dog in our fight.
Leon, you know that you need a thick-ass Latina.
And I like it that way. I don't care
Like
what
me,
your platform
Frida
is.
Kahlo.
I just like to help you go about.
Oh my
adopting
God.
it in the
Can't
right
believe you
way.
got me to do this to the internet.
We've been for a long time. We've been trying to do an animated series, just like a really badly animated, like stick figures, basically with portraits on top for the heads, called Vladimir Lenin's Terrible Day, and it's going to chronicle the events of the Russian Revolution and before, but just every day is Vladimir Lenin's terrible day. But in the process of this, we came up with a spin-off series called Leon Trotsky's Terrible
Keep
Day.
saying somebody's got to write that 2 billion seller.
I'm sure there were many.
The equivalent of common
It's
sense.
we apparently just have to do an entire
And then we can all unite around
Frida
that
Kahlo
and,
stream based on the
satisfaction
the comments
as
popping
much
up of
fun as it can be
Oh,
sometimes.
pizza
It's,
with
it's
9mm bullets, Leon.
And so Frida Kahlo is going to be voiced as Arnold Schwarzenegger, as by Kyle Davis as Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Leon Trotsky was going to be voiced by me as myself, because we just thought that was the best way to do it. Kyle has an amazing vocal fry that he drops into when he's impersonating Lenin, which now I'm just going to give away all your secrets.
It's true. It's
Just getting into character, guys.
No, I'm trying to not laugh at myself.
I am
Oh
probably
my
going to
God.
leave you folks in
Just
about 5
gave
minutes
them a potato.
because I've got
What
another
else could they
meeting
possibly
starting.
want?
And I may try to flip that back and forth. So.
They said that they probably would be in
true.
executive session for an hour, so there's time to come back.
You got a good point. Yep.
I advised one of our organizers
By the way,
yesterday
Mimi,
that with
my-
her mirrored sunglasses with the top bar
regardless of whether I'm
and
at
the
your
black tank top
convention,
she was wearing and
I
everything,
may
that she
be in
should
California,
absolutely dress up for Halloween. Is
right around July 12th.
We have a question. Who's going to be Stalin? I thought we did pick a voice
My
for
wife
Stalin,
and
but I forget what it
to
was.
Las Vegas for a wedding.
Was it your terrifying
and
Mickey Mouse voice?
It coincides with our 50th
sounds right.
wedding anniversary. And
Congratulations.
and thank you. And we're actually thinking of making, a
the entire
side
bourgeoisie.
trip to California. or making the main trip to California, maybe flying into LA or Long Beach or Orange County, spending a
It's
few
really
days
hard to stay in the Mickey voice.
in the Los Angeles area.
We might
and
need a
going to
different
Las
voice for
Vegas for
Stalin.
the wedding.
Well, if you do that, please let me know, because those are all my areas, as you know. And I would love
knows what's
to
up.
get together with you and finally meet your wife.
How's it
I
going,
would
Mr.
love to do
Moulton?
that too, Mimi. I really would.
Yeah, I think that would be great. So yeah, just keep me posted. And also, by the way, I can text you when they come out of executive session.
Okay, thank you. Please do. I would appreciate it. All right.
Okie doke.
Turn my camera off.
We should
and
start
go back
texting the
to
people that are
eating right
still
now.
in
Well,
open session
I can
right
be
here and just be
listening
like,
for about
come hang
another
out with
5
us.
minutes, then I'm
Oh my gosh, we should. Can we do that?
Sure. Do you want to put them all up on stage, or do you want to just get them in chat?
Actually, get them in
Mr.
chat.
Brown, it's always good to see you.
Thank you. It's always good to be here. Got a,
Yes,
got-
Dan, birthday
got a-
and Tipsy Grocery
got a
Shop.
lot of friends in here.
What are Tipsy Groceries?
It's like normal groceries, but drunk.
The audience has not heard my thoughts on grocery stores, and likely shall not.
Amanda doesn't understand why grocery stores have more things than broccoli.
That wasn't quite how I put it.
So I'm curious.
I think it was
is
exactly
anybody
those
else
words.
dealing with the LPA camera issue in any other states?
AZ Lifetime.
Anybody heard of these?
Not sure what you're talking
Yes.
about.
I actually did an advisory for some folks with LP Washington about this because the flat cameras are evil. They are storing things up in the government AWS area and saying that means they're secure, except they are holding those recordings of like everything that you do. So, and they want these everywhere. They want them on every street corner, everything else, and they're hoping to be able to like stop crime by showing people who are sneaking into houses. And it's just absurd. It's ridiculous.
You were referring to the flock cameras, right?
Yes, sir.
ALPR cameras.
Flock of cameras.
My city, I live in Kenner, Louisiana, which is outside of New Orleans. I'm about 12 miles from downtown New Orleans. And our local police department has, we have a population of about 60,000. And
They
we
said
have
that's the
probably
intention,
about
Chuck.
30
We're hoping to do
cameras.
some live response.
One in my subdivision.
If you want, feel free to come up and read it with us.
If they don't release it immediately, we're gonna have a redo of the Angela #2 stream.
What I understand is not keeping the data, but for about 30 days. But I had great concerns about it. I have fought.
Chuck has the ability to read legal
LPR
things,
cameras in the legislature,
which is one of the things that you and I don't do as well.
I did not fight. Did not fight it this
because you
time
ain't one of
when
them
my
there
city council
lawyers.
wanted to
You ain't
do
working
it.
on your JD.
But I'm keeping a close watch on it, and I
'Cause
see
you've already
that
told me
all
what,
around the
like, you're
country, more
working
and more
toward,
cities
and
are
it ain't no
actually
JD.
I didn't tell you that I take
outlawing,
practice
or
LSATs for fun.
state legislatures are outlawing the use of APR cameras, and it's because of security
you a JD now?
concerns and storage issues and
bad, I didn't
unauthorized
realize.
access. All of the problems that probably most of us knew they would have.
Well, here in Arizona, we are at least the state legislature was trying to get that passed.
I hope it's not a legal document, because
Of
if it's 99
course,
pages of legal documentation, Chuck,
Speaker
I
of the
might
House,
hang myself.
who is just a total retard, blocked it from happening.
Nathan put the emphasis on the wrong syllable for retard.
I didn't. You said retard.
The LP special meeting was tonight.
It was like how you retard an engine rather than calling
No, he
someone
didn't say
a
retard.
retard.
He said retard.
Christy, you're unmuted.
Okay, folks, this is Rich. I've got to the other day.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Please text me when they come back. I hope to be back. Good night, y'all.
Good night, Rich. Good night.
Richard Brown is an excellent
You know, I
Excellent
just
guy.
realized when you're talking about the cameras and in the big beautiful bill, there's
Chuck's
something
right.
about not allowing the
It would
states to
violate
have any
TOS.
laws about AI.
I will take that one
means
as
AI
legal advice.
cameras, so
That
the
is
feds
correct.
can watch us all.
They're going to release it, Danvert.
Yep. If also a few of you who have been through Arizona have probably heard about Waymo, the self-driving car company.
Well said, sir.
And
Well
that
said.
also gets impacted. That completely dies if the bill passes, because self-driving cars are considered artificial intelligence tech.
Apparently, there are a few people. There are a few people who said that they didn't because they didn't read the bill. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, I had no idea that this bit was in this bill, and now I'm going to vote against
Need
it.
a bill to stop Waymo
So-
or
No one can be surprised
No,
that someone who
no,
cannot
the
read didn't
big,
read
beautiful
something.
bill that we're just talking about, because Waymo only exists under
So,
Arizona
Dan,
regulation.
they have to give their actual vote in public.
something special.
So
about
after they
Arizona.
discuss for like an hour-ish,
They had
they're
a
going to
special
come back.
carve-out so that
They're
they could
going
test
to
the,
give the votes in
technology
public,
here.
and we are going to record exactly who votes against releasing this, and fully intend to flame the shit out of them. It needs to be known far and wide that these people are trying to hide fraudulent activity by the former chair and things.
Alleged
They are
fraud.
using that in California as well. I saw photos on the news where some of them were attacked.
Alleged
They were set on
indeed.
fire, actually. Yeah, they're primarily used like in downtown and in the West Side. When I'm in the
Should we
West
talk
Side,
about
I
No
see them
Kings?
all the time. They're very, very goofy looking. I've
First,
never been in one, but I think there was 3
protest to
that were burned
endorse.
last night in the
Is the No Kings
whatever it
protest.
is you want to call is happening.
You're being
Isn't that just
really
the normal
quiet.
affairs for
Am I?
California?
I'm not.
Yes.
My volume is.
What, Waymo's
My
being
mic
burned?
is
It's
at full
hard,
volume. You
The
just.
something
It's
being
not what it
burned.
sound like.
Well,
you're
you know, I
being
put that on
quiet.
something on Facebook today. You know,
It's
people are
not what
saying,
I
well,
sound
It's
like.
not the
you know,
microphone.
the
I'm not
LAPD
being
doesn't know how to
quiet
deal
though.
with
I'm
this kind of
talking in
stuff,
normal
which is why they need the
volume.
National Guard and the Marines.
See,
You're
you
quieter
guys,
than
this is
Yeah,
what you would
usual.
have to
they
put up
do
with
know
if you
how
came
to
up on
deal with
here.
that stuff. I mean, they burned cars
Oh, yeah.
after, like, you know, the Dodgers won or when the Lakers
Do you
win.
want to talk about
Yeah.
No Kings?
Shit happens, and
You
Yes.
butt?
and it's
Okay.
not that like
We
LAPD
have our
doesn't know how to
first
deal with
series
it. I
of
mean,
protests to
you know,
endorse.
I'm not going to
It's called No
even
Kyle. Our
talk about
second series of
exactly what's
protests
going
to
on, even
endorse
though I
is
have a
called
really
No
strong
Kings.
opinion. But
These are
you know,
nationwide
I
protests trying to
believe
protest
that
all
presence
around
of
the
the
country.
National Guard and then soon to be
And this
700
is
Marines
something that like,
is
I
going to
can
actually
almost
exacerbate
guarantee
the
that
whole
you can
thing
No
find.
and make
Kings.
it worse.
Well, because
And
the
it already
unofficial
did
LP
with the
Alliance
National
flag
Guard.
is the
But
Death to Kingmakers flag.
Just,
we
Put
have
it down,
Waymo.
Kyle. Is
I
the
just
Death to
want to
Kingmakers
know,
flag. We
like,
are very, very happy with this name.
do Californians
This
or the
is a series
French
of
riot
protests scheduled to take place on the
Well,
the
you know,
14th,
other states
the day of the Trump
riot
military
for
parade,
stuff. I mean,
and
or whatever
we
you want
are
to call this. If you want to call it a
encouraging,
riot,
if not
if you want to call it a
urging,
protest,
individuals
wanna
as
call it
well
whatever
as
you wanna
state
call it.
affiliates. You know, a lot of people in the audience are part of state or local affiliates to get organized with this and to get active with this. This is a part of a strategy that I and others have been working on in terms of taking a lot of the rebellious sentiment that's currently fomenting in the country and that has been for the past couple of years and directing it towards something
we've had
intentional.
riots, like actual riots.
I will hopefully have more to say
you know,
on
there's a
that
lot of things
when
that turn
people aren't
into
talking
violence
under
and,
me.
you know, just about
But
sports
this is a
teams or
critical
other-
element of
other
building a
cities
movement.
have that. It's not
Wasn't
unique
there,
to
hi,
us.
Bree. Can
No
you guys
King's
hear me?
protest.
Wasn't
What's
there
up, y'all?
just like 2 weeks ago a huge riot in England? It was a football club.
That's what
you
we're
know,
saying, Joe. That's
like,
literally
oh
what we
no,
were
it
just.
wasn't a riot. It was the guy driving into the parade.
Take your local affiliates, take your
What
local
was that?
cells, and show
Yeah,
up.
there's
and have
just crazy people
libertarian
everywhere,
presence.
and then there's opportunists.
Get people
Yeah.
out.
Just seems
Make
like a lot
sure
of
that the
concentrated
Libertarian
in
Party is represented at these No
Well,
Kings
it's the
protests.
opportunists that are
This
like
is what
the
we're all about,
problem,
and
right?
this
They're,
is the
they're the
time we
ones
need to
that
be
go
taking
there
the
just to break
reins.
shit and set
Speaking
things on
of, I'll go
fire,
ahead, even though it's
and
no
also to do
kings.org and
looting,
really
although I
easy.
didn't
Directed
hear
I'm
intent.
going
Thank
to
you.
and what's been going on
I'm
in the
going to
last few
drop
days,
this
although it's not really
into
in
the
places
chats.
where you It's prime.
Make
for
sure to
looting.
go look it up. There are protests across the country. The map
City
is pretty
Hall and the federal
incredible.
Take photos,
But,
guys. Like,
but
if you go to
I
the state
know it
affiliate,
happens
like,
other
take photos of
places. I
yourselves
mean,
there.
it was happening
We'll
all over
share
in
the crap out of
2020
them.
with
Take
George
photos of
Floyd,
yourselves
and
there.
it was
And we
happening
will
worse in a
share.
lot of other places.
Maybe we'll have a contest for the best photo. I don't know. It could happen.
Yeah.
Was there any truth to it being funded by the Walmart?
Not that I'm all
area?
rah California, but I don't think
They
we're
have
the
several
worst.
sponsors. I don't think I saw anything that's directly related to the Walmart air on there, but there are several.
Yeah,
sponsors.
I'd say.
I think that in the
Pennsylvania
future,
probably-
LP needs to be one of them. And for
This
multiple
is like
protests, we need to be
speculation,
organizing
not, like,
these.
actually I
but
have
before
any
we start
data to back
organizing
this
these,
up,
we need
but
to
I think-
build
I think
a
Pennsylvania
base.
probably has the most
And
ridiculous
there
riots,
is a way to
considering
do
they have
that
Philly
when it
and
comes
Pittsburgh
to
in the
coordinating with
same
libertarians and non-libertarians. in
You know,
these
David, you're
movements.
100% right. You 1,000%
Step
right.
one
You
is
have
start
to
a
be.
game show. I know a
No,
guy.
no, actually, I would say
Hell yeah.
there are virtually no riots in Pittsburgh. Rarely do that.
Sai, what if I
live in
told you
Philadelphia.
the gas
There
masks on
were
Amazon
riots,
and
in
from like
Philadelphia
China
with,
aren't
Rodney
nearly as good
King,
as like
not
real
Rodney-
ones,
not Rodney King,
but
excuse me,
they do good enough to stop tear
really
gas.
dating myself there.
Oh yeah, sorry, you got the bottom spot free. That sucks.
But by the time it hit in Philadelphia, it was basically.
I'm like the neighbor
I
on
will-
Home Improvement.
We should give like free T-shirts to people who get tear gassed.
Yeah, and the looters are who I call the
I'd sponsor
opportunists.
that.
That happens
Rubber
in the
bullets are too.
LA riots.
More
and
than
those
free
too as well.
free
The
T-shirts,
people
but we
that,
should have a prize for people who
really
get arrested,
didn't have any
and we should have a prize for people who get tear gassed.
any interest in what happened.
We'll take
but
suggestions.
They're there to,
I'm not even
you know,
joking.
like I said, burn shit and steal things,
Yeah,
right?
I can give you a prime example.
Let's see if I go to
In my neighborhood, where I was living at the time, there was a
There we
great
go.
deal of looting.
I'm going to share this tab for a second since they're
there
in
was
executive
virtually
session stuff right
no-
now. Anyway,
I'm going to show all the
When-
places. Look at all the places.
What's
when
the
I
date
say
again?
June
It's the 14th, the day of Trump's fascistic military parade. So what they're doing is this is a great tactic of decentralized movements, which is where you take media attention and you want to make sure that it is dispersed. So you take a particular event that where the media attention is supposed to be for propagandistic purposes via the state, and you scatter it. So this is what they're doing here: is they're trying to make sure that the attention is not on the protest, or sorry, is not on the parade itself. You would want it to be on the parade if you were expecting like open violence, and there are, I think, some other movements that are trying to do that as well to get to incite ire against the administration. But what you want to do if you're a particularly nonviolent movement, and if you're a mass movement, is you want to scatter the media attention so that what we're seeing is a mass uprising of all of these different groups working together, as opposed to this one consolidated spot where all the attention is. Look at all
We
the
should at least do something. You know, I know it sounds cheesy, but
So
we should at least do
it's
something on
basic, and
social
a lot of
media
these
and
people,
solidarity,
I mean,
like
when
all
they talk
post the
about
same
Soros,
thing,
I
or
mean, starting in the
Yeah,
year 2000, I saw the
Well,
Soros
hopefully, and
groups that came
hopefully
in
we'll
with
get
Soros.
people
Yeah,
taking
I wrote a
photos of
whole
themselves
ebook
there
about it
and
called
their
Infinite
affiliates there, and we
Street
can
Fighting
share
Man.
photos
It was really upsetting.
and
It was
video.
very
It'd be
upsetting. And now
amazing.
it's just become the norm, but that's the way
I
it
will
was.
be
I'm writing about it in
protesting
my
at
book.
booth
That's one of
number
my little
123
themes.
at Freedom Fest.
There we go. There we
All
go.
protests through the years.
yeah, man, Freedom Fest ought to be pretty exciting with like freedom protests across the country. I got into it with a dude today who's an actual monarchist.
It's been too long since I've been to a good protest.
He believes that the only way forward is God King Trump.
You think there's only one? You should come in my
Was that
comments
one
sometime.
fairly recently. Although I
Oof.
wouldn't say it was a particularly good one.
I usually do good enough to not get into it with them, though.
I went
That
to
was- that's the
one
mistake.
in 2020. in,
You were
the
like
George
channeling me
Floyd
today. You were fighting
sort
with
of swing
everybody.
of things.
I was.
But I was
Oh,
upstate
man.
New York
I was
by
mad.
then, so there really was only one protest to go to.
If you guys do
and
get
then
arrested,
we
if you
did
do
one
if you guys do
Saturday,
get tear
and
gassed, we
then
want
we
you on to
stopped
talk
caring.
about it, and we will figure out
Like, as a
some
city.
kind of prize for you. Once again, I'm not
And
joking.
before that,
We will absolutely figure out something that is better than a
True that.
t-shirt, maybe as good as a Hungry Hippo steak. I'm not promising.
I shows up.
I was gonna say I'll
Maybe.
donate T-shirts.
That's going to keep
Awesome.
happening.
We'll have to.
There
We'll have
was
to
a
make a really
there was
cool.
a protest.
Like I'm
at
wearing
the
my
Arizona Capitol,
Killdozer one.
Nice.
that
Nice.
I was down there to speak on Defend the Guard, but it was ongoing. And
your rubber bullets can't kill me.
Really couldn't tell what it was about because this happens.
Yeah, rubber
this
bullets
happens
count.
a
You would
lot
also get a
with,
prize for rubber bullets.
especially young.
I get bigger prize
Democratic
for that. Those really hurt.
Activists and whatnot. It's like it's just all a jumble of ideas, right? Nobody really stands for anything.
If you get shot with real bullets, bigger prize.
and you can't figure
that's
out
the
what
grand
protest
prize, and I don't think anybody wants that.
Not
I
encouraging
think that
anyone
too, the
to
kind of the omnibus
die.
protest. We're
Yeah,
here
do not
for
die.
justice
Please
and
don't.
Do not get
peace and
shot.
social justice.
Yeah.
Do your best.
You're
Like,
saying, okay.
we don't want these to be violent.
But you're welcome
We
to
want
sit
things to
here
be
or there
very
or
loud.
whatever. I'm
I love Stephen. She's great.
she's wonderful.
We're seeing already what
But I just want to listen in on it.
these
but I
folks
don't
are willing
really-
to
I
do
don't
to
really care, and I
anybody
could
who
just
actually
follow
just
the group
you know,
chat.
stands up and
And I'm
protests.
sure I would
quiet.
find
You're
out.
very quiet.
You're not muted.
No, I'm not.
Oh, hi.
You're not
Hi,
muted. So if you don't want everybody to hear your conversation, you might want to mute.
All good, all good.
You have a free microphone.
I'm glad everyone heard me talk about how much I love Susan.
I am too, Orthodox Moore, and I don't get it because
Oh, hi, Tom.
speaking as a Christian,
I hear you, Tom.
the Bible's
Tom was
pretty
hanging
clear
out at my
on
house,
the
so I
false
had this
idol
on,
concept.
I had it on mute. I guess it unmuted at some
So,
point
I
when I
don't
got back in the meeting or
get it.
something. But we walked into the
Yeah,
other
Justin,
rooms, like
getting
give them a
maced
tour of the
counts.
guest
We'll
room,
take
and then we
getting
came
maced.
back in and ta-da.
Mace,
Nice.
tear gas, rubber bullets, arrested.
I was saying I could just listen to the.
It's not a
I could just
joke.
watch the group chat
My ass is not joking.
on Signal to find out what's going
What's up,
on.
Bill?
But instead, I'm listening to this while
I get one shout out in the comments.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
this
say
is
hi.
It's
Oh, you're
there's
good.
so much
Well, right now
love
it's not a
being
meeting,
directed
it
toward
is
you
just
that I
a
can
chat,
feel
'cause, The
telepathically.
meeting is happening in a breakout room.
I'll try and
So it's
channel
like
it over
LP
to you.
happy hour.
Yeah, that might not be it.
Like,
You might need to
Hey,
turn your
except for
heat
it's
down
being
or something.
recorded.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
This is being recorded,
It,
but the recording
I was in Florida this
has
weekend,
historically
so I
been
wanted to
cut.
turn the heat down.
You're so
I got to
quiet.
hang out with
Out of,
Kyle.
out of
That's because
respect
I'm
for the
awesome.
members.
Yeah, I missed you,
But
Free.
it's still recorded to start with.
Yeah, we
so,
missed you a
yeah.
ton. I was looking for you.
Did you get
I thought since you're
I,
so slender that like you were just behind a pole and I kept missing you or something.
I thought it potentially
Susan,
just
did
like
you,
hiding behind a
did you
palm
start
tree or
into
something,
Human Reach yet?
Yeah, you're the only one I know that could do that.
Let's see.
or like rolling and curling up into Kyle's suitcase and having him.
There was a lot of people under the table apparently, and so
Ah.
yeah, you could have been under the table.
Well, with the hunchbacks auditioning them. Although you're the lead one still. Like there's no that spot is safe for you.
Thank you.
But just saying, you have to be able to sing the bells.
Sing
Free's
the
got
bells.
it. Free's got the role. Kyle, I think, is talking about the Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is different from the Russian hunchbacks. Okay, it is.
Same hunchback.
No, Joe.
Thanks, Cy.
Yeah,
I do come in bulk.
They're selling them with the slices of pizza. Sorry.
Yeah, $1.50 hot dog, and you get me thrown in.
$1.50 hot dog, and you only get me. But yeah, hanging out with Free this weekend was awesome.
We had a great time. Such great conversations. I mean, such a great group of people. I mean, obviously I'm Florida biased, but just absolutely wonderful people. I see Joe Hanush there. He's awesome. Got to talk to a bunch of people. Matt Johnson, Stephen Nikala. We talked to Stephen a bunch. That was awesome.
It was great. I have apparently buried the hatchet with Robert Vincent, so I no longer have a nemesis, apparently.
That's why I couldn't come, by the way, is because Stephen Nikala
Because
and
Robert
I have the
Vincent was
same.
there?
No,
That's not
Stephen
nice.
Nikala and I have the same leather jacket, and so we can't both wear it at the same time.
Did you see the game show, Amanda?
I saw part of it. Yes, I need to finish watching the rest of it. But it was wonderful.
It was
so far.
a fiasco. We're up
I
to
love
like
it.
62,000 views or something.
It's
It's
amazing.
insane.
Well, that's why I'm looking forward to the LPA night. because we can ride on all we can ride on all the thunder. Breeze Kilroy down there, just poking his head out.
I feel like I'm an emoji when that happens. Like, whenever we have David on the game show, I just put up comments just to block him so he can't see himself.
It's amazing. Yeah, Kyle, you should put yourself down there. Have Free take the top spot.
Nah,
I don't even know how to swap them.
That's not how it works.
I think you would
can
have to
just-
like sign off and come back on. Right?
No, you just drag him.
Ooh,
Really?
You haven't seen me.
look at
You
that.
haven't seen me rage reorder. That's one of my things.
I have not. I have
One of
not
my
noticed it one.
Yeah.
Just in the leather jacket is a fairly recent phenomenon. I did not have this more than a few months ago when I stole it from
Isn't
Stephen
it
the Tailor.
pleather?
It is pleather.
Didn't we
It's
find
not
out it
real
was
leather.
pleather?
It's
Yeah.
not real leather.
She's
Right.
not willing to take the life of an animal with her.
No,
dead hands.
no,
I
not
think
for the
real leather
revolution.
would be too heavy for her, and she would just collapse upon herself.
I don't know if I've ever. That's not true. I have at one point like worn the leather jacket of a male that I was seeing.
A male. It's just as cringy when women do it.
Someone about whom you have heard, Kyle, had a leather jacket, and yeah.
Was he foreign?
Well, I think I know what you're getting at, so the answer is yes.
Excellent. Perfect. 10 out of 10.
Scientific volunteered to be your nemesis too. I knew that was going to go quick. We have filled the position. Thank you for all the applications. We have filled the position of Kyle's nemesis.
Yep. It's because whatever it is that Psy does is not nearly as cool as aerospace.
Yes, Justin, you're correct. It was Nick Gillespie. Gave me his leather jacket at one point. It was very heavy.
Were there
and then-
That's what ended everything.
Yes.
Justin, because then I was sad.
and then he laughed and told a random joke about Tom Waits, which is par for the course, Nick. No, I thought that was a military uniform at first. I thought it was like some kind of Banana Republic dictator with that shirt. That's what it looked like to me.
We got hacked.
Yeah.
Bring us your women and children.
Guys standing behind him with guns and sunglasses.
Francisco Franco.
Biology
right.
cannot possibly be the coolest because you require heat to live. Space is the coolest.
Kyle, don't you mean space? It's the coolest.
Space. Man, you a gamer free?
Not in a long time.
I'm not a gamer, and even I know that.
Did you Man, Rachel got off the shipping us real fast, didn't she? She's already over to you and Nick.
I
now.
would ship Nick and Amanda.
But so Tim Curry plays a Russian villain in the Command and Conquer series. And he
It's-
explains.
Isn't it Red Alert?
It is Red Alert. You're correct. My bad. Anyway,
Can't believe I
he explains he's going to go to the one place not ruined by capitalism.
Not corrupted by capitalism.
Corrupted. Space. And it's pretty ridiculous.
So that was before Elon got there.
Yep.
Yes.
Now even space is corrupted by capitalism.
You know, fully automated
need atoms
luxury
to
gay
be-
space free markets, which I love. I love
Space
fully
is
automated
not
luxury gay
a
space free
full
markets.
vacuum. There are no full vacuums. There is
My
only
brain is a full vacuum.
very low pressure. I believe what Amanda just let us know is that her head sucks harder than anyone else's.
That's That wasn't the intent. That was not the illocutionary intent.
But
of
she's
that
not
phrase.
denying it.
Well, I don't know because I have not seen anyone. I mean,
Am I allowed to disaffiliate myself if this gets to be too
no,
much?
no. Yeah, you can only be disaffiliated by a 2/3 majority.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I've never been in the majority. No.
no. That's why we're doing libertarians.
Yeah.
Are we not doing?
I had to
phrasing
change my
anymore?
game show because there's not even enough libertarians to do a libertarian game show.
It happens sometimes, Angela. I've finally gotten over it when Kyle makes Trotskyist jokes, but it took a while. So you started soliciting from outside libertarianism to do a libertarian game show, didn't you, Free?
Yeah, I had to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to do the Trojan horse of game shows.
Well, you bring them on and you then convert them to libertarianism is what you tried to do.
I've gotten a few. A couple of our contestants, I'm like, you might be one of us. Just saying.
Wait, Orthodox
now they've got the PSYOP going and everybody's statist again. So
there we go.
All is back to normal.
Everyone's a statist. Orthodox, does that mean that you're killing the jacket and screwing the broccoli? We've never met, Rachel. That's the thing. We've never seen each other in person.
Did they meet on Twitter? Yes, is the answer.
Kyle could be catfishing me.
This is only the fifth. This is only the fifth most autistic that Justin's seen, partially because he's with Rachel.
I can vouch for him. He is a beautiful man in person.
I do wear fitted purple shirts a lot.
Are you a thick-ass Latina?
My mom's in a genealogy, and I have yet to find Latina. Free got more shit for his shirt Friday than I've ever seen anyone get for anything clothes related.
What was the shirt?
I wore a gold sequin game show shirt.
Oh,
and
nice.
White jeans. It was spectacular.
Oh my gosh.
I had to go full in. It was our first live game show, so
we actually got like a Liberace joke out of that one. I was pretty excited.
Yeah, there was a Liberace joke. Yep. A bunch of disco jokes. I was the disco ball. The other great one is I matched Tasha Cohen. So her and I matched. So you're flying in rare air when you match the best dressed woman in the Libertarian Party.
Hell yeah.
It Scientific said my shirt was 80% of the budget. It was probably 90% of my effort. That took a lot for me to figure out what I was going to do.
Uh-oh. Rachel's asked Justin if her flirting is autistic. I've just ruined a relationship.
It's not the first one. You also ruined mine with you. Many times. Yeah.
She keeps coming back, though.
Only because of the revolution.
That's what she calls it. That's my signature move.
Permanent revolution is your signature
Permanent
move.
revolution.
Hey, babe. I heard you liked revolution. So I put some revolution in your revolution to give you permanent revolution.
Oh, my God.
I, too, like revolution.
Awesome. Do a 3-way revolution.
I pitched to someone recently that we need more revolution coming from the Libertarian Party, and his eyes light up and his face starts to glow with this. I've got 30 rifles in the training, man. It was just like, oh man,
we do.
This is an excellent place to be.
Joe, my heart knows no love, but we do need more revolution in the Libertarian Party. It's true, and it's actually that. This is an incredible moment in terms of, forgive me, material conditions for there to be a libertarian revolution, both tactically and with regard to outcomes, because tactics condition outcomes. I've been writing about this. I am very excited, but we need to do it, guys. We need to do it. And that is part of what these protests, wanting to get involved in protests is oriented toward. The thing is that there is a lot of revolutionary fervor at the moment. Oh, Kyle's talking about cameras in Washington. Go for it. Keep your head up over there. There we go.
So the flock cameras, presumably, if you were a libertarian in Washington, you're probably aware of like Layla Bush's existence. And Layla had asked if I knew anything about them, and I happen to, and I know how their security works, and I know how that system in general works. And basically, they're relying on their engineers not taking peeks at videos because they're stored in a way that makes them marginally more difficult for their engineers to see. And Flock stores that, like, all of that data for like 6 months. So, and then it's stored even longer by Amazon. So you're talking about basically being able to have a shitload of people's personal lives on camera and being able to pull them up and ruin them months later. It's rough. So I'm very against the flock cameras. I think they're a security risk. I think that they are government overreach. I think they're a violation of privacy. I see no benefit there. Of course, the police are like, well, it lets us catch bad guys better. And it's like, well, you should be able to catch bad guys better by being better at your job.
Wasn't the whole idea we were going to not do things to good guys to catch bad guys? Wasn't that the original?
No, that was just
intention?
Minority Report. Just the moral of Minority Report.
Considering that Amanda is the Jewish woman on the show right now, Amanda is the Minority Report.
Doesn't make any sense.
You got two white guys.
And I'm not white at all.
Minority
There's
Report.
literally, you can't exactly tell where my skin stops and my shirt begins right now.
We went over this earlier. It, the Ashkenazi Jews are still Jews, and thereby ethnic Jews.
And this is all Kyle that's talking. I'm not saying anything. The best
What you said
looters
earlier.
are in Washington. I mean, other states got to step up the game, guys.
You spelled Hooters wrong, scientific.
It's true. Amanda's only wearing a leather jacket. We would never know otherwise.
That's true. Genuinely, like, even I'm starting to get a little concerned here. Like, you can't really tell. That's right.
Scapegoat comes in and we
Nothing
begin
underneath.
discussing stripping.
Here
Or if Amanda's already stripped.
born to be kings, we're the scapegoats of the universe. No one? Okay. It's Queen.
I'm not going to
I am a
sing on
city
here if I can-
person only, and there are no large enough cities in New Hampshire. I have checked.
I prefer rural areas by a lot, but I'm near a city and
Free, what
not
about
the
you? Are
best.
you rural or are you city guy?
It's roughly 100 degrees too cold there in certain parts of the year. So
Well, no, I mean, just in general, like cities or rural environs.
I'm more of a city guy.
Cool.
From the city.
Cool. Yeah, Free knows what's up. Cities are
In
they've
any-
got vibes.
in any sufficiently large group, there are idiots.
But they're
And all cities are, by nature, sufficiently large groups.
yes, but also in any sufficiently large group, there are brilliant people.
Sure. Everywhere I go, there are brilliant people, though.
You need to raise your standards.
No, I'm with Chelsea a lot.
which your I'm with stupid shirt, which way is it pointing, Kyle?
Right, a B.
You pointed upward. You didn't point at yourself. You pointed at me.
I pointed directly at me. This
Looks
is
like it's
in
going
fact,
upward to me.
I'm sorry how forced perspective works. I
Two
thought you went to
dimensions
an
are
art
weird.
school.
For acting,
Same thing.
not for visual art. You think I can do visual
Hold
art?
on.
Oh no, not this
Acting
again.
is not a visual art.
It's well, no, it's more of a psychological art.
So you're a voice actor only then?
Well, no, but you can do voice acting, and that's not no, because the visual dimension of acting is not for visual aesthetic. It's to induce a sense of reality.
What?
The visual dimension of acting is not for visual aesthetic, the way that like a painting is.
That's why when I see Phantom of the Opera, I imagined that the chandelier crushing down on people is it's very realistic. It's exactly how that would go. And a man who is hideous controlling all of the plays.
You're talking about plot elements. You're not talking about for the chandelier. That is once again, that's a plot element that's used to convey a mood or an event, right? Or a dynamic.
It's true. Free does have to make fun of us more often. Free's being chill, and Free's just got to
Free's just silently judging up there. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, usually I give the questions and then I judge the answers. So like I'm out of sync with my normal technique here.
You could just ask us questions and judge the answers.
It's true.
We could take audience questions and you could judge the answers.
That'd be great.
Yeah, but Sarah, that's the entire thing. That's videography. That's not acting. That's the entire point. That is a different aspect of performance. The videographer, the scenographer is responsible for the aesthetic dimension, not the actor.
When I go watch a play, there is no videographer.
But there's a set designer. There's a costume designer. There's a makeup artist.
And every painter, also there was a press to make the paper and someone who figures out the best color chemistry for their, like, there's always multiple people in everything. Like
Right,
we've all
but the
seen
painter-
iPencil.
But the painter is the one who's primarily responsible for conveying art qua art, or sorry, a visual dimension of art qua the visual dimension of art. For the actor, the visual dimension is the means to an end. I don't know anything about art. That's exactly what I'm trying to communicate. I only act.
Are you acting right now?
I'm always acting.
Okay.
Always acting in some respect. When you're Kyle's co-host, you kind of have to.
I was merely acting.
It's only an act.
Someone has to pretend to be smart up here.
We'll pretend
Not
to be,
it.
yeah.
Not it.
Yep, right. I'm out. We are now at the 1 hour mark.
Hopefully some of my friends will follow me in here and they'll say they're confused by everything Amanda says like they do at the game show.
I wasn't even using big words. That was the thing. Just people decided to say that I was using big words.
I even wrote a glossary and all the comments on the glossary were just, I don't understand any of this. Like,
That's not how it happened. It's not what happened. Yes, thespians. Acting.
we should have an interpreter for you next time. That would be good.
Oh gosh.
Like, just like a
It'd
little
be
picture
terrifying.
in picture. Like,
just let Andy do it.
Oh. Huh.
that would be great.
Be very funny.
Does Angie know what Amanda is saying? What Emerita?
Angie is now anyone?
Everyone
That
is
slang
Angie
for
now.
anyone. Yeah.
Angie. Phil can do the interpretation. That's right.
We got to
He
get
has
Phil
to-
on.
Hmm?
You
Phil's
three.
awesome.
You three. Phil is absolutely awesome.
Sarah's great too. Sarah and Rob Yates are also wonderful.
Hit me up. Let's do it. We're booking for what month is this? June when I get back.
Yeah. When are you getting back? Your Freedom Fest's only a few days, right?
No, it's tomorrow through Sunday. Or well, it's Saturday night and I leave
Okay,
Sunday.
yeah.
So
Harry said that if we
Taking
haven't shared
mini
this
free
out,
with
please
me.
do so.
Mini Freeze doing the college kid
Nice.
track.
Nice. Sai, what was 12 vertical? Quick, think fast.
It's weird to me because I've never heard anyone call it vertical in the crossword. Oh yes, number
down.
3 horizontal.
Now you're freaking out the scientific libertarian. What gives, man? You're just making fun of everyone.
That's my job.
We do disagree on a lot of things, Phil.
Yeah, feels too nice.
Phil is very nice.
It's true.
Phil is
Everyone
incredibly
knows
nice.
that I'm the meanest.
We'd have to figure out a way of doing like a cage match type setup.
Oh, that'd be so much fun.
Make it like super contentious.
Yeah, that's racist.
That's
Joe.
racist, Joe.
You could do like mud wrestling or something. LP Alliance mud wrestling. We thought about doing that with LNC though. Like each of us would get matched up with a member of the LNC.
I was saying next time I do a live, I want a dunk tank.
That would be
one
so much
contestant
fun.
to have to sit in the dunk tank.
That'd be so much fun. Well, that's you could do that at the end of the how the other contestants judge the scores. So it enters scores. They could each contestant could pick someone to dunk,
That would be really awesome. All three just sitting in dunk tanks.
or there would have to be like 2 of them would have to agree on whom to dunk.
Next state convention that wants to do it, I need 3 dunk tanks. Just throwing it out there.
Might have some fun. Where is our executive session? They need to have returned.
This is the longest credits I've ever seen on Netflix. This is
I know it.
We don't even have any
Hector
music.
Ruse has played a lot of parts.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Free, you brought the people. You brought people with you. We got an audience now.
Did we?
Can we get sumo suits?
Sumo suits.
I would take a sumo suit. That'd be fun.
In the dunk tank, you could not hold up a sumo suit. Let's just be honest.
I could like it'd be like having being inside a bouncy house. I would just like
We'd have to get you a featherweight suit. That would
jump around though.
That would double your weight to get you into a featherweight suit. Get you up to 105.
It'd be fun. I could those bouncy balls or like the ab workout balls that you can bounce around on. That's what it would be. I'd have fun. That's what I'm envisioning in my head. It's a lot of fun.
Or maybe we just do it, USA style, and we get the rubber bullets and the tear gas too.
There we
Just
go.
Go, make the game show great again.
Steal the protesters' thunder.
3 contestants, 1 cup or dunk tank.
Last time we were here, or when we were waiting for Angela to make her special announcement that she never did, we started doing MFK. And
I was here. I was on.
Question. Oh, that's right, you were. And
Yeah.
Joe never definitively answered myself, Angela, and Trotsky. So we're still waiting on that, Joe. Just that you're not off the hook.
Well, I mean, Trotsky's dead, so that makes it really easy to me.
Well, but I mean, this is presuming that we're all alive. F, you only have to do once, but you can do multiple times. Yes, Angela McArdle, myself, and Leon Trotsky.
Best thing about Joe is he's hearing this for the first time, even though he played for a half hour last.
Even
last
though
live
he was
stream.
there.
Yeah.
That's what's wonderful about Joe is everything's a surprise for him. He wakes up every morning and everything is new.
Yeah. It's like Memento. He's got it all written on his arm.
Your name is Joe Hanoush. You like pizza.
It says, yeah. Hate the government. Put on yellow shirt. I did get a picture of me and Joe with the famous yellow shirt.
Nice.
It still smelled like Fina's campaign too. It was lovely.
Oh, amazing. Hold on, I'll be right back. Watch something start to happen once I...
I was wondering if she would ever leave.
Our love can now be known.
I want to correct a couple of things she had to say about the Russian Revolution and
Oh, no.
art and leather jackets, pleather jackets. I've got some corrections. I wrote them all down.
We're waiting. No. So you said you're heading out. Which you? Oh, right, Freedom Fest. I know this. I know the answer to my own question that I was about to ask. That was about to be dumb.
Oh, that's good
I
because
got
I didn't
there.
know if I knew the answer. So that's thanks for the help.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Freedom Fest, and we have a booth there. So if you're at Freedom Fest, come by and see me and Mike Decentralized, author of Township Liberation, will be there, and we'll have a booth, and we're gonna have some fun. I've got my stickers ready. Let's see if I can got my
nice
Steal Your Wealth, and of course the old standard. So you can come by and get a fancy sticker.
Man, I want fancy stickers. I need to
Yeah, I have to get better at the handing them out part. They were in my pocket the whole convention, and I think I gave out like 2.
Jesus. No, Amanda needs to stay down where she belongs, in the underneath.
You're so mean. I was sitting there and I knew right away when I messaged that he was not going to let me back in.
I thought I was being hazed. I put my computer all back together and everything because it was already in my bag, and got my light out, my microphone out, and then I sat backstage like I was waiting to see if Jack Hanna went long on the Tonight Show. That
Joe,
dated me.
I can't answer these questions definitively. Like, you have to take this into your calculus. That's the entire point of MFK. You need to think about all the factors.
We should have just given him one letter. The show's only 2 hours long.
Pizza, Joe. Just pizza. I can't make you pizza, so that might diminish my value in your eyes. Joe's like, kill immediately. At least Trotsky would make you pizza.
You think so?
No, I don't. I don't think he would.
It would somehow turn out to be nothing but like wet, slimy meat.
Absolutely would, yes. Just like butchering a steak. Yeah.
Terry's here. Hey, Terry.
It's a great name for a restaurant. Trotsky's Wet Slimy Meat.
I have court papers that say I would be a terrible wife. So,
Wait, when did I imply that Free wouldn't be a good wife? Pizza sounds disgusting.
I do identify as a single mother. So,
well, I mean, for tax purposes.
Correct.
I claim my inner child as a dependent, so. Should really be multiple ones.
I am one of the 4% of single fathers out there. So shout out to if with these numbers, if there's one other out there.
All the single dads. Is that true, Tyler? I don't know how you measure that, but like I'm willing to believe it's true. When I went to Italy, they served French fries on pizza. It's very strange. Not everywhere, because like every region has different styles of pizza. But I remember seeing multiple slices of pizza with French fries on them.
I'm from Chicago and I've never heard of celery on
Yeah.
pizza. This is new to me. Sounds absolutely terrible.
I want to know what makes it the most libertarian pizza topping, because I was under the impression that I'm like the one libertarian who even eats celery.
Well, wouldn't like a libertarian pizza be everybody gets a different slice and then argues about which slice is better and then tries to take other people's slices?
Pretty much, yeah.
Like half of it's cut in squares, the others in like slices.
Joe, did you pick it off? The
I'm with
broccoli?
Archie. I'm with Archie on this one.
I can't imagine celery, because pizza is soggy and celery should be very crisp.
Pizza is soggy?
Okay, Kyle, it's been a while. My texturally, okay, I feel like pizza is much more moist. Steamed broccoli is good. Steamed broccoli is amazing. Oh, there we go. Tyler's also part of the 4%.
There we go. All right. I said there was one. Statistically speaking, I was on.
I did say moist because I was provoked.
Moist.
Yeah, I agree with Phil, by the way. Kyle, Phil says that we should be bringing up the comments to which we are responding.
I am responding to comments about the show that are different and are angry at the moment at us. So you don't want those brought up.
Why can't I even see those?
You don't want to see them. You're okay.
Is there like a secret chat we don't know about?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Usually I can see these things.
You
But
can
you
give
have-
Amanda like admin and she can bring up comments too then.
I'm not the owner of the account.
You're just squatting. You're a
Yes.
StreamYard squatter.
I am the like second admin out of 2.
I mean, the only mean comments that I can really think of are people calling me a communist, which happens already. This happens on the stream. So I don't really understand how that would be harmful.
I'm sorry, Sai.
Glad he ruins other people's chats. I thought it was just me.
We all collectively try to ruin your chat on the show. That's what I like about it.
Oh
Just
my God.
constantly trying to ruin the chat.
The chat on the live was like just flying by and it
I'll
was
bet.
so funny.
Oh, I would bet.
I was dying. I was like absolutely dying. I could barely talk at one point.
I had like several solid comments and none of them got brought up ever. And I was like, I don't know if I'm having the same problem Phil has where people can't see my comments on X, or if this is a problem where there are so many comments that I can't be seen or I'm just not funny enough.
X Android puts the same timestamp on everything. And so all of the Android ones are at the top. And so like it would have been impossible for us to go all the way back to the
Got
top. I feel terrible because like I get people afterwards in the space that say like, you never saw any of my comments. It's like we got so many comments and it was just flying by.
It's at one point it was a minus 467 points, one for every clap for that. I thought that was decent.
I was getting ready to nuke you. Really sad that I didn't get the chance to.
To nuke me?
Yeah.
You did nuke me.
Did I?
Yes.
I don't
I feel
remember
like
it.
that happened too.
I mean, it was unremarkable.
Yeah, we
So
gotta
it basically didn't happen.
If the show keeps growing, we got to figure out how to have like a VIP chat where like former contestants and, you know, people that are regular commenters are in like a special chat. So we make sure we see them.
That sounds hierarchical though. I don't know.
That is true.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not against making rules as long as they're my rules. And I'm the government, so.
Phil. See what Phil says. You need to be putting these on screen. Yeah. Yeah.
I did. It's right there.
Kyle aggressed against me with his face, so I felt like it was warranted.
Phil, I love the OnlyFans selfie there too, and as your profile pic. Best $2 a month I spend.
There we go. You could probably charge $250, Phil. If I had an OnlyFans, it would just be me like reading political theory to people and doing funny voices. I want to do funny voices for this report. They better release it tonight. I want dialogue.
Wasn't somebody doing that on like one of the porn sites? Like they were like reading political stuff. Like
I don't know. That would be funny though.
Yeah,
I
it was
can-
getting
I
like
can-
all sorts of hits too.
I can sing the entirety of the score of Les Mis. Which,
I was expecting you to say the Internationale.
I mean, I can sing, but that's a lot shorter than Les Mis. I mean, I would just be singing the Internationale.
Oh my God, that's what you need. This is how
What?
you make money. Not an OnlyFans, an OnlyComs.
Only Reds. Oh gosh. It's only trots.
That would explain
only
why you're
Trump.
so skinny too.
Because of the famine. It's all the requisitioning. You know, I don't get. So right after, right after the revolution, there was obviously the Russian Civil War, and so in order to get through the war, they instituted this very, very stringent set of regulations and requisitioning requirements called war communism. And I've done some PR, just from a sheer PR standpoint. That's funny, Archie. From a sheer PR standpoint, I would like call it war capitalism or something. If you know it's gonna suck, don't call it war communism. You're trying to get people to like communism. You have a series of terrible policies that you know are going to like, kill people, and you call it war communism. That's great. Zach. That's wonderful.
That is great.
So Amanda, I got a follow-up question.
Yeah.
So when you answer these questions about communism that nobody asked, is the person that asked them in the room with you now?
In a manner of speaking, because I have my bookshelf right beside me. Sure, let's go with that.
So they're not in the room with her. They're actually on her porch. They live in her rafters. She has a communist bird.
I do have a communist bird. Well, no, I have a racist bird. He's a racist. I don't know that he's a communist. Although he does live rent free. So I have a bird on my rafter.
He is never paid for food.
He hasn't. He's raising a family up there.
Mm-hmm.
And my other question is on Only Communist, would you be considered thick? That's thick spelled with a CCP.
Thick with a
Thick spelled
CC.
with a CCP, yeah.
Oh, thick. There we go. That was funny. I got that reference. I don't know, because like there's some really fat communists, right? And those are the ones who are in charge.
Yeah, that's the meme about Kim Jong-un, being it's tough to be the only fat kid in school. Imagine being the only fat kid in the country.
Archie's on a roll right now.
That's the thing, is like, that's how you can tell who's part of the elite in a communist country, is who are the thick people.
Amanda's going back in the middle. It's better that way.
That sounds like
It's a manwich.
like a They Might Be Giants album. I have a bird in my rafter.
I'm your only friend. I'm not your only friend, but I'm a little glowing friend. I love that song. Little canary in the apple by the light switch. Who watches over
you?
Make a little birdhouse in your soul. On it, sing, I'm the only bee in your bonnet. I do know all the lyrics to that song.
In your soul.
I like the one about Jason and the Argonauts. The verse.
For those who are like, what is she singing?
They might be giants.
Giants.
Birdhouse in your soul.
Remember kids from before she was born.
When was that? Really?
It's at the end of 1989.
Oh, wow.
I was alive. But Amanda wasn't.
I was not.
Amanda, you were probably the only one that knew that Istanbul used to be called Constantinople before They Might Be Giants taught us all that.
I mean, well, technically, no, because that was the same album that was put out before I was born. Everything's all coming together. No, it's Adderall, and I have a prescription for it. So it's completely medically advisable, and there's no problem with it, not at all. Chuck says
Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed we were speaking directly to Chuck?
Been to more TMBG concerts than any other band.
Oh no, I just opened my main browser. That's going to take a day and a half.
They only call themselves TMBG after they were a boy band before that. They went to the more adult TMBG.
I love their kid album. Don't they have two? They have No, which is a bunch of kids songs. We're just leaving that up there. Is that how that's going to go?
Yes. It lets me hide. No one knows I'm here.
Kyle's eating.
This is your Amanda.
He's got an ear of corn right below the black box.
This is your Amanda on Binance.
I'm just actually here to eat Phil. Oh.
These comments, these are themselves on Vyvanse. There's no rhyme or reason. One of my best friends directed 2 music videos for TMBG. None of the grocery stores within a pretty large range of the convention hall had any pineapples. They were presented as gifts on the convention floor. What is this, Victorian England?
I would just like to say for the record, usually my friends wreck the comments. I don't think this one's my fault.
I don't even know what Tyler's talking about there.
Yeah.
Bananas are poison.
The saddest part of knowing Tyler is that he doesn't know how to pronounce his own name.
Danky.
Danke.
I know, but he says Danky.
Yeah. He's wrong.
Archie.
Right now, I can't argue with me because it's really hard to say no, it's Danky in the comments without throwing a Y in there or something.
See, I'm from Chicago. I would have gone Dank.
Tyler Dank. I agree with Andrew. I don't like bananas.
Andrew also pointed out thank you too, but only friends.
That's for that's the libertarian.
The libertarian one, yeah.
Right. I learned that Mikhail Svatov, in addition to being the head of the chair of the Libertarian Party of Russia, also just goes around and gives lectures on libertarian thought all over Russia. See, I
just imagine that this is on the streets, though. So it's like
up on street corners talking about Hayek.
We got to get him to do a Russian version of the game show. He could just show up and do the game show places.
He has a huge social media presence. He absolutely can. You can get him to come on the show. Can you get him on? Because he speaks perfect English. Can you get him on Are You Smarter Than a Politician?
That would be amazing.
Kyle, keep your mouth shut. That would. No, you should reach out.
Terry's pulling her hair out. She's like, what did they just say? Some Russian guy? What?
Mikhail Svatov.
Yeah, Terry, I'd like that by 9:30 if you could get that done. Thanks.
It's he looks a lot like if Jim Wiley and Leon Trotsky smashed and had a child.
That's a terrifying mental image. Thank you.
Who's on top? We all know who's on top.
Well, I mean, yes, but that's only because that's only compensatory.
In communist Russia, no one is on top.
It's true. Well, actually, nobody but the people who are on top are on top. Yes.
I love that one, Tyler.
That's amazing.
You should run that way again.
So it wasn't far off.
Chuck is completely correct, and that's why we've muted the stream there, because it's just not worth right now.
Well, he's an Arizona lifetime member, so he has to represent the issues of the people of Arizona.
See, I only went to LPF convention for Hector Roos, and then he bailed on me. That's not true. There was a lot of cool stuff going on for LPF. And I am once again angry that a surrounding state for Georgia has a better convention for Georgia.
What is this?
I was there.
Yeah.
I was there.
Shouldn't you have gone there for free?
Yeah.
For the record, until I was on the way down, I did not realize free was going to be
How did you not? He was advertising. Would you not look at social media?
I have explained this to you before. I shared that and didn't realize it.
Yeah.
I believe this, actually. I believe this.
Yeah.
I was literally only talking about it for 2 straight months.
Dates
it's like the only time I've ever promoted anything. Like, even I knew it was happening. Usually I don't know what's going on. This time, even I knew.
Dates
Kyle,
have no relevance to me.
Are you saying that you're like Jim Wiley? Are you actually Jim Wiley?
No, I use a calendar so that I show up to things at the right time.
But you said dates have no relevance to you, so presumably you don't, like, the calendar is not relevant to you because the calendar is a source of
the
dates.
calendar has lots of relevance to me.
But
dates are relevant to the calendar, and thereby the calendar is relevant to me.
No, but the calendar is
I'm
not
just
relevant
separating.
to you.
No, I'm separating the work structure.
Aren't you guys happier watching this stream?
There's 421 people watching us say nothing.
Don't know
423.
what
Hello,
you
new
guys
viewers.
are doing with. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy you're here. I just don't understand why. And I recommend that you talk to someone about it. Because
that was during the game show when, not to spoil it for people, but when Spike and Matt were gracious enough to explain the birds and the bees to everyone, I turned to Steve Nicola and I go, like, 37,000 people are watching this right now. Like, I was dying.
it was like, well, I mean, we had 500 people watch our Angela stream where she didn't even show up. And we just did a show about nothing, where it was genuinely just us waiting for Angela to show up. There was absolutely no rhyme or reason to the show. We played MFK. We told stories about dogs.
And you're more popular on YouTube. So I was like by myself in the X comments cracking jokes, and Kyle was ignoring all of them. So I was really by myself. For a libertarian, I felt especially lonely. Like, usually it's lonely, but this was Siberia libertarianism.
Libertarians are pretty alone in Siberia. Although I guess maybe not as much as other places in Russia.
Why don't we have the comments disabled? Because we believe in the voice of the people.
Yeah. I'm blurry all of a sudden. There we go.
Oh, it's not all of a sudden. That's just what you look like in real life.
The camera was having a hard time picking up the 1 pixel, like in the.
It's just a string of pixels.
It's
I was turned sideways. That was a problem.
For the fans of Mitch Hedberg, you'll know that, like, Bigfoot, for instance, the pictures aren't blurry. Bigfoot's blurry.
It's just like me. Apparently, there's a Bigfoot in Wisconsin, so that's not relevant to anything.
How long are the credits on this thing? This is.
I mean, I'm seeing the same name come up over and over. So, like, is that multiple roles? Are they?
Yeah.
I
think they're all playing themselves too. So I don't think it's.
Hector Roos.
I don't think you need to put them multiple times.
As Hector Roos.
This is like when the skip button doesn't work, and then all of a sudden you get like the Thai credits, and then you get the Russian credits, and yeah, we need the Star Wars scroll. Good call.
We do theme music though.
I know
We're
a
just
musician.
gonna. So what we should do is just start
This
playing.
show has a lot of grips.
We should just start playing Free's show from Friday because it got 50,000 views. So we'll just play it here and see if we can steal some of those. People will clearly watch it again because we're
Still
playing
the
it.
content.
Gabby Cordova
What's
is
up,
in the
Gabrielle?
comments.
It was awesome meeting you guys and your little boy.
Gabby doesn't remember me already.
Hi, Gabby. I don't remember you because I've never met you in real life. That's usually how I do things. Scientific libertarian. I'll drink and then I'll be funnier to myself. At least I'm entertaining me.
On this show, we don't kiss and tell.
Sarah, not very.
I still haven't. I got to get back to posting my pictures from the weekend, but I do have a picture of Kyle.
Nice.
Me and Kyle.
Kyle put a picture in the Discord of him flipping all of us off, which is great.
No, I was only flipping one person off.
I was trying to protect you.
Oh, I wasn't.
I understand that.
I only go raw dog, Amanda.
That's a mistake with libertarians. I'm just letting you know right now.
Let's see if I can post this and not screw everything up. Let's see.
There was someone at the Wisconsin convention asking whether we would protect the rights of Bigfoot during the chair debate. It was Bob.
The builder?
No, Bob the anarchist.
Could he fix it? Yes, he could.
That would depend on your perception of anarchy. Bob is amazing. That was my first encounter with Bob, and he's wonderful.
It's freaking Rob is in the comments.
But not up here.
Yeah, right. We put the link to the
Rob.
StreamYard backend in comms.
Rob, get your butt up here. Rob, young Trotsky was hotter than young Stalin. You better come up here and defend your boy's honor. Otherwise, Kyle's just going to agree with me. Go along with it.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, Rob, see. Yeah, you're injured and whiny, so that's the best
Me
time
too,
to have
Rob.
you up.
You can ask Free. Every time I got up the entire weekend, it was like, oh!
It's because I beat him up before he left.
It's because I have a total of 5 damaged discs.
Yeah, that's what I said. The 3 down the stairs.
It's Amanda went with the RKO.
Flipped him over my head. Just
All right, my Kyle post is up.
Where?
on.
Oh no, I just got a notification.
Twitters.
So yeah.
So I laughed
I
so
look
hard on Friday night.
so
My
tired.
jaw hurt. My
That's
jaw
amazing.
hurt on Saturday. So it was like I was trying to smile in that picture, and I looked like I had been punched in the mouth or something. Like
It like my eyes look blackened from how little sleep.
yeah, there was not a lot of sleep going on.
No. Free's just posting this picture to show off how tall he is.
Tyler says Wisconsin's Robert Burke used to call himself an anarcho-contributionist. Burke is a chaos agent. He gave the notice speech in DC with a prominently placed pineapple. What? Okay, the pineapples are just. It's like Where's Waldo, but for pineapples on this stream.
Chris,
I
go
can,
on YouTube.
I can fix this for now.
Oh boy.
Damn.
Whoa.
Hello.
Now we got the big free.
I like Robert Burke. I liked his note. Oh gosh, that's terrible. That's
That was a
awful.
lot of forehead.
Only free. There we go. There's the grid.
Only free
It's
would be overpriced. Just throwing that out there.
So the other thing is still streaming. I have it up, watching it on this side. As soon as they actually come back, I will swap us back over. But
Are the credits
also
still playing?
Yeah, John Morrissey's talking. I like John. It's like I've got blonde facial hair for the most part, and blonde and red, and you can still see like 5 o'clock shadow. Oh my god, I'm tired of shaving.
Because blonde is not the same color as your skin.
Yeah, I shaved this
I don't see
morning.
colors good. Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked everything that that Rob had to say. Tyler. Hi, Chris. He said hi to the crazy people. I assumed he was addressing you and Free. So I said hello for you.
What's up, Chris?
Oh, we should do
Artist in the LNC
we should do
exec session.
sketches.
I will. Yeah. See, like it knows to move you out of the way of comments in grid view.
I thought we couldn't afford a court reporter and a sketch artist. That's why that hadn't gone any further.
Well, so were you in here when Beth Fest mentioned
grab
earlier?
paper.
Oh, we back.
Oh, what?
All right.
Where are the
It's
roosters?
disgusting.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha indeed.
Where are the roosters?
Okay.
Last time there were roosters in
Let
Hawaii.
me know when everybody's made it back. Let's see.
We got to send Austin a message and be like, Amanda wants to see your cocks.
Let me go check. I can look in my little thing here to see if anyone's left in that room.
I think everybody's over here.
I'm going to close all room. No, I don't want to close all rooms. Yeah, I don't see anyone left. Oh, wait,
Had
no.
to remove her, the
No,
Jake-
there's
I
still
remember
a
seeing that
few,
motel room
said
on
you can't
Dateline.
remove her, even though she's suing the party.
Hey, Dave Bennett, you're not on mute.
Yeah.
Mute the
I
guy.
think there's
Benner.
feds involved in this part.
No, don't mute him.
So we will attempt to allow.
Well, I kind of like the insider
this to
scoop
be
there.
heard.
Is Mr. Malagon in this room?
I am.
Okay, for some reason it's showing you another one. Is Mr. Chatterton in this room?
I'm everywhere.
Yes, I'm here.
Is Mr. Watkins here?
I think they were
Mr.
talking about
Ford
Beth,
is still
Joe.
stuck there. I'll move him to the main session. Yeah, I think Mr. Ford was the only one. I keep trying to move him and he's not. There he goes. He accepted the prompt.
Pat
Okay.
is so against
I
technology.
believe
that you
everyone
can't
is
even
here,
move him.
Mr. Chair.
All right, so we've
Or
risen
Mr.
out,
Bud. Yeah, I'm sorry.
of executive session at 9:39 p.m. So we'll continue to the orders of the day.
We just did the Homer Simpson
And to be
backing
clear
under
to
the
the board,
bush meme,
because
but
of the
with the
nature of
wall.
this special meeting, and because
Wasn't it
every
daylight
motion from
before
here
the
on
credits?
out,
Yeah, it just kind
was
of drifted
for things
further and further
discussed in
back into the
executive
wall.
Session, it'll go immediately to a roll call vote. So just to be extremely clear about that.
Still
So
better
the next
lighting
item
than
on
we
the
had
list-
at the
For the record,
game show.
Mr. Chair, I feel
Mr. Chair, can we have orders of the day?
we did
please?
not get
I just
enough
want to hear
time
from Hawaii.
to
Mr.
consider
Chair, if we could
the
mute
facts.
the
And
member
did not-
that is speaking right now.
24 hours is not
This is absurd. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we please call Mr. Martin to order?
We'll continue on to orders of the day, which is the adoption of the Special Investigatory Committee report. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready with roll call.
Well,
All right.
Mr. Dar
Mr.
had
Dar.
motions to make, so I need him to make his motions.
Oh, I
So it sounded like-
apologize, Mr. Dar, go ahead.
All right, I sent my motions over to
It sounds like
the
Austin's
secretary
big
there. My first
dispute
motion
there
is I moved that
was
the
that one day is
Libertarian
not
National
enough
Committee
time to have
adopt the
read.
Special
Austin is still a
Investigatory
fan of
Committee,
Angela.
SIC report,
Sure.
and make it public.
But
Is there a second?
I
Second.
think
Second.
Austin's trying to
Seconded, we'll go
mostly
on to a
be
ballot.
reasonable.
Mr.
But
Bost,
Well, I think he's trying to find
Abstain.
reasons.
Mr. Chatterton,
No.
Mr.
of course,
Dar,
Chatterton's a no.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
Abstain.
Mr. Ford,
He's on the phone.
Mr. Ford, you're muted.
I'll come back to you. I'll
He
put
may
you
be
as-
on the phone. He had said he was taking it from public.
Yeah, I'll put him as a pass and I'll come back to him.
Called it.
I will vote yes. Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
No.
Mr. Maligan,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Nana,
Yes.
Mr. Nicola is chairing. I will come back to him. Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Vincent,
Abstain.
Mr. Watkins,
Come on, Rob.
Abstain.
Ms. Januszkiewicz,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
You know what it's gonna be.
I see you're unmuted, Mr. Ford. If you want to text me your vote, if that's easier,
The abstentions are
Mr.
insane.
Ford. Because he's not answering, I'm going to ask Mr. Weir.
I'll abstain. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. What would your vote be? Mr. Weir had abstained in your absence, but since you're here, if you'd like to change that.
Still
What
writing
is
it
the
down.
vote count right now, Madam Secretary?
It is 9-5.
All right, I'm going to vote yes.
As a point of personal privilege, can we have the roll call vote on the screen if possible?
Oh, I thought it was. I am so sorry. And I'm having trouble getting alt voted. It will say alt voted next to Ford, but it doesn't mean that because I need to adjust my drop downs. Let me get this on the screen for you, Mr. Maligan.
Thank you.
Okay, just note that this alt voted is incorrect. It was Mr. Ford. So right now it is 10-2 for Mr. Nicola. Do you wish to vote?
As a member of the SIC, will vote yes.
One moment.
Oh,
It is.
that's interesting.
Why? It's not adding up to 17. 13, 4.
That's understandable. That's a
Is
safe
it?
vote.
Yes, it
That
is
is
adding up to 17. Yeah, math. There's a reason I'm not a treasurer there. Okay, it's 11-2-4.
It's a safe
Motion
vote on like
passes.
censuring or hearing debate on
The report
censoring
has been
LPNH.
adopted and will be made public. Okay, we are now on to
I mean,
the
as a point of personal privilege? No, I guess personal. Well, it's a point of order, I guess. Could we have the report when it's released with just the minor scriber errors that were noted by Mr. Dassing fixed before it goes out?
I mean, it's an easy vote, Sarah.
Mr. Dar.
It would be
During
more
the vote, I
unpopular
was
for him to
setting that up.
abstain.
I've already corrected the 2024 date. I'm sending that to the secretary for her to review.
It
now
shows that he'll vote
before
when it's
going out.
easy and not when it's not.
Okay, I'm ready for your next motion, Mr. Dar.
My second motion here, understanding that the Special Investigatory Committee, SIC, focus primarily on Freedom Calls LLC, Swing Vote Strategist LLC, and various conflicts of interest for this report. I move that the SIC be directed to prepare a supplemental report that may be made public at the direction of the Libertarian National Committee, reviewing past convention expenses and credit card expenses.
All right, that'll go. Oh, is there a second?
Second.
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 That'll go immediately to a ballot, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Boss?
I don't know which of the
But
figures
again,
this is.
Sarah,
but-
it would be worse for him if he didn't vote. That's
Mr.
the
Dar,
thing.
could
It's
you
not
repeat it,
him
please?
being like taking initiative on it. It's
All
him knowing
right.
that that's the popular thing to do.
Understanding that the Special Investigatory Committee, SIC, focused primarily on Freedom Calls LLC, Swing Vote Strategists LLC, and various conflicts of interest for this report, I move that the SIC be directed to prepare a supplemental report which may be made public at the direction of the Libertarian National Committee, reviewing past convention expenses and credit card expenses.
Okay.
Pass.
Mr. Chatterton?
Yes.
Mr. Dar? Oh, yeah, Mr. Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dessing?
Doesn't even matter. Abstain. Whatever.
Mr. Ford?
Pass.
I will vote yes. Ms. Hayes?
Sorry, this is about convention and what expenses?
Credit card?
Oh, okay, yes.
Mr. Martin?
I'll abstain.
Mr. Malagon?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nana?
Yes.
I'm going to skip Mr. Nikela. Mr. Redpath?
Yes. Tyler, it was 11-4.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Vincent?
We have the list of the people who did
Mr.
not
Watkins?
vote yes as well. And by we, Amanda.
Ms. Yanuskavich?
Yes.
Okay, bunch of passes. Mr. Boss?
Yes.
Whoa.
Mr. Chatterton?
Same.
Abstain? Thank you.
Howard.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 12-0-4. Would you like to vote?
I'll vote yes.
Okay, it's 13-0-4. I'm ready for Mr. Dar's next motion.
Damn right.
Next motion is resolution. Whereas the Special Investigatory Committee finds that the former chair, Angela McArdle, violated her fiduciary duty to the Libertarian Party by concealing conflicts of interest and misusing donor funds, be it hereby resolved that the Libertarian National Committee deems Angela McArdle unfit to serve on the Libertarian National Committee as an affiliate leader or as a candidate representing the Libertarian Party. Be it further resolved that the Libertarian National Committee encourages the Bylaws Committee to review and propose bylaws changes that would codify the handling of members found to have engaged in financial malfeasance and or egregious actions.
I wanted to review something. Can you say that motion once again? Because I think at least as the motion was sent to me, I could be mistaken that it was missing a word. One moment, let me look at what was sent to me. That's why I stopped my screen share. Could you repeat the motion and I will make sure I have it correctly?
All right, I had to make sure I didn't mistype it. Whereas the Special Investigatory Committee finds that the former chair, Angela McArdle, violated her fiduciary duty to the Libertarian Party by concealing conflicts of interest and misusing donor funds, be it hereby resolved that the Libertarian National Committee deems Angela McArdle unfit to serve on the Libertarian National Committee as an affiliate leader or as a candidate representing the Libertarian Party.
Okay, I misheard you.
Okay.
That was the correct motion. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
Okay.
Okay.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Chatterton.
Motion is out of order for the fact that it was not noticed. This is substantively different from the considerations in the investigation report.
Doesn't matter.
I believe it's in order as it was cited in the report. So that'll be my ruling.
Archie,
Mr.
they can't use Libertarian Party because
I'm curious,
of those
you
things.
know,
so
since
it's-
we're in
it'll be
debate on
interesting.
the motion, right?
There's,
No debate because these are motions
Chuck is
related to
very
executive
right.
session. Other actions are in order, but debate is not in order.
So are we able to debate them?
Debate is not in order. It would be a simple up and down or an amendment.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I believe these proceedings may be violating due process. And
Oh my God.
I appeal the ruling that this
Orders
is
of the day,
part of the
Madam Chair.
agenda.
orders of the day, Mr. Chair. There is a current appeal from Mr. Chatterton. If he is appealing, that must be disposed of first.
Yep,
I am
absolutely.
appealing.
So there is an appeal from ruling of the chair on the chair's ruling that motions being made as related to the executive session items are not subject to debate.
No,
So
his appeal. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Of my point
Chatterton.
of order, yes. So I believe Ms. Sarlis has the correct understanding. I'm appealing the ruling that this motion is in order for this meeting, given that I don't believe it was sufficiently noticed.
Understood. So the appeal is on whether or not this motion is in order at this time. So it would require, it would be a vote to sustain the ruling of the chair. So an aye vote would be to sustain, a nay vote would be to overturn the ruling of the chair. It would take a 2/3 vote to overturn. Ms. Harless, if you could start a ballot.
Mr. Chair, if you would indulge me, I believe what you stated was incorrect.
What was it?
Appeals from a ruling of the chair are debatable. You get to speak first. Everyone else gets to speak once. You get to speak last. It requires a majority no votes to overturn the ruling of the chair, with the question being, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained?
Yeah, I do apologize.
For the record, Mr. Chair, I have my hand up for after you speak to your motion.
Okay, so my motion you said I speak first and last?
Yes.
So I do believe it's in order as it's germane to the content that was in the report and one of the report's recommendations that was discussed in executive session. So therefore it would be germane to the special meeting. That's my argument. I'll go around the room. Mr. Ford, you had your hand up. I'm not sure if that was an artifact. And Mr. Vincent, Mr. Dar.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I had my hand. I just can't raise my hand. I remember I
Ford, Vincent, Dar.
Well, it's Ford, Malagon.
I'm unable to raise my hand, but I would like to raise my hand.
There, the roosters.
So I was after Mr. Ford, assuming that he's not an artifact, is what I was saying. I was raising my hand to speak after you spoke to your motion.
Ford, Malagon, Vincent, Dar, Chatterton, Harlos, Martin. Let me see if there's anybody else. I think that's it. Mr. Ford, you have the floor.
It's your typical cult behavior, man.
Yeah, just
it's
briefly, two things. Number one, I don't think.
Well, they think there's a chance that she'd come back.
Two, I just simply call me crazy. I'd like to actually understand the ramifications of this, what legal standing it has after this LNC. I'd like to get a better sense of the resolution. Thank you.
It's advisory, isn't it?
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Malagon.
I concur with the chair and I call the question and all previous questions.
There's a motion. There's an objection to calling the question. Is there a second to call the question and all previous questions?
This is
I'll second.
There's
The
a
chair
second.
still has the prerogative of speaking last, even when the question's been called.
Chase's exactly.
Mr. Brown can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's correct.
I don't intend to speak again. But thank you. I don't believe there's debate on calling the question, so we'll go ahead and move on to a vote if you could, Madam Secretary.
So we're going to do a roll call. One moment.
We don't want to call the question. We would like to have our debate, please.
Mr. Chair,
Well, no, there's a
orders of the
motion
day.
to call the question.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Let me just make another ballot. Rename. Call the question.
This does require 2/3.
Yes, it does. Mr. Bust.
No to calling the question.
Mr. Chatterton.
No. Point of privilege, your screen is not sharing to show the ballot.
Oh, thank you.
When
Thank
you listen, here's what I would like for you to do. Hold on, let me make sure I'm muted. Sorry.
Mr. Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
No.
Mr. Ford.
No.
I'm going to vote yes. Ms. Halsey, excuse me, Ms. Hayes.
Oh my God. Are we, sorry, is this on calling the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Malagon.
Aye.
I skipped you, Mr. Martin, but I will come back to you. Mr. Martin,
No to calling the question.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Nana,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Vincent,
No.
Mr. Watkins.
No.
Excuse me. Had you as pass. That was Mr. Vincent, right?
I said no.
Okay, Mr. Watkins.
No.
Angela, share some tea
Ms.
for the music
Yanukovych?
signal chat.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Chair, it did not achieve 2/3. It's 970. Would you like to vote?
I do not.
So we are continuing on debate. And I couldn't
Correct.
raise my
So-
hand. I'm in here somewhere.
You are on the docket. So Mr. Malagon is recognized, Mr. Vincent.
Yeah, I would just like to echo the sentiments of Mr. Ford. I just got back last night from the Florida convention.
Loretta.
I have not had an opportunity to review this report, and I'd like to hear from some other people as well. I feel like politics is driving the decision and the pace of this meeting.
This is supposed a point of order, Mr. Chair, or point of something. This is supposed to be on your ruling, whether it's correct or not on the report.
Well done, still addressing the chair.
Okay, well, if it's to notice, then I haven't had adequate notice. I haven't had time to review it. It's a 194-page report, I believe, and I just got back from convention last night. So that's where I am.
Next is Mr. Dar.
Angela, now they're voting on appealing the ruling of the chair. That the motion is germane.
Yes, this motion was mentioned in the report twice, near the beginning and near the end, as far as recommendations for the LNC, as far as what ramifications it has. I have to admit, since it's a resolution, it doesn't have much other than that. This is what we're saying should be done. Unfortunately, the part where we're saying that there needs to be teeth recommended to bylaws for the future. And of course, this does set a standard that people can either follow or not. And that is what the information that's in there. Thank you.
Mr. Chatterton?
So yes, as I stated, I believe this is not sufficiently noticed. The committee overview and purpose is laid out specifically in the beginning of the report is to investigate issues of conflict of interest and business practices of the LNC. Stating that an individual is unfit for office is not falling into those categories. The further consideration is that I believe this motion has no impact. It is not binding on
Terry.
anyone, be it state parties, be it future
He thinks he can,
conventions.
Terry.
And motions that have no impact, I believe, are not in order. So I will be voting no on this motion.
Ms. Carlos?
Okay. Mr. Chatterton was incorrect in something he said. Motions that mean the same thing as not making a motion are of no effect, but this motion does not do nothing. It states our opinion, which is in fact different than not stating our opinion. So he misstated
Monkey
the
Karen Ann is
parliamentary
hilarious.
situation there. I do believe it's in order because this report and notice said motions appurtenant, I can't pronounce it, pertinent to the report this was recommended in the report. So I do think it's absolutely in order. It's any resolution we make, and we've made a lot of them, may not have the force of law, but it has the force of us stating our opinion. I believe the chair's ruling is absolutely correct, and I'm going to give a pragmatic reason. If for some reason this was avoided being heard tonight, immediately tonight, someone is going to make a motion to just make it an email ballot, and the result is going to be the same, because making an email ballot satisfies previous notice. But I do think notice was in fact given here. In fact, I'll note that some of the same people, because there are different people, had no problem with me not seeing the motions that were made in the investigatory report against me, and they voted for it, no problem, no appeals. So this is our past custom, that when there's an investigatory committee report, that the motions that are directly related to it, and this motion is actually literally recommended in the report, is absolutely in order.
Mr. Martin, then Mr. Dassing, and Mr. Johnson. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. The notice issue is extreme, not just because of the item, but also the fact that there are members here who, through no fault of their own, have not had a chance to be able to go through the material. This is directly related to how we act as a deliberative body. And today, I think
He's
anybody
talking like
watching
Robert.
this can see that one side is kind of shutting the other side down. And I think that it's really important that we allow this discussion to have the time that it needs. If everybody's already made up their mind and it's a foregone conclusion, there's another problem with this, which is that it could get us sued. There's defenses, guys. We had kind of evidence kind of emerge on us that severely undermined what we all thought we knew.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
We need to be able to deal with this appropriately, and notice would have helped. And frankly, I think this violates due process and should not be considered.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Harlows.
There's been no bylaw cited for due process. Ms. McCardle is not a member of this body. And also, I object to someone with no legal experience, either as a certified paralegal or a licensed attorney.
All right, Ms. Harlows.
Okay.
That's
Thank
not
you.
your.
Thank you.
Mr. Dassing.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, I'd like to speak after Mr. Johnson. I can't raise my hand, so I'm just going to go with that, but about it that way.
Understood. Mr. Dassing, if you'd just like to be recognized.
No, it's not nice.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking while muted. So I would like to just make a few points here. The meeting that we are currently in was noticed on June 1st. This
I love you, Angie.
report went out Saturday, not Sunday evening, not Sunday afternoon. It went out Saturday. Myself, you, and Ms. Harlows all attended, and for the record, I chaired the LPF convention over the weekend.
Kyle, what is your self
and we
about
all,
that?
I know, because each of us spoke in private
a
for a few
reflective
minutes on this.
Each of
So we
ourselves
all
spoke
had a
in
chance to
private.
read it. So anybody else speaking that they didn't have a chance to read this, I wonder, do they have access to their emails? As to the comment that
That's
we might
withdrawn.
be sued, we're already being sued. And lastly, this body has passed how many freaking resolutions over the last who knows how many years? So to claim that passing a resolution is whatever
My
it
body
is,
passes a lot of things.
is a ridiculous argument.
I'll
So,
check for you,
thank you.
Angie. She's at
Mr.
least not
Maladon,
live on
and
YouTube.
then Mr. Chatterton, Mr. Bost, Mr. Watkins.
Johnson's actually on
at
our
this point,
side.
thank you, Mr.
Nolan.
Chair. I suppose I just have 2 points of humor. I mean, Spanish is my first language, and I was able to get through this report in about an hour. 48 hours seems like ample time. So anyone claiming foul, it's just really interesting that that's the hill to die on. As a second point of humor, I suppose, I guess I would disagree with Mr. Chatterton and Ms. Harlows. If we're really going to play the game of
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Points of humor are
motions
not
having to,
recognized.
passing motions or motions made having to have any sort of impact. Welcome to the LNC. None of the motions that we make have any actual impact or do anything, as Mr. Johnson just pointed out with resolutions. So that's just kind of funny. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Chatterton?
So, in response to Mr. Johnson's point about
I
we're already
believe
being
he
sued,
spoke once. This is on an appeal. The chair gets to speak once.
The LNC was
Believe
sued over
Mr. Malcolm
bullshit that
spoke
this
once as
committee
well.
found to be not well based. There's a difference between that and creating very meaningful grounds of getting sued. by
I
taking
cannot
responsibility.
wait
I have a
until
point of
August
order,
where
Mr.
he's
Chair.
shattered
Only the
done.
chair can speak twice.
Well, I believe we just had another speaker speak twice, so I'll allow it for this once. Go ahead, Mr. Chatterton.
I was pointing out the fact that being sued over a nonsense claim, as was the conclusion of this report in the case of the previous lawsuits against the party, and being sued for taking irresponsible action without having even consideration of the contents of the report before adoption and the pushing through of such motions. Furthermore, with the consideration of the directive of this takes action, this resolution would take action beyond the scope of this committee, and it's casting a statement on other state parties. So it's not just something of this committee's actions.
Andrew, I believe he was
Mr.
dating
Boss?
someone in Mises and they broke up.
Yes, people demonstrating their speed reading abilities is not relevant to
Is that
whether
true?
or not other people have had time to read the report.
That's
And
I
being
think that-
sued twice
yes,
or
I
thrice
believe
is not
so.
twice
I
as
agree.
nice.
Mr. Watkins?
Legit.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I think having concerns over additional lawsuits is not unreasonable. And again, to clarify, my email says, Mr. Johnson, Sunday, June 8th, 9:57 a.m. So it did go out yesterday. Some of us have lives outside the LNC and don't have time to read a giant report until after
Skill
work
issue.
Monday.
Skill issue for
A little
sure.
more time, I
You
think,
could have
would
slept
be-
a little bit less and read the report. Get out of here.
Mr. Nana?
This has been noticed for weeks.
Call
if
all
you went and got
questions.
drunk last night, you're an idiot.
Point of information. The report was sent at 3:56 a.m. Hawaii time, which is mid-morning
My God,
yesterday.
no one cares about Hawaii. Words of the day,
97
Mr.
pages in
Chair,
24
please.
hours.
There is a
Calling
calling
on
of the
live.
question,
Hold on,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Martin, if you wish to be recognized, you can raise your hand, but
And there has been a
it's
second.
almost done. Okay, so I think we're just finished. We're gonna go ahead and move on to where we at? Right, a vote.
Well, we had another calling of the question
Another calling of the question.
by Mr. Nana.
Oh,
All questions to be more specific.
He called all questions.
At the point of order, can we ask if there's any objection?
Is there any objection to calling all questions? Hearing none, it looks like we'll move to a vote.
Okay, thank you. Let me delete this ballot.
Yeah, Kyle doesn't believe in Hawaii time either, Andrew.
It's true. There's only Eastern time.
It's not true. We just put everything in Eastern because you can't do time
Okay,
zones.
did Mr. Dar wish to read his motion again, or is everyone clear on what we're voting on?
Like, what kind of idiot
Oh,
would think
we're
it's
voting on
10
the
o'clock
appeal
right
of the
now?
chair right now,
No one,
right?
because it'd be 9:09.
Never mind. Yeah,
That was my question.
yeah, we're voting on the appeal.
That's right.
And then depending upon the appeal, we're voting on the other motion. Gotcha. Thank you, Mr.
It is
Chatterton.
9:09. But it was 10:09 for you.
So the question is, shall
Or is
the
it?
ruling of the chair be appealed that Mr. Dar's motion is in order? Did I state that correctly, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What we're
Can we
voting
get an
on
audiobook?
is shall the ruling of the chair be
I'll do the audiobook.
sustained that Mr. Dar's motion is in order?
Correct.
So a
Yes, but-
yes vote would sustain your ruling and a no vote would overturn your ruling.
For the record, I considered reading the
Thank
entire
you.
report out
You first need to
on
vote on the
video
motion
just to
for
see
the
if people would
previous
watch
question, though.
I
There was
considered
no
that.
objection to that, Mr.
Oh.
Brown.
it. We talked
Mr.
about this
Boss.
together.
I know.
No.
Mr.
I don't always have to
Chatterton.
say we. They just know we're a unit.
No.
Mr. Dar,
You should always
Yes.
use the second
Mr.
person, the
Dassing.
first person plural.
No.
The royal we.
It's not royal.
Mr. Ford,
Someday you'll watch Wreck-It Ralph. Today is not that day.
I will
I'll
not
come back to
acquiesce
Mr.
to the
Ford.
notion of the royal we.
I will vote yes. Ms. Hayes,
I am so beyond lost. I would like people to stop talking over each other. I'll just say yes.
Mr. Martin,
No.
How much would you pay for us to do it, guys?
Mr. Maligan,
I mean, read the
I know,
report.
but I just want to make sure everyone else does. This is to sustain the ruling of the chair.
a yes vote would be to sustain the ruling of the chair.
I thought as much. Aye.
Thought you already knew.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr.
It's
Nana,
2025. You
Yes.
can have the computer read it to you as well.
Yeah, but we do voices. We do funny
Mr.
voices.
Redpath,
Yes.
No, I'm all for it. I'm just saying for
Mr.
those
Thompson.
that are
Yes.
hooked on phonics on the board.
Mr. Benson,
Have the computer read.
I would come
him.
to each of these individuals' homes
I will come
personally
back
and
to
read the
Mr.
report to them.
Benson. Mr. Watkins,
We got offered a
No.
$20 donation for the video.
Ms. Yanuskavich.
I think
I'm
I'm in.
really poor. I'll take it.
Yes.
Okay, we had Mr. Ford.
No.
I don't want this
Ms.
report out because
Mr.
I
Benson.
am implicated in it. Pat Ford.
Did we lose Mr. Benson? Can someone please scroll through the attendee list?
Rob.
They do. For me, they do.
Point of person of privilege, Madam Secretary. I believe he voted.
But you have to give it to me.
I
You
don't
don't have to just
think
like talk
he
about it.
He's not here anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think he's
so
here.
You
sorry.
also can't have a tattoo that's
So
a
I will
31.
put him
It's supposed to be a
as
13.
absent. Mr. Nikila, the vote is 9 in favor of sustaining your ruling, 6 against sustaining your ruling. Would you care to vote?
I'll abstain.
9-6-1, Mr. Chair. And since all questions were called, I will move to the motion by Mr. Dar. And that motion is on the screen. Am I sharing? Yes, that motion is on the screen.
Let's see.
Give everyone a moment to read it since we've been through a lot since it was made. Did you only make the first part? No, you made all of it, right?
It should have also said on LP National, because technically National
Mr.
is not an
Dar?
affiliate.
He
Oh
made
my
all
God.
of it, I believe.
I think he did.
Yeah,
just
I made all of it. Yes.
Okay.
Run things by me, Paul.
Part there.
National's not an affiliate.
Hold on.
Okay, that's what
McCardle
I
is
thought.
claiming that the
I just wanted to make
Rothbard
sure.
caucus
'Cause
is the
either I
narco
misheard
communist
that he
caucus and always has
missed
been.
the
she already
phrase
did
or
that.
He missed a phrase, but it's probably me. Okay. Mr. Boss.
I don't know
No.
why he didn't say on the LNC.
Mr. Chatterton.
No.
Mr. Dar.
Yes.
It says as an
Mr.
affiliate.
Dassing.
Dustin, it says as an affiliate, I believe.
No.
Mr. Ford.
Here is the exact text once again.
Abstain.
I will vote yes. Ms. Hayes.
Pass, please.
Mr.
Okay,
Martin.
never mind. My apologies.
No.
Mr. Maligan.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Nana.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Vincent, are you still absent? Mr. Watkins.
No.
Ms. Yanuskavich.
Yes.
I believe we had one pass. Ms. Hayes.
I'm going to abstain out of the abundance of caution because I am very concerned about the litigiousness of people on this committee who we were in executive session with. So I will abstain for that reason only, although I think the resolution is grounded in reality.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it is 8:52. Do you wish to vote?
I will vote yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it is 9:52.
The other part of the thing that I hadn't put in the chat is
Motion
now going out.
passes.
Okay, Mr. Dar?
Madam Secretary, one quick correction. You have alt voted on line 16 for
I
nanny.
do. That is correct. I'm just going to put option 2 because I meant to make that in case, never mind. Thank you.
Point of order, isn't there a higher threshold for a resolution?
Only for public policy resolutions such as we request that the government do something. Other resolutions just require a majority.
Or do nothing.
There- I'd like to rise to a point of order.
Yeah, Joe,
Question.
proving that he
Against
doesn't
maybe
refuse to vote as a rule.
parliamentary. After executive session closes and the matters discussed therein are determined to be public, right? Only the succeeding motion, which would be the adoption of that, would be without debate. Everything else where we shut down debate, that debate was probably in order because the contents were then public and could be discussed. And there was no reason to shut down the discussion, sir.
I don't
That time is supposed
technically
to be the time
disagree
to
with him on
discuss these motions because that's how the agenda was formatted, as because it points back to the executive session where the report was held. If
Do
people
you
want to go
mean
back
the
to the executive session to discuss further,
2-minute time slots? The 2-minute time slots that we had to discuss the 100 pages that we got 24 hours ago.
Orders of the day, please. I'm gonna-
Orders of the day,
I
Mr.
move to
Chair.
remove Austin Martin from this.
Orders of the day, yes.
I move to remove
Absolutely.
Austin Martin from this meeting.
I've been waiting for that like a badge of honor, sir. Thank you. Much love.
I think we can get a little bit further if we all just get in line. Mr. Dar, please continue.
There's a point of order. I was asking for clarification if you mean
Mr. Chair, I move to remove Mr. Martin from this meeting.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Point of order, the parliamentary procedure requires a warning process to give call to order of the member, and I don't believe that's been followed.
Yes, it has.
He's been given multiple warnings.
Yes, he has.
Mr. Martin, do you promise to please not talk until you are called upon, and I'll answer your point of order?
Yes, sir. May I inquire if I'm still allowed to rise to a point of order like everyone else?
Yes, so to your point of order,
The parliamentarian pinky swear.
my understanding is
Right.
that because of the agenda, whatever we
Do
call
you
it, the
promise
fancy
to
word,
please?
the motions that
Very
came out of the
Machiavellian
report in
phrasing.
executive session, regardless of the report, it's because it was discussed in executive session, those items, it still relates back to that executive session. So things discussed in that executive session, the report and everything else, because it's tied back to that, because those motions are even in order, they would still fall under that provision. Now, if the body felt it necessary to go back into executive session at any time, that is an order.
But it wouldn't be an order, sir, because executive session is to protect confidential information.
Chair,
No
orders of
longer
the day,
confidential. And so there's a question of transparency.
Mr. Chair, you made your
Chair,
ruling.
That is my ruling.
You had no
That's my ruling.
notice, and now we're voting
Mr.
on
Chair,
things with
you
no
made your
discussion.
ruling.
I've made my ruling clear. Mr. Dar.
Thank you, sir. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
This is dilatory, Mr. Chair.
Read the room, Mr. Austin, please.
I think it's the right thing to do, even if it's not likely to succeed.
Mr. Chair, I move to remove Mr. Martin from this meeting.
Second.
That might also be dilatory, but okay.
Region
Yes.
1 is not sending their best, and I'm tired of pretending that they are. The best went with Heyman and
Chair, if
Clark.
you could prevent the members from directing personal frivolous attacks against other members, I'd appreciate it. I'm
Mr.
only
Chair,
trying
the
to
point of
exercise
order,
my rights as a
motion
member.
is
I don't want to talk out of
Hold
order.
on.
Mr. Chair, he started it.
All right.
Move Martin from meeting.
Mr.
Oh my
Martin is
God.
repealing the ruling of the chair.
The name
I
of the
will
motion
respect
gets
Mr.
me.
Martin's appeal to the ruling of the chair. The appeal is that my ruling that items are was it not sub? Can you please repeat?
Yes,
Remember
sir.
the
That
ruling?
the items that were not noticed previously, specifically outside of the executive session motion, which was noticed, right, would not fall under the executive session rules preventing discussion. Even though they may have been mentioned, that would be kind of a way to sneak something
So,
in without allowing
unfortunately, I can't
discussion on
show
it. And I don't believe that's
comment and the typo fix.
What did we
but
just
it's
dispense? What did we
they
just dispense with Mr.
are.
Chatterton's motion or Mr.
The
Chatterton?
exact same item.
Yeah, so it's already been dispensed with.
I don't believe so. It's different, sir, because I'm
Mr.
asking.
Chair, there's a pending motion of removing Mr. Martin
They
from this
literally
meeting, and I would like to
did
see
call
that.
I'm only
all
asking for
questions.
debate, guys. I just think
No,
that
it's
it's appropriate. It's okay
dilatory.
if you guys don't.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Martin, I'm
Mr.
gonna.
Chair,
okay,
we
here's
had
what
an
we're gonna do.
hour and a half in executive session to
Here's-
debate
here's-
this report.
here's what we're
Please,
gonna do.
words of the day.
Here's what we're gonna do. Mr. Martin, I believe it's dilatory. It's already been dispensed with. If you're gonna continue to interrupt, then I've already given you a fair warning. I believe that have been fair. And then at that point, if people want to make motions to remove it, would be in order. But I think
Sad Tyler
you've been
Dinky
respectful to this point.
noises.
Let's keep it respectful. Mr. Dar, you have your hand raised.
Yes. My second resolution, whereas the Special Investigatory Committee finds that the former chair, Angela McArdle, financially benefited from her deception of the Libertarian National Committee, and whereas the Libertarian National Committee is unlikely to recover the full amount of misappropriated funds without incurring costs that which was misappropriated, be it resolved that the Libertarian National Committee shall explore fundraising or pro bono legal counsel to pursue the recovery of funds under any legal procedures available as outlined in this report and any supplemental reports produced by the Special Investigatory Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, we'll now move on to a vote.
So I don't know if
Not
Chris
me.
is talking about the LNC or me and Amanda.
That's, whoops, that's not the right one. Could you read that again, please, Mr. Dar, because I did not have that copied properly, and I just want to make sure everyone heard it.
You're right, Tyler.
Chair
Sure,
needs to use
just
a
need
lot
to
of
unmute
things.
This is spicy as fuck, man. They're like making all these resolutions against.
Whereas the Special Investigatory Committee finds that the former chair, Angela
Susan.
McArdle, financially benefited from her deception in the Libertarian
What the-
National Committee, and whereas the National Libertarian National
Andrew.
Committee is unlikely to recover the full amount of misappropriated funds without incurring costs above that which was misappropriated.
I moved to
Be resolved, the
capsize
Libertarian
Hawaii
National Committee
as an
shall explore
island
fundraising
that
and
can
or pro bono
capsize.
legal counsel to pursue the recovery of funds under which legal procedures available as outlined in the report and any supplemental reports produced by the Special Investigatory Committee.
Second.
You guys, I love that you're all here. So let's say that.
Mr. Chatterton and Mr. Martin, are either of your hands raised for a point of order, point of parliament, point of
Kyle, I'm
parliamentary
not thrilled that
inquiry,
you're here,
or
but I'm
anything like
making
that?
do. Chat's
Raised
helping.
for discussion.
Emotional support chat.
Mine is a point of order.
What's
She's
your point of
lying.
order, Mr.
Because this is
She's a big fan of whenever I
have
ask
to
him.
raise a similar point of order because it's a separate issue.
Just because your
for the
tits are larger
record,
than mine.
It's the
that
same.
this should allow discussion.
Someone
on
had
this
to be
because
the man,
it's not
and someone thereby has to be the
It's
woman.
this- We've already
Know which
dispensed
way it
with
would go.
This
In
motion was
discussion.
not part of previous questions that were called in the last motion.
Military, you were very clear at the beginning of these resolutions.
Point of order. These resolutions are separate motions. This was not on the table at the time of the last calling of all questions. This is a new question that was not on the table at the time and is in order to debate.
It was in the report, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can we please move on?
I'm going to call it dilatory because it wasn't in the report.
Rachel, I thought your
That's a
type was
different question.
quick.
That's a point of order. That is not a valid.
You're
I
oh,
appeal
you're
the
making-
ruling of the chair. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Well, my point of
I appeal your
to your point, my
face.
point of order is that it's in order. So you're appealing the ruling of the chair. All right, we'll do it again.
I would ask that you rule such an appeal dilatory.
Please.
I would second that request.
This is a new motion that was not on the table.
I'll tell you
in
you're
previous
being a good
motions, and
voice.
to cut off
Andrew,
the debate without
dilatory.
allowing even a call.
You're a man.
The chair gets-
And Mr. Martin from this meeting.
Hold on.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Second.
Never seen someone
Yeah, right,
kick
so-
water for someone so immoral. Jesus Christ, this is absurd.
Adrian,
I
To a
mean,
point of order.
you did.
Are we allowed to hit a secret agenda inside of a
Mr. Chair.
classified?
Dilatory,
Sir, I
dilatory.
move to remove Mr. Martin
What's
and
happening
Mr.
right
Chatterton.
now
from
is
the
a
meeting.
secret agenda.
I'm-
And you
Mr.
guys
Martin,
didn't show us
I'm
the
gonna tell you
agenda,
very-
and now everything in the report, you
Please,
guys get.
Mr. Martin, you're not
This
recognized.
is a violation of
Not
basic
recognized.
parliamentary procedure. This is a new motion. It was not on the table, and the question has not been called.
I move to remove Mr. Chatterton and Mr. Martin from this meeting. They've been given ample warning. They're they're stonewalling something that should have been
Objection.
done half an hour ago.
This is out of order because we're raising good faith concerns. And
Hold
just
on, hold on, hold on.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Martin,
You're raising them
Mr.
out of
Martin,
order.
You're not recognized. If you interrupt one more time, I will entertain Mr. Malagon's motion.
I don't
Okay.
think you will. This is like the
Okay.
2 days, 2 more days.
Let's go back to the motion.
That was a violation of
Okay, I'm
the
sorry.
NA pinky swear.
It's
Exactly.
not on the screen.
Wonderful,
because
Fran, thank you.
I didn't copy it properly. But Mr. Dar did.
Yeah, he's going to send a strongly
did
worded memo.
restate it, and I'm
scapegoat.
sure he'd be willing to restate it again.
Mr. Dar, could you restate your motion?
Whereas the Special Investigatory Committee finds that former chair Angela McArdle financially benefited from her deception.
Paul
of the
tried not to
Libertarian
laugh.
National Committee, and whereas the Libertarian National Committee is unlikely to recover the full amount of misappropriated funds, without incurring costs above that which was misappropriated, be it resolved that the Libertarian National Committee shall explore fundraising or pro bono legal counsel to pursue the recovery of funds under any legal procedures available as outlined in this report and any supplemental reports produced by the Special Investigatory Committee. Thank you.
Point of order, this was also not noticed.
All right, we're going to do it the
Stephen McGill
fun
is
and
going
clean
on
way.
record as being very frustrated.
Mr.
with Austin
Chatterton
Martin.
I intend to sue
is,
Chatterton after tonight because the eye rolling has caused me
he
severe
wishes
strain
to
and
overturn the ruling
emotional
of the
damage.
chair. I will speak on this. I
That was
believe it's
me.
in order, and I'm going to call the question.
What?
I've
you-
caused you emotional damage.
I raised a different point of order as well. This is
Mr.
not
Chair, for
noticed.
fuck's sake, can we not anymore?
No more points of order.
Thank you.
I appeal the ruling of
Ever
the chair.
again.
Mr. Chair.
All right, so
Mr. Chair, may I ask a request for information?
we're in for request for information.
Could you read that again?
Are you claiming that this motion was any part of calling the previous question?
You know what? Look, we'll do it the fun way. Mr. Chatterton wants to overturn the ruling of the chair. I spoke to why I believe it should be sustained, and I call the question. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
All right, so we're going to vote on whether or not to call the question, and then we'll vote on whether or not to overturn the ruling of the chair, and then we'll vote on the motion.
Is there an objection to calling the question?
Hearing no objection, we'll move to the vote on my ruling, whether or not it's sustained.
Okay, I will replace your votes as I say them. I just
Object to
copied.
the calling of the question. This was a new motion and speakers were not recognized in order.
I objected to.
Okay, we'll vote on that.
One moment.
Yeah, this is what they have to deal with in
Mr.
Michigan
Chair,
all
is
the
it
time.
appropriate to
people.
have a point of personal privilege at this moment unrelated to the vote?
Yes.
His
Very
point of personal
quickly.
privilege is, can he have a
I
diaper?
have to get up for a flight in 2 hours on behalf of the Libertarian Party. So if Mr. Weir is available, I would ask him to take the chair at this point. I can't tell from the screen.
I believe he is. I will call upon Mr. Weir in your absence, Mr. Ford.
Thank you very much all. I wish you all good luck, and I would ask you to wish me good luck this week.
Joe,
Good luck.
they're
Good
voting
luck.
on calling the question
Good
to
luck.
appeal the ruling of the chair. On
Okay,
whether to
this
hear a
is
motion.
on calling the question on Mr. Weir's.
They're voting on whether to vote on whether
Mr.
to vote.
Chatterton,
Mr. Chatterton's, excuse me, point of order.
that was moved by myself.
And, you are
That
correct.
moved
I'm like Mr. Ford. I want this
myself.
meeting to last forever. So, Mr. Boss,
I've got lots of drugs. Go.
Oh man. Shouldn't share, y'all.
I can't share with you virtually.
Whichever vote extends discussion. No?
yes. Remember, your old votes are on here. A no vote would overrule the turning of the chair. A yes vote would sustain. Mr. Chatterton.
You heading out, Chris?
This is the okay. No,
Oh, the bios
I'm
to
sustaining
Pat
the
Ford.
ruling.
Mr. Dar.
I think if Chris
Isn't this
wants to
calling
leave,
the
he needs a
question?
second.
You just
Yes.
said no.
Chris is in for the long.
Oh,
no,
is
no,
it?
we've
Yes.
everyone in
I-
the chat right now
okay,
is actually
I'm
like
sorry.
kidnapped
Clarify,
and can't
because
It
leave.
is. It's calling the question. So I'm going to go back to the beginning. I'm sorry. I'm getting.
If you don't
I'm
believe me,
getting
try.
happy.
You won't be able to get
Mr.
it from your
Boss,
seats.
this is in fact on calling the question. Does your vote remain no?
My vote remains no.
Mr. Chatterton,
Also no.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
No.
This violates
Mr.
my
Weir.
math, yeah.
I'll vote no.
I will vote yes. Ms. Hayes.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Mr. Martin,
Nope.
Mr. Malagon,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Yep.
Mr. Redpath,
Wait a minute? You passed Hannah?
Mr. Nana.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Vincent. Oh, he's absent. Mr. Watkins,
No.
Ms. Januskavich.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it is 961. Your vote will not make a difference. Do you wish to vote?
No, I'll abstain.
Oh, you did abstain. I think I read. Oh, I had that from the former vote. Okay, so we are back on
Blurry again.
the appeal from the ruling of the chair. I can't raise my hand, but I would like to.
Ms. Harlos, and then Mr. Desk.
Blurry. Damn it.
Okay, so Mr. Chatterton kind of combined two into one. One of them is on an issue that was already disposed of, which is the notice issue, which I'll just once again say that he had no problem with me
That is a
getting
low
2
bar,
hours
Rachel.
notice of motions against me. So we do have a custom, but these are also incidental main motions. And in our policy manual, the notice requirement for original main motions is 5 days, not incidental main motions. So there literally is no notice problem. It's whether or not the body thinks it's reasonable. The body has already, by sustaining the appeal before, has felt it was reasonable. So that's up to the body. But if anyone's going to point to the 5 days in the policy manual, I will say that is for original main motions and not incidental main motions. But his other appeal, in which he said was different, was that all previous questions were called, but this wasn't a live question yet. But the chair never declared this was a live question. So this is a completely previous frivolous appeal. He's appealing something the chair never said. The chair never said this question was called. What the chair said was that debate was not going to be permitted outside of executive session. And I think that's been borne out by the fact that various members of this committee have
Hi,
basically threatened pending litigation.
Saying hi. We have a
So
bunch of people watching
whether
this.
they
I want to tell them I love them.
intended to or not, they've proven the case as to why all discussion of this needed to be an executive session. If they hadn't decided to make that claim, which I think is foundless, I could be wrong, but I happen to think is foundless, then perhaps I wouldn't have this argument. But they made the argument themselves as to why this debate had to be an executive session.
So someone suggested a
I'm
bingo
done.
board earlier.
Mr. Desk.
Oh, damn, we should have done a bigger card. Do
I'm
we want
sorry,
to
it's
make one
probably
now?
not in order right now. I had a question.
We need to, like,
about
generate
this
one.
motion. Mr. Dar's
Instead
motion
of bingo,
that he's
I'm calling it
making.
a drinking game.
I'm not trying to agree. I'm just confused. Like it wasn't the one that was in the
Kyle's trying to
report.
get me
It
drunk.
has different wording. Does that matter pertaining to this?
It's germane to the report.
We want
Because
suggestions,
the
though,
report-
from you guys
The motion
on what
that
to
this
put in the
was
drinking
in,
game.
because you guys keep saying this was in the report, this motion,
Oh,
but it
Nikhil is
wasn't
definitely
right because this one's saying
abstained.
one thing that it should, and it's saying that, but in the report
3
it says
hours.
open. Like we should be open to it, but now it's just saying we should investigate. Does that make sense? Like
There
I
was
just don't know,
basically an
it's different.
innocent until proven guilty.
Well, I can't answer that exactly, but I do believe it's germane to the because it's germane to the report is an action.
We really
being
should have
taken
made a
based off
drinking
the
game. I
report,
said we were
which
going to.
Is essentially what we've done.
Adrian was a dick to people.
Well, we're
Mr.
gonna
Martin.
it's gonna start now. So Adrian says something
Mr. Chair, I'm
dickish.
extremely concerned about what I'm seeing because it appears that all we need to do is find some excuse to go into executive session, and then everything germane to that can go through without a debate,
Motion
without any
for
process.
Austin to be
We're
removed.
getting good questions. We have members that are elected to do this job to make sure that our members' best interests are seen. The politics is getting in the way. There's a huge contentious fight here that in
Kyle,
order
can you
for
make a
us
list
to
of these?
properly understand, we need to follow procedure. And in this case, I don't think procedure is being properly followed. I think we're in really uncharted territory here, where there are basically
I think you should have to
motions
drink
being
double
moved
if you agree
without
with someone you
discussion
don't
or
normally
debate
agree with.
based
Okay,
on
yeah,
and it's
double
just
if you agree
your
with someone
ruling,
you don't
sir.
agree
There
with,
seems
typically.
to be a kind of coordinated effort by
This
some
goes
members.
beyond the appeal,
I
Mr. Chair.
agree.
No, this is directly. I believe this is directly related, but I'll stop that line of inquiry if that's not appropriate. I do see the problem, though, that if this
I like
agenda
Rachel's.
is not just
Every time
about the
the
notice factor.
Austin
This
is
is
motion
about
to be
the
removed.
discussion
Well, I
angle
already wrote that
and
down.
about the fact that there are there's differences in these things. They're just being shot from the hip out of a report. That why does that make it okay to shut down
Someone
discussion?
says fake
The discussion
news.
was about whether or not we should make the report public.
Nick Sarwark
It's
has
public.
mentioned.
These are different actions.
Okay.
This is not confidential information anymore that we can't discuss. And so the
think when
idea
two
of
or
shutting
more
this down
people are
is
drinking,
a
you have to
slap in the
drink
face to
until that
Chair,
everyone.
we already decided on the debate
Our members
issue.
Put it in the
deserve
chat
better.
so we can
Do better. We can get real work done, guys, and instead we're doing this bullshit.
We're trying to get
Mr.
back the
Chatham.
money that the
So I
chair of
would
your
disagree
caucus
with the
stole.
characterization. This is an incidental main motion, as has been pointed out. This
Did
is
you
a
get
distinct
drink
motion. It's
double
not what is
if
cited
someone
in the
says
report.
something that you if
And
someone you
this
typically
is
don't agree
an
with makes a
additional
good point?
action beyond the adoption of the report.
I don't think so.
And it is also an additional action beyond the recommendations from the report, as was pointed out. And I would further echo Mr. Martin's sentiments that these items were not
We
allowed to
should,
be discussed in executive session. 2 minutes out
paste
of an hour
these
to debate an item of
in the
100
LP Alliance
pages
account
and these
on the
subsequent
comments under
recommendations
the
that involve
stream.
legal action of the party is irresponsible by this board. And this is a travesty.
Mr. Johnson?
Did we go on for talking
yes,
while you're
Mr.
muted?
Chair. I would argue that
Talking while
2
muted.
minutes out of an hour and a half, for the record, is hardly on a meeting that was noticed June 1st for issues that we have discussed in executive session over and over and over again this term. And this year alone is hardly no time for debate. We've already voted to adopt this report. I would like to move all current questions and specifically, since you, sir, ruled that we were not allowed to debate these motions in the report outside of executive committee, I would like to move all current and questions and previous questions as per the report.
All right, there's a motion.
Kyle, can
Is
you
there a
paste
second?
these to?
I'm working on it.
Okay,
Point of
I'm
order,
just
it's
making
not-
sure.
In order to call questions not yet on the table.
Mr. Chair, the only motions on the table, as far as I know, unless Mr. Dar has one I'm not aware
That'd
of,
be the,
that was the last motion.
okay, that is not necessary. Mr. Boss and Mr. Dar.
Yes, it's been mentioned several
Post that in
times.
the main
Someone
chat
has
too.
threatened legal
Here.
action on this committee. I don't know if I was asleep. I didn't hear any threats of legal action.
Oh, it's not posting it
Mr.
because
Chair,
it's me.
can I have your indulgence
the link.
just to address very quickly that one comment?
Go ahead.
I did not claim that anyone on this committee
Here
claimed
we
to
go.
sue us. I claimed that there were threats that
They're
other
drinking
people
in, guys.
might, that we are exposing ourselves to. And anyone can go back and listen to the recording and hear that.
It wasn't necessarily at you, Madam Chair or Secretary. There were multiple comments that were very vague. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boss.
Mr. Dar, and then that's it.
I was going to call questions, but if it's quicker to go to Mr. Chatterton, we can do that.
He's already spoken.
He's already
Yeah, he's
spoken.
already spoken. I'm not gonna let it go around twice again.
Okay.
We should be taking super chats. This
All right,
is
then
incredible.
I do not need to speak
I
any
know it.
further.
All right, we'll go
It's
on
absolutely
to
wild.
the vote.
What is
We could
this?
just make an
as
LPA
part
buy
of
me a
parliamentary
coffee.
inquiry, what are we on now? Because this has just gotten so ridiculous. I'd like a
You guys just wanna-
refresher.
We are on sustaining the ruling of the chair.
PayPal me or
Mr. Chair, what was that ruling again for those who may or may not be up to speed 100%? I am, but just for the record.
Venmo. That's the
That
word.
this motion is in order. The DAR motion is in order.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'll go to a vote. Mr. Boss,
No.
Mr. Chatterton.
Correction, abstain.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, come
Mr.
on.
Chatterton,
Thank you,
No.
Sai.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr.
Point of
Dassing.
personal privilege.
Kyle did
sorry,
write
point
down
of
the rules for
personal
the drinking
privilege. I
game,
need
and
to
Free did make
jump
good
out of this meeting.
suggestions.
I cede to Miss Halsey.
Okay. Mr. Dassing,
No.
Point of order. I have additional suggestions that I was not asked
Mr.
for.
Weir,
What?
for it.
Give your additional suggestions, and we'll add them.
I'm gonna abstain.
Now I'd like to vote to remove myself from
I
having to
will
listen to these
vote
people.
yes. Ms. Hasley,
Yes.
My arms are incredibly
Mr.
brawny
Martin,
and formidable, Sai.
No.
Oh,
Mr. Maligan,
Aye.
someone's pointed out
Mr.
that
Johnson,
anyone that says
Yes.
second.
Mr. Nana,
Yep.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Especially coming from Karen Ann, that was fantastic.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Vincent, are you still absent? Mr. Watkins,
No.
Ms. Yanuskavich,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it is 942. Do you wish to vote?
I will vote yes.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, it is 1042.
Right, the chair's ruling is sustained. We'll now move on to a vote of the DAR motion.
But I accelerate very
Motion
quickly.
to adjourn.
Sai.
It is not in order at this time.
Second.
It is not in order during a vote.
What I lack in mass, I make
Mr.
up for in
Boss?
acceleration.
I thought we were voting on this already. Abstain would have been my vote for this.
Your vote wouldn't have made a difference before anyway, if that matters.
Well, yeah, Rachel, because voting actually gets you political points.
I mean, if you
this one,
if you had voted no to
not with LPNH,
you know what I'm saying,
they're
I
too
hope
scared.
That's fine.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, Mr. Chatterton,
No.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
No.
Mr. Weir,
I vote no.
I will vote yes. Ms. Halsey,
Yes.
Mr.
I
Martin,
could say something that would make Chris really angry right now.
No.
Do it.
Chris,
Mr. Maligan?
why are you trying to
Aye.
compensate for this boredom with something even more boring?
Mr.
Baseball is the
Johnson?
best sport to watch.
Yes.
It's not. Hockey is. All the fights,
Mr. Nana,
the true
Yep.
man's sport. I used to play hockey. I was a goalie.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
And then she turned 8.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Vincent, I believe, is still absent. Mr. Watkins,
Oh, Dawson.
Ms. Yanuskavich.
Well, they accepted
Yes.
the report. They commissioned another report.
Mr. Chair, it's 951. Do you wish to vote?
They declared
yes.
Angela McCardle unfit to serve on the LNC or an
It
affiliate
is
or as an
1051.
LP candidate. There were
passes.
several motions to remove Austin Martin from the meeting that were not entertained
All right,
because
is there anything else on the docket?
Michaela
Mr.
made
Dar?
him pinky swear.
I do not have any further motions.
I move to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Well, if there's no further business.
I second.
We just adjourn.
Any opposition to adjourning? Hearing none.
Mr. Dar has his hand up. I don't know if that was
That was just pointing out I had no further motions for us to adjourn.
Got it.
We are adjourned at
Woo!
what time is it?
10:45.
10:45, sir.
Yeah, it's too late. Sorry, guys. You know, we should really have a good attitude about this and just make it a reality.
Honestly, just shut the fuck up. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, no,
Take a
reality
drink.
show. It would be
Still
perfect.
counts.
Guys, we can make so much money. It would be fun too, right?
We're doing it.
Libertarian
Austin.
TMZ.
We'd watch it. You know you would. Don't lie.
That's
If you're gonna-
basically what the business list is, guys. So you'll
Have a
catch
good night,
it
everyone.
at Thursday.
Aloha.
On Thursday.
And nobody
At
likes the
8
sore winner,
PT.
by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I love sore winners. They're usually sore for good
The
reasons.
whole TMZ show sponsored by the Libertarian.
Knew that was coming.
Yes.
I support that.
I'm sore when I win.
You want to make me a bottle? That would go what?
Is everyone wishing to talk? Because I'm about to close the room.
My baby's freaking out. Sorry.
Nothing serious.
If I were your baby, I'd be
Okay,
freaking
I'm
out.
shutting
too.
down the room. I just didn't want to do it unexpectedly on everybody.
Thank you.
Have fun, everyone.
The recording has stopped.
Okay, guys, so here's what's going to happen. Mazel tov, you got through it. When they drop the report tomorrow, we will
Tomorrow?
read it with you. I thought they were dropping it tomorrow.
It's supposed to be tonight after.
I
the
know
meeting.
it's supposed to be, but I thought someone said they were dropping it tomorrow. Go ski-daddle into battle and find it if it's out. That's very slow news day for TMZ, if that's true. All right, so here are our abstains and our no's while Kyle searches for the report. To accept the reports, Bost abstains, Chatterton says no, Dassing abstains, Martin says no, Vincent abstains, Watkins abstains, Weir abstains, although it's not recorded. And then, okay, yes, good. And Ford actually
But
voted
then-
yes.
But then Paul said that he had already made those, I thought.
For another report being commissioned on credit card expenditures and convention expenditures. Chatterton passed and then abstained. Dassing abstained. Martin abstained. Watkins abstained. For declaring Angela McArdle unfit to serve on the LNC as an affiliate, as well as a libertarian candidate, and then requesting that bylaws committee make necessary defensive changes to prevent further malfeasance from future chairs and the like. Bost votes no, Chatterton votes no, Dassing votes no, Martin votes no, Watkins votes no, Ford abstains, Hayes abstains. So there is that. Stephen Akela did vote on a few of these, showing that he does not vote as a rule. Hi, Meredith. Glad you made it out alive.
Meredith and Karen Ann have joined us in the chat. A microphone wanted to follow me here. Report
Wonderful.
will
Thank
be out
you very
tonight.
much, Karen Ann. We appreciate that.
You want up, Meredith?
Definitely.
Yeah, hold on.
When it is politically salutary to issue a particular vote on something, the chair will do so. When it is politically more complex, even to vote to hear debate, chair will not do so.
Karen Ann, you are also welcome up here.
I appreciate chairs who
let's see,
vote.
people.
Chairs who vote are virile and virtuous in the Machiavellian sense. Yeah, we appreciate you, Karen Ann. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank
Look at
you, guys. You did it. You're all here. Meredith's here. Hi,
What up?
Meredith. Hi. How you
hear
feeling?
me?
Yeah, sit down. You earned it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I just gotta figure out how to make my headphones work. Sorry if I look crazy. I'm on my
You're fine. No, it's been a long night for you.
currently like trying to decide whether
Okay. Oh, now I can't hear you.
but yeah.
No, okay. She's working it out. What does it all mean?
In magnets.
How do they work? So you're muted now, Meredith. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, fucking D.
You're muted. There we go. Nope.
There you
Okay.
go.
God damn
Now
it.
you're not. You're good. You're good. Oh,
Bugsy!
doggy.
I'm like seriously so aggravated right now.
Oh,
I
this
ha-
one's big.
I had
Report's
to
going
deal-
out now.
I had to deal with multiple clients today who wanted me to do bullshit motions, and I'm already this was way worse.
Yeah. This was a bunch of libertarians, so I don't know what you expect. But
I just want to say for the record, I think we had more time to review this report than we did for the Karen Ann report that came out in November. Fucking Adrian, shut up, dude! I'm on the stream.
relatable.
Okay. Anyway, we had way longer, and all this stuff has been being investigated since like January or
Mhm.
before then. Okay, and I'm just like, basically, what happened was this was all just gamesmanship, and these
Mhm.
people clearly came in with an agenda, and were I mean, what you saw in the regular session was a mirror image of what it was like in executive session with these people. So this annoyance with them did not come in a vacuum.
Mhm.
Put it that way.
Were there motions to throw Austin out of the executive session as well?
No, and I really considered making one at one point. And it wasn't because it was because of something else, but it's executive session, so I'm not going to get into it. But it was very upsetting. That's all I would say.
Yeah.
And there was, slanderous accusations made against me personally that I'm very pissed off about.
Mm-hmm.
And I highly suspect that my employer is going to be contacted, as it's already been twice. And this is the Mises Caucus playbook.
So that's still going on. People are still contacting your employer with slanderous things.
Yeah. The
Okay.
last one, they told my Jewish boss with the most Jewish name in America, you have an anti-Semite working for you, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah.
But he didn't care. He thought it was funny.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'm glad you have people who know that it's BS.
he goes, we go to dinner one time. He goes, what is this libertarian party that can't stop emailing me? And I was like, David, I just can't. I don't even want to get into it. But yeah. I mean, I think that myself, Adrian, Kathy, and Escavage, I think we will all be targeted this week.
Mm-hmm.
It was very heavily intimated. And I think a certain person is behind it, and it's the person subject to the report.
Yeah. Well, we were
It's,
supposed to go on, Kyle.
I am so excited for this report. Karen Ann put in the comments for those who aren't on the YouTube stream that it should be coming out any minute. She is currently setting it up to go out on the public list. And so as soon as that's out, we'll bring it up.
Do you guys see my glasses, Marks?
I actually don't know.
Okay, sweet. I've been wearing my glasses since 5 a.m.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, we appreciate everyone's hard work. Okay, it is out. The report's out.
Okay,
so
pull it up.
Let's pull it up. Let's go through it, guys. We're doing a live reading of the report. Meredith's seen it. We haven't seen it. We're going to go
Pull
through
that
it.
shit up, Jamie.
I'm working on it. I'm doing it.
You know Jamie.
Where's Jamie ever? So slow. Jamie.
It's not there yet. Like it hasn't come through to my inbox at least yet. I'm a trying.
I know Karen Ann got that up with a quickness, but
For sure.
no, you didn't tell me. Oh my god.
It
Do you want to hear from
So-
Adrian?
Sure.
Does he have a comment?
Do you have a comment for the LP Alliance stream?
He's probably going to tell us that we're gay. That's my guess.
He wants to. Kyle says, "Are you going to tell us we're gay, or you're going to tell them you're gay?"
Why are you gay?
That wouldn't be breaking news.
What are you gay? He said he cannot believe this organization is the one that he's almost lost his job over multiple times.
Okay, Karen Ann says it's a large report, so it's going to take a bit. I will let our people know. That's
You heard
we
it here
are about
first.
to-
Let Amanda's people go.
Were you guys there the whole time?
Yeah,
Yes.
no, we were, and our audience was, and they're still here, and we've got a ton of people, so many wonderful people.
Are you guys offended that we weren't debating those motions?
I always like debate. I think debate that I understand why you guys didn't, but I think it's very appropriate for people to hear the rationale for certain votes. I understand
Yeah.
that makes meetings longer. But again, that's so much of what this party is about is debating. But truthfully, that's so important for a party of principle to know where people stand and why.
Yeah, I mean, tonight, I think that it would have been, I think we would have been there till past midnight California time
Mhm.
had there been debate on those motions. And people, again, like we're using their speaking time to essentially serve as the defense attorneys,
Yeah.
quote unquote, for Ms. McArdle.
Which website, Angie?
I think Karen Ann was going to put it on Elpedia. Who else is on here? This is
Free?
Who's free?
Free,
Free, who
free
are
for all.
you?
Oh my gosh. Do you know the
Oh,
show
man.
Are You Smarter Than a Politician?
What are you? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did you
That's
guys
me.
do that in Florida?
Yeah, we just did it live in Florida. Yeah.
Who won?
Spike won.
That's not surprising.
Spike beat Stephen Akela and Matt Johnson.
That's
and
also
we
not
had
surprising.
40,000 live viewers on it.
Oh my gosh.
And 50,000 by the morning.
Yeah,
What was I doing this weekend? Why wasn't I watching?
we're
I
at
forget.
62 now, I believe, or something like that.
Oh, that's cool. I should wait. Is it whose channel is it on?
You can go to mine. It's Freedom for Us for All. They should probably change my thing. I didn't change it when I got on here.
Is it on the LPF's channel? Do they have a channel?
Everybody reposted it. We got a lot of reposts. The post itself was like 125,000 or something. It was crazy.
Jesus.
Chase, you coming up? I
We
know
gotta
that
find this
anytime
report. We gotta read this report.
we're waiting on it. I've got the report up. I've got my email up. Like,
Part of me is tempted to send it to you, but I can't.
We're apparently gonna get it.
Be
soon.
nice.
it is a big report. It's got to upload through.
Also, I'm just gonna say it's not 100 pages. It's like 92 or 94, and like several pages are just like pieces of evidence. Let's say.
Yeah.
So I got through it in less than an hour.
Okay.
And I mean, I am a kind of a fast reader, but still, I mean, it's
Well, you've got to be as a lawyer.
yeah. But like this idea of like we had no time. What they're really saying is we didn't have time to poke holes in it by going back and talking to Angela, going back and talking to so and so, going back and talking to Austin, whomever, and trying to pick apart these little things. That's
Clarification
what they
for
really
viewers.
meant.
She means Austin Paget, not Austin Martin on that.
Yes, that
Yeah.
is who I meant.
I
And
will link
well-
to the public list. You can join this group and then you get the notifications for it. So
I'm really concerned about how I look right now.
Yeah, you look great.
Thank you.
I can't see your glass marks at all. Since you asked.
Thank you. I'm sure my nose looks bulbous.
No, oh no. Meredith, you can come back.
Kyle wanted to be the best looking again, so he kicked her off.
What a jerk, Kyle.
Yes, back.
There we go.
Whoops.
You're fine.
Tell me back.
Kyle does it to me all the time.
I
He just kicks
accidentally
me off.
pressed the forward button in my browser because I'm really, really bad at technology.
Okay, Kieran's putting in the link.
Come on. Let's go.
And then hopefully Karen Ann can hop up here too. And then we can talk about the things that are in the report.
Oh my gosh.
Meredith, I
Adrian kicked the
changed my
plug out.
handle. I changed it to my handle too. If you want to see my handle for.
All right, I'm not wearing my
finding the
glasses,
show.
so hold up. Oh my God, you saw my forehead wrinkle. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, cool. What's he doing? Bugsy is really excited that I'm home, but I'm not hanging out with him right now because I'm talking to you guys. Bugsy, you want to be on a podcast?
I want Bugsy to be on the podcast.
Here we go. Bam.
Did you get it?
Yes. I'm sending out the link to the LPA portion.
Pull it up.
Working on it. Jesus.
You're such a bad Jamie.
Yeah, you
Jesus
are.
Christ.
Terrible.
Okay.
Gotta be Joe Rogan over here.
Is it Kyle your Jamie or is it Devin?
Both hands.
I feel like Devin's probably more of the Jamie.
Devin does a lot of production work.
Kyle's like the Joey Diaz. I don't know.
Is it
Maybe
okay to go
like that,
to
yeah.
your secretary email, Karen Ann? I shared tab audio just in case anyone wants to see that part.
Woo-hoo! All right, let's go,
Oh, man.
guys.
This is
We're going.
okay.
All right, I'm
Let's see,
coming
is
off the
there-
camera right now because I can't see.
Wait, Kyle, can you put it in the private chat so that I
will-
can?
I will make it more bigger. Hold on. It's I have to get Karen Ann a link first. Okay. StreamYard. There. Whichever email you look at, Karen Ann, I just sent to both. All right. Squinting with anticipation. I know! Original file. Let's there we go. This is how you do it. All right.
Meredith can tell us where the sexy bits are. All right.
You can definitely go past like the first few pages, which more like that stuff's like executive summary and explanation of what. Okay, never mind. Adrian says that's the most important part.
Okay.
All right. I'll read it. I'll read it to people. If you just zoom in. Gotta zoom in.
Why are
then.
you so blind?
I'm wearing glasses. The SIC was established by the LNC to examine allegations of misconduct, undisclosed conflicts of interest, and potential legal violations involving former chair Angela McArdle. The investigation focused primarily on two entities, Freedom Calls LLC and Swing Vote Strategist SVS, both of the parent ties to McArdle's domestic partner, Austin Padgett, as well as McArdle's involvement in organizing the Rescue the Republic rally. Interviews were conducted with Hannah Kennedy, Matt Hudson, Drew Hreha, Michael Heiss, Carrie Eller, Todd Hagopian, Jake Porter, Matthew Sanders, and Adrian Malagon. In addition, the SIC reviewed hundreds of documents and followed up with interviewees as required. Requests for interviews were declined or unanswered by Angela McArdle, Austin Padgett, Luke Troxell, and Matthew Butts. Their refusal to participate is noted for the record, but is not treated by the committee as an admission of wrongdoing. All right,
Ooh.
Key findings. Conflicted transactions with Freedom Calls LLC. McArdle engaged Freedom Calls, a Delaware LLC apparently owned by Padgett for call center services without LNC knowledge or approval. McArdle failed to disclose this financial conflict, did not execute a proper written contract, and bypassed required legal counsel review. LNC made payments to Freedom Calls totaling $49,600 over the course of a year. An audit found that the return on investment was highly negative, with only $2,468.57 raised, rendering the transaction grossly inefficient and outside of industry norms. McArdle directly appointed for payment 4 of the 14 invoices submitted for Freedom Calls LLC, with the remainder approved by the executive director. The SIC found no evidence that the executive director was involved in hiring Freedom Calls LLC, was aware that Paget owned Freedom Calls, or that she acted in an
Sorry.
improper manner. That's an orphan. 2, concealment and deception. Freedom Calls Delaware registration and W-9 form were used to obscure Paget's ownership. McArdle gave misleading or false statements to LNC members, instructed removal of Paget from her conflict disclosures, and referred to him as a volunteer liaison. There was no clear evidence that Freedom Calls provided services of professional quality. Number 3, undisclosed financial interests in Swing Vote Strategist, SVS. SVS was another Delaware LLC created by Paget and used to funnel $32,000 in payments to McArdle from the Kennedy Victory Fund, where she was assisting with affiliate onboarding. These payments were not disclosed as required under LNC policy. McArdle misled LNC members about the recipient and nature of the services rendered. Despite resigning as LNC chair, McArdle continued communicating on behalf of the party, using her official title of LNC chair, including after her resignation.
Jesus.
Number 4.
I didn't even know that until this came out.
Wow. Improper use of party resources for Rescue the Republic rally. McArdle formed Rescue the West, a nonprofit that organized the RTR rally. She used her title and party email resources to promote the event. McArdle failed to submit communications for proper review and approval, potentially misleading members into believing the event was officially sanctioned by the LNC. The rally included speakers, messaging, and imagery closely aligned with Donald Trump, which further undermined party neutrality. Conclusions. McArdle appears to have repeatedly violated LNC internal policies, DC nonprofit law, and basic fiduciary duties. McArdle engaged in apparently intentional concealment, failed to disclose financial conflicts of interest, and misused donor funds without delivering fair market value to the party. The LNC acted appropriately by terminating these contracts, forming the SIC, and accepting McArdle's resignation. Recommendations: stronger enforcement and awareness of conflict of interest policies, improvement of policies concerning review of contracts, increased transparency and documentation requirements for party expenditures, structural reforms to prevent unilateral control of staff or resources by any single officer, recommendation that the LNC send a cease and desist letter to McArdle demanding she cease using the LNC chair title. Recommendation that the LNC adopt a resolution finding McArdle unfit to serve as an officer of the Libertarian Party in the future. Recommendation that the LNC adopt a resolution declaring that the LNC is not, can you scroll down? Shall not contract with Angela McArdle, Austin Paget, or any corporation or entity closely held or controlled by either one, or use an Oxford comma, evidently. The SIC has concluded that while the LNC may have valid claims for restitution, pursuing legal action is not advisable due to the high cost relative to potential recovery. Therefore, the SIC recommends against using general funds for litigation. However, if members wish to pursue the matter and secure sufficient dedicated donations or a pro bono attorney, the LNC could reconsider.
So can I just interrupt you for 1 minute, Amanda?
Yes, I finished reading them.
Yeah. This is what those last few things we were getting screamed about.
Right.
And as you see, those motions are essentially noticed in the executive summary.
Right. So what is the likelihood of there being action pursued then? I mean, I guess it depends on fundraising as well as whether there would be pro bono legal counsel, but does that seem likely?
I honestly don't know. I'd have to have a sense of what the membership's interested in, or if there's I don't know if there's a whale out there, a crypto whale perhaps, who's interested. That was a joke.
Do we have any crypto whales watching who would like to donate to this, please?
I mean, I've got some crypto. I don't know if they would consider me like to have a lot of crypto, since apparently nobody in the Meats Caucus has money. But anyway, I don't know if there's an appetite. I think the thing is, I'm just going off rough numbers here. If I was to do this, again, in a very expensive state with my hourly rate, I would imagine incurring a minimum bill of $100,000
and that's probably being extremely conservative.
So about the credit card method.
All is
So-
also in the chat.
Okay, yeah. So again, and then that assumes that we can assumes that we can recover the money and don't have to go into further enforcement actions. So it would not necessarily be financially advantageous to the LNC. The benefit of going after her would be, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, would be probably a restoration of member trust, which is obviously not something that should be discounted, but it's just like, well, I mean, what are you going to do if the money's not there?
Angela TC
That's
is
exactly.
wondering why we're not pursuing criminal charges. Sorry, Karen Ann, your face is obscured.
Oh, no,
So-
that's okay.
Criminal charges are under the purview of the attorneys who bring them. Things can only be, reported to them, and then they decide whether to pursue an investigation or bring charges. So this whole idea of pressing charges is not necessarily like the best way to put things. My understanding is that somebody back in January may or may not on the LNC, may or may not have reported this to authorities, and I don't know what the status, if any, of that investigation is.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Oh,
please.
yes.
Okay, and obviously I defer to Meredith as an actual attorney rather than a paralegal, but yeah, I mean, she's absolutely right that the fees in going after that amount of money, unfortunately, justice is expensive, and that's kind of a shame in our country. But if we did win, we would have an opportunity perhaps to recoup fees. So that's another thing, but that really is a crapshoot. But I believe the way the motion was worded, the way it does, is to leave it in the hands of members. Quite honestly, we do not have the money to do it. We don't. Sometimes there's a will, but there's not a way. And if that's what members want and members need that release, they can fund it. Listen, I get it, and we have a chance of maybe getting 47 grand back. But, quite honestly, the LNC does not have the money to retain an order. So I think that's why the motion was worded the way it was, is to leave it as a possibility. And if members are passionate about it, let's see it. Let's see it. I hope membership is passionate about it. We don't really want to see this happen again.
I know.
To slide in on this one, I believe that there is a memo box on the donate page. And as such, I will be throwing the LP donate page into the chat. Go ahead and donate and tell people what you want it for. Because if you show the LNC you are willing to donate, then they will do this. You just have to, go for it.
Bree has also said that he would sell shirts? What is it, as a fundraiser? And I know LP Alliance's merch. I think we will be glad to add an extra $1 to our merch that would then go on each purchase to funding this.
Yeah, my
Absolutely.
shirts and my merch. Yep.
I just want to make sure everybody, I very much appreciate the sentiment and the willingness to go forward on this. I just want everybody to understand that prevailing does somewhat, to some degree, depend on the ability to actually recover the funds.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know much about Ms. McCardle's financial situation at present, especially. I don't know how easy recovery efforts would be. So, I mean, and I don't know, also, I have not practiced in DC. I don't know what their rules on attorney's fees are. I know in California, in many cases, the ability to pay is taken into account for attorney's fees. And I'm not sure if that's the case in DC or even in this type of lawsuit, but I would not be surprised if it was.
Right.
I mean, that is taken into consideration. And in Colorado too, but it depends, and I'm sure this might be the case, Meredith, as well. In Colorado, the ability to pay comes in when a person is representing themselves pro se. the courts are much less likely to take that into consideration if they had professional counsel.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. So it comes up in California in all circumstances, but the ability to secure representation for yourself is obviously a factor that is considered. But most of the laws in California, especially in family court, which is where I practice, is the purpose is not to cause an unreasonable financial burden on anybody, even if it's just inequitable and all those other things. They'll say, but I'm not going to cripple you. But again, that's dealing with family law litigants. There's always ideas of like, hey, I'd rather this money go to your children, et cetera, et cetera. That's not present here, I guess, really. But, you know, I really don't know all the factors that they might take into account. So I'm literally brainstorming.
Well, there's something else I'd wanted to bring up that wasn't really having to do with the suit, but my speaking time was, I'm not going to say it was cut short. I mean, I was only allowed so much time. It was perfectly fair. There was nothing unfair about it. But one of the LNC members kept up bringing up that this was fair to the corporation. Well, I think the report pretty much shows it was fair to the corporation, even if they were off by a factor of 10. Like it wasn't fair to the corporation. But Meredith can correct me if I'm wrong. I would interpret fair to the corporation as also being within the corporation rules. The LNC specifically said, we do not want a close family member raising for the corporation. So to me, even if no matter how much money they raise, just to me as a lay person, that seems fundamentally unfair to the corporation. Like say, for example, you had a Christian church, and because this happened actually in a church I used to belong to a long time ago, there was a great musician that wanted to be hired to lead worship, but he wasn't a Christian. Now, is that fair to the corporation? Very skilled, but like one of the big requirements of the church was that their worship leaders, you know, not necessarily their bookkeepers or whatever, but the worship leaders be Christian. So I don't know if that has any legal standing at all, but I would think that's part of it. This would be different than if she just hired him out of the blue. You know, we had no idea. But he was hired, and we passed a motion specifically prohibiting that from happening in the future. And that was what was really frustrating to me on some of the techniques that I thought were stalling techniques. They might not have been. I do not want to read any bad motives into anyone at the meeting. But it's not as if Jake Porter didn't release this report months ago. There might have been new things in that report that people were seeing for the first time, but certainly not this Freedom Call stuff. I mean, I think everyone knew about that Freedom Call stuff. So that's just something else to bring up that was frustrating to me. But again, not imputing any bad intents to anyone at the meeting.
Well, I'll impute bad intentions to everybody because I think there was clear and obvious bad intentions. But I think, and this is again, Meredith speculating, and not having the statute in front of me at the very moment, my belief based on my recollection of the statute is the fair to the corporation is specific in terms of value. I don't think it has to do with the specific rules of the organization because that's dealt with, I think, elsewhere in the statute, but I could be wrong. What you basically just said is sort of what I would call like a catch-all factor of like, and then just any other factors the court considers relevant and equitable or whatever. I would say that would fall the idea of it being something that was specifically done subsequent to a modification to the policy manual for this specific case. I think those are definitely things I think a court would consider, but I don't know if that would go specifically to fair to the corporation, that issue.
Yeah, I could see that argument. Again,
I think fair to the corporation is specific to the value for the services provided and what was paid for, et cetera. And if you want to get into that section of the report, Amanda, I think that's...
Yeah, I was going to say, if we can pull the report back up and then we can go through some of the, as I would say, the sexy bits. Kyle, do we have that? No, not freeze fit. That is a sexy bit, but where should we go?
I don't have it right in front of me, but there should be, and I think Adrian could probably speak to this better than me, but he's on the phone right now. I think if I recall correctly, the assumption that there was like a negative. So I think the report says we paid Freedom Calls, I think $49,600, and I think the result, it's a best case scenario in terms of what they found in the report. Best case scenario would be that we were negative only.
Okay.
You broke up there.
We have another question while we look through this. From a physical execution situation. How did McArdle make payments to Mr. McArdle? We lost you at the very end.
Did I just cut out?
Yeah, yes. A little bit at the very end, yeah. So from a physical execution, how did McArdle make payments to Mr. McArdle, aka Austin Paget, without anyone else knowing? Did she write out and sign the checks to her husband? Do we know, is that present in the report, or should we go next? That's to Paul, that's to Karen Ann, that's to Meredith if she's on.
Meredith is back.
I'm so sorry. I just got a phone call. I got a phone call. Did you guys, did I finish my sentence?
You were out a little bit at the end when you were talking.
So basically, the from a review of what we were able, or what they were able, hey, shh. From what they were able to find through the report, is the assumption is that $2,000 donation is not even clearly, or $2,000 in donation is basically like, that's a gimme to them. That's like, we hope that this was related to Freedom Golf, but we can't actually even say that for sure.
Right.
It's that right. The donations, I think, and if you read the language, I'm not sure exactly how it's written again because I don't have it in front of me. It's like they were made closely in time, in proximity to those calls. So it's like a guess that maybe they were related.
Someone had asked above, as we scroll through here, how McArdle managed to get these funds to Paget without the LNC's knowledge, how that was executed.
So you'll see in the report, and so there was a period of time, essentially, and this was a little bit before I got onto the LNC, there was a period of time where the prior executive director had resigned and Angela took over executive director duties. Karen Ann, is that correct? Karen Ann,
you're on mute. You're on mute.
Oh.
Yeah, I was muting because I can't comment in this chat, so I YouTube up. Yeah, okay. I think that's essentially correct. So like Hannah took over after automatic payments were already going through.
Okay. We do have Freedom Calls W-9 signed by an unidentified individual with an illegible signature. That would do part of it. Kyle, do you want to scroll a little bit and we can look for, you don't want to scroll.
It should mention in the report that the W-9 should have been signed by Mr. Austin Paget. It was not. It was kind of illegible and not signed by him is what should have gone on there. And it was not obvious that the LLC was owned by Austin Paget at the time until investigated.
So
yeah, I mean, it was intentionally signed. It looks like, allegedly, that it was intentionally signed to disguise the true identity. Allegedly.
Let's see.
Difficult to tell.
So this is already gone through. Kyle, can you get on? All right. Okay, so go up a little bit. We're getting to the narrative here. Okay, keep on going up. I'm trying to get to where this narrative starts here. Okay.
I am not sure there is a.
There's not a good starting place. All right.
Well, okay, let me just
I
say
lied.
first, one way to clarify something is that we were told, different people were told different things. But essentially, one point I remember being told specifically that this was that we were hiring a marketing firm. I think other people were told it was telemarketing services, other people, other things, and then people would ask questions, and then they would sort of get like, oh yeah, give me a second, or I'm busy, or yeah, blah, 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 and just like different sort of runaround kind of tactics. And basically, it just looked like we were paying someone for phone banking, I think, although I never saw these invoices come in because it went through different channels.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul maybe can talk a little bit more about that.
Paul just dropped out for having his voice waning on us.
Yeah. He was sick earlier.
Yeah. So we have this story here. We have this narrative. Do we want to go through it? I feel like I'm in school where the professor's like, to take turns reading.
Read it.
All right. So background, and we can trade off, Kyle, if you want to do funny voices too. During early July 2023, McArdle discussed with the Employment Policy and Compensation Committee, EPIC, her intent to hire up to 3 short-term contractors and to conduct fundraising activities on a commission-only basis while conducting a search to hire a fundraiser. While at the time McArdle had the authority to execute such contracts, the EPCC was consulted. The contractors were discussed, including 3 who did not work out for various reasons. McArdle also suggested that her domestic partner, Austin Paget, stating that he had experience fundraising for startups. The members of the EPCC expressed no concern, given that this was to be a commission-only contract. At McArdle's request, Nikela and Yaniskovich interviewed Paget. He detailed his fundraising experience and suggested new methods to acquire and utilize data to identify prospective first-time donors. During the call with Yaniskovich, Paget requested monthly compensation plus commission. Yaniskovich advised McArdle and the EPCC about Paget's compensation request, as the request for monthly compensation was a surprise. While some additional discussion took place, McArdle executed a 90-day contract with Paget on 7/26/2023, modifying payment terms to include both monthly compensation and commission. The EPCC learned the full terms of the contract when they received a signed copy on 8/7/2023. In a lengthy email to the LNC dated 7/29/2023, McArdle disclosed several hires, including Paget, and her decision to temporarily assume the responsibilities of executive director. Kyle?
So if I can just jump in really quick.
Please. I'm up for commentary here.
I just want to say that this, a lot of this stuff that comes out in this report and dates back to the summer of 2023 was the impetus for Adrian making all those policy manual amendment motions back in Grand Rapids.
Got you. So that helps.
If anyone is wondering, because I think, I think in some ways, again, this is not a blessing. This is like a silver lining of a very shitty cloud. But this really exposed where some holes in our policies and stuff, bylaws, et cetera, were, because to my understanding, there were some really big gaps in how the chair and the chair's authority with regard to contractors specifically that sort of paved the way for some of this to slip through.
Right.
Just made it easier. I wouldn't say, I still think that a lot of this was violative, but again, I think it just made it harder to catch, maybe.
Karen Ann, do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I missed it because I have ADHD.
You're fine. I think we all do.
I was saying that there were some gaps in the policy, and especially with regard to the chair's authority over contractors, that made this a little bit easier to slip through the cracks.
Yeah, I mean, yes. And, the problem is the balance between having a policy manual that's 10,000 pages long and one that's 200. I mean, I will say, ironically, one of Angela's first moves in her first term as chair was that the policy manual was too long. And I took that in good faith, and we cut that in half. In retrospect, that was probably a mistake. I think a lot of us took a lot of things in good faith, But I think also some of those holes, which I'm so glad that Adrian made those motions to fix, really are broadly covered under fiduciary duty. But libertarians have a real bad habit of going, well, show me where it says exactly that, rather than just using, common sense and what, a good sense of ethics and what duty is. But I have a feeling this is going to result, and it may be better for the party, in a much, much longer policy manual, but at least things will be clear. But striking from 90 to 50 was, kind of Angela's project. And I'm really second guessing that now.
Right. Do you feel like it was insidious at the time, or do you just sort of feel like it spiraled?
I don't know. I have to tell you, I've said this to a lot of people, and some people are sympathetic and some aren't. And, people are going to feel the way they feel. But at times right now, and I think Meredith could probably relate, there was a lot of trust on the LNC in the past. And I look back now, and sometimes I say to myself, I don't know what was real. Like, I really, was I mistaken? Was I stupid? Like, was it just such a good manipulation? Like, doing a lot of soul searching and second guessing as to what was real. I know I'm overly trusting. I'm very overly trusting, and that's going to really bite me in the butt.
Right. We have data here from Kenneth saying freedom calls cost us $3.61 per call. Industry standard, there's about $1.50. Return on 18 cents per call. Industry standard is $1 to $3.
Yes, and I think I don't know if he's taken that from the report. I think that does comport with similar numbers to what was found. There was some suggestion tonight that we don't know for sure that this is unfair. I think it's pretty clear that it was. But
I think it's pretty clear that it was by just looking at our fundraising numbers. I mean, we're paying over $4,000 a month for a fundraiser, and I mean, we didn't see an increase in our general fundraising.
Well, and I think there were two staff members let go at the end of March, and I'm sorry to say this as somebody who does care about people's jobs, but I was supportive of letting them go due to our budget constraints. Had we known that there could have been overlap between what they were doing and what Freedom Calls was doing, and that Freedom Calls continued to do stuff, that's upsetting to me. And you'll see something later in the report that references one of those persons briefly getting hired back, and in 1/6 of the time that Freedom Calls was hired, he got more donations than they ever did.
We're libertarians and we like conspiracy theories, and there have been a lot of conspiracy theories about the motive behind this. One that is fairly common, I don't know how much credence to put into it, is that Angela McArdle wanted to destroy the party, or sort of sell it, almost transfer it to someone else who could maybe use it to become an arm of the GOP and make either, charitable read, make the GOP more libertarian, right? How much faith do you place in the idea that there was a deliberate intent to bankrupt the party, as opposed to, and then, sell the ballot access essentially, as opposed to, no, this was just, there might have been bad faith elsewhere, but that wasn't on the docket?
I personally don't put faith in that because it doesn't really make logical sense to me. I think that anybody who wanted to just go to the GOP would do better doing it within the GOP.
Well,
and
yeah.
I think the Libertarian Party is more prone to taking away from the GOP than it is to giving to the GOP. So it doesn't make sense to me. I think it would make more sense if we were doing that to the Democrats than to the GOP. However, I understand why people, have said that, because they want to, put order in chaos. But I think that much more likely it's a a chain of unfortunate events that resulted this way. I don't think this was crafted from the get-go at all.
Okay.
I really don't. I could be wrong. But again, I think based on just personal communications with Angela before Freedom Calls started, I really think that this was this is Meredith speculation. And just based on whatever, I just think that this was a way to continue getting Austin paid.
Okay. So you're
That's
thinking that this is not political. This is more familial.
No, I mean, I honestly don't believe it's a coincidence that the contract started when it did. And the first payment, you'll see this in the report, the first payment came basically at the exact same time he would have gotten paid had his contract been extended.
I think it was Chuck who had a question, or maybe it wasn't Chuck. But
Chuck did ask a question, and Kenneth pointed to page 42. So in the
right back.
2-week,
you can be the reader for right now. Be right back.
In the 2-week trial period, only 823 calls were made with no quantifiable return on investment, an objectively insufficient result. The continuation of the Freedom Calls LLC agreement, despite their inadequate performance during the trial period, gives rise to the appearance that the agreement was to be maintained regardless of the results.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. First of all, I mean, trial period. What? I've never heard of such a thing for such a service, but whatever. One would assume that if this was being overseen, and okay, this is how I'm going to say it. Had this been a properly arm's length transaction, the person who would have been reviewing all of this stuff would not have been Angela or anyone. You know, this would have been. We could have crafted a way to have made this work if she had brought this to us. To be honest, I wouldn't think it was a good idea, but there would have been a way to do this on the up and up. Have somebody else handle everything to do with these people, and all of that. Just keep her away from it entirely. But that was not done. And had that been done, obviously somebody would have seen during the trial period no tangible results and say, just kidding, this is not going to work. And again, if you just look at the offer letter or the engagement letter, whatever you want to call it, it does not look like a real letter. I'm sorry. Do you know where it is in the thing? I don't know what page it's on.
I don't.
It looks like I could have created a better fake letter in Microsoft Word, and I'm not even good at computers.
Discord promotion consulting fee, one-time fee for $100.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that you'll see in the report. I'm not sure that we ever even got to the bottom of that.
Was there anyone who just ever said, well, what is a Discord promotion consulting fee? Was that question ever raised?
You know,
Things like
you'd have to ask. Paul would be a lot better person to ask about that stuff. I don't believe. I have to, and I'm going off memory because I can't.
Shit.
I don't believe that anybody but Angela and the executive director saw these invoices. And the executive director, her sort of authority was to just be like, okay, click pay or don't click pay or whatever.
We're seeing right here the LNC paid Freedom Calls LLC $49,600.
Read that whole paragraph.
Okay.
General findings.
The findings and conclusions set forth below are based on the objective raw data that were analyzed and categorized for the benefit of the average reader. The Freedom Calls LLC agreement detailed below resulted in a total of 13,738 calls and raised approximately $2,468.57 over the course of 366 days.
And like I said
more than
before, that is a best case scenario as far as what I understand them finding.
As a starving graduate student, I make more than that. Yeah. Under an arm's length transaction, a fundraising contractor would be expected to complete approximately 52,000 calls during that time frame and raise at the very least as much as they were getting paid. The LNC paid Freedom Calls $49,600, resulting in a net loss of approximately $47,131.43. This was an overpayment of at least $34,000 when compared to the industry standard. As such, the LNC did not receive fair market value for its agreement with Freedom Calls LLC. That is an understatement.
For those
Just quick
curious,
question. Were any of you contacted by Freedom Calls?
no,
I don't believe so.
Okay. Good to know, because apparently there was some question about whether we were able to properly log that. Some people suggesting, like, well, how do you know that this was the only people Freedom Calls contacted? Something to that effect.
So, for those curious, that amounts to 4.7 calls per hour.
And just so people know, like, I don't know, I had one cold calling internship for a political office in college. A nightmare, an absolute
Yeah,
nightmare.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
I can't do it. I can
I
never
still
do
hate it.
sales. Yeah, but like some of those calls last 10 seconds. Some of them last a minute. So when, like, don't think about having a full phone conversation when you think about 4 calls an hour.
Yeah.
Think about that.
It means that you're making one call on average every 12 minutes and 47 seconds.
Well, you usually also use tech for that. Like you use what is it, like an auto dialer?
Yes, and
Well,
they go
welcome.
into that a little bit.
That's 1990s, but that's fine. It's close enough.
No, I mean, I think that's what it's called. Kixie. I don't know, Kyle, if you know it.
I was never contacted, but I was contacted by Kennedy right after the convention. Just saying.
What did
I
you
got
do?
like
Tell them to screw off?
2,000 calls from Trump.
I get calls from commies. So
No, I'm just saying. Right
started-
after the convention, all of a sudden, Kennedy.
Don't talk
had my
about
info.
Kyle that way.
You can't call me
I
the
started
commie.
getting,
I'm
I
not the
started
one with the
getting-
Russian hat.
You
I
are
started
though.
getting Trump messages around the time of the election, which was really annoying.
I've only gotten calls from communists and Kyle. And as is being pointed out here, this is not a rounding error. It would be a rounding error in a large organization. This is a really significant portion of our annual budget. Is what, like $1 million?
Less than
Yeah.
And I think somebody, again, it's also in the report, is that Freedom Calls was budgeted for in the budget pass at the Rhode Island meeting, which I was not in attendance at because I was in trial. So don't blame me for that.
But it was never revealed.
It was
right?
never revealed. No, it was just, and it was, I believe, approved for 68,000. So that would be, almost 20,000 more than was spent in 2024.
So the offer letter apparently
Oh, yeah.
represents the only written document identifying any relationship between Freedom Calls LLC and the LNC. So there's no proper documentation or stipulation of terms of the business relationship. The letter only claimed that 40 hours of work product would be provided between 2 Freedom Calls LLC agents, that they would use the LNC's software so that their progress could be overseen, that they would initiate weekly check-ins, and that there would be a 2-week trial period. The loosely laid out terms pose several problems, not to mention their lack of basic execution. Yes.
So the software in question is Kixie. Kixie does role-based routing with IVR, which means that you can hand it a list of an incredible number of phone numbers, and it will call it, and as soon as it hangs up or goes to voicemail, it'll roll over to the next one over and over. And if you have more than one phone number, it will call as many of people as it can at a time and just pop up and let you know when there's a call. I built an IVR solution out for one of the companies I was at previously. We were doing thousands of calls on those systems per day. Like each of the people sitting down, we would have one person who handled thousands and thousands of calls per day. If you have targeted calling, sure, it's probably going to be a little less ridiculous there. And if you're leaving a message and that kind of thing, it could be less. Exactly, Rose. Most of those calls wouldn't have even been picked up. A lot of them are probably going to be sent to voicemail or caught by spam. But like Kixie lets you do call recording. Kixie lets you do all kinds of stuff there. I don't remember where it was. I saw earlier that they didn't do any of the weekly check-ins they promised.
Oh, can I just say something really quick?
Yeah,
of course.
That's important because it's mentioned multiple times in the report, but I just want to make it very clear. Miss Kennedy, Hannah Kennedy, the executive director, was interviewed as part of this process. There is no evidence that she had any knowledge or was in any way like participative in any sort of malfeasance. She was completely innocent to the findings of the Special Investigatory Committee. I just want to say that because Hannah she works very hard. Everybody who has ever met her sings her praises. Factions be damned. I just want to make that very clear that she was, there's no suggestion that she did any wrongdoing.
Okay. Go for it.
I was not on the SIC, but that is in the report mentioned multiple times.
As a follow up there, Hannah is the one who, when I had sent my resume in over and over and over trying to be part of the IS committee because I knew there was no one on it, Hannah was the only person that responded, and instead of sending it through Angela or anything, she sent it directly over to Eric Fowler, and Eric called me and was glad to work with me. So from my perspective, Angela was actively blocking people from getting to IS. And Hannah, despite being friendly with Angela and generally believing in Angela, she went out of her way to do a thing that I think is right rather than going through, this is my boss who tells me the exact thing I have to do nonsense.
Right. And there was some change too. So Hannah was at some point when she was initially hired, and Angela was still technically taking on the executive director role. Hannah was the operations manager, I believe was the title, or it might have been interim operations manager, something to that effect. This is all part of the report. She became interim executive director or executive director after the convention, I believe sometime in June. I believe you'll see in the email from Angela where she announced that she was taking over executive director duties. I think that was sometime in August 2023, and that continued through convention, I believe. And my assumption, this is Meredith wildly speculating, my assumption would be that anybody who is trying to justify freedom calls might say, well, Angela was working for free as Angela was working for free as an executive director. So she should have been compensated anyway. I think I actually heard somebody say that on a podcast shortly after this broke. I mean, first of all, nobody asked her to be executive director. Second of all, she could have asked to get paid, I think, and I probably would have been weird to do it, but I think there's probably a way we could have made it work. Maybe not. I don't know. If it were me, I would rather take the executive director position, resign this chair, and get paid, but who knows? But the point is, none of this was ever discussed before. There was no request for her to be paid as executive director that was denied or anything like that.
Angie plus Ella is Angela. It's the same person.
Oh my God.
No one caught that?
I thought Angie was suspicious, but I didn't even think about Ella. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's Angela. You're welcome. Yeah,
Adrian,
so there's
did you ever think that Angie and Ella was Angela?
It's Angie plus Ella is Angela. That's pretty clear.
That didn't enter your name.
He said that would be a level of clever that she would never even think of anyway.
I have no doubt. I would bet a lot of money.
That would be funny. Literally last night I was like, oh, Angie, I wonder. But I didn't even think of the Ella part. That's really dumb on my part.
Anyone on the LNC who wants to look into that, please do. You're welcome.
I know everyone wants to, and I don't blame them. I'm autistic. I have my own special focus on the, how much did it cost? Did they make us money or whatever? the big thing to me is her outright deception to the LNC.
Yeah,
That to
absolutely.
me is the big thing.
Yeah.
Of course, the timing of the contract was no coincidence. They didn't want to miss a paycheck. So once the LNC said we're not going to renew Mr. Paget's contract, she immediately and subversively continued to have him paid. I don't even think they missed a week's paycheck. Maybe it was a week or 2 weeks. But that to
I
me,
do not believe there was a missed.
what?
I do not believe there was a pay period.
Oh
that was
my
missed.
goodness. But to me, that's the big thing. I don't even like the money stuff obviously is important to the party. We couldn't afford it. But the big fiduciary thing is that lie. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Meredith. And actually, I want to say I'm proud of you, Kathy Yanuskavich and stuff, and the things I read in that report. Obviously, I didn't know any of this. I didn't know you guys were doing this. I knew about the Jake Porter report, but I didn't know you guys were privately.
Oh yeah, so you guys are going to see this in the report. Immediately when this happened, I, along with some other members, sent Angela an email and said, and it was me who wrote it from my email address, said, here's what we just found out. We would like you to either respond in writing by noon tomorrow, hop on Zoom with us to talk about this by noon tomorrow, or resign by noon tomorrow, or else we're going to have to take some steps. I forget what they were. I could find the email somewhere. I think the steps were like, we're going to have to investigate you, something like that.
I thought it was referring to FEC or something.
Yeah, something like that. We never got a response. Sent a follow-up the next day with more people who had signed on and said, basically the same stuff. You didn't respond. We're going to give you an extra day. And I think as soon as it was like noon the next day. As soon as 12:01 hit, I believe is when somebody, I forget who, sent out the motion to investigate her. I think it was Travis Boss sent the motion.
And that was all a surprise to me because I wasn't involved in that part, but I'm really proud of you guys for doing that. I mean, I was part of the public asking with Keith Thompson, but I had no idea you guys were doing that behind the scenes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, and Kyle knows this because Jake and I didn't really know each other and I needed help getting in touch with him. When somebody sent me the article and I reached out to Kyle and said, can you hook me up with Jake? I need to ask him some questions. But pretty much immediately when this came out, I severed all communication with her. I left a Discord server that we were in and stuff like that, and was basically like, okay, now we are in protect the LNC mode. This is a big problem. And it has been suggested by some asshole on the board who, has made suggestion many times, that I was giving legal advice to people, which is not true. But yeah, that another suggestion that has been made multiple times, but whatever.
Yeah, Sarah, we caught that Angie plus Ella is Angela. Both subcontractors would be Angela. I don't. I mean, I would be very surprised if it was not. I'd be very surprised.
If I remember correctly, those who actually saw the internal Kixie stuff were confirmed that these were actually Filipino people that existed. I don't know if that,
oh my God.
Would be really, I don't think those are the same people.
What is it, Kyle?
Angela just told Filipino people what they're going to go by.
What do you mean?
It's always possible. I mean, I think that. And also apparently, so somebody mentioned this again in the report. When people, the pay scale for overseas call centers, I think it's something to the effect of like you get paid more the more proficient in English you are, things like that, and like part of your job description is to like be mindful of the time difference. For example, there were people getting calls at like 6 a.m. on Saturday, and they are apparently unintelligible mostly. So the idea that they would get paid on the high end or even above the high end of market value is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
So what I have on the screen right now is the Freedom Calls offer letter.
Yeah, and like I said, this is the thing I said I could make a better one in Word.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive. So Freedom Calls LLC's symbol is just Freedom Calls LLC. Dear Libertarian National Committee, we are excited to work closely with you on fundraising and donor retention. We'd like to propose this special offer for you. We'd like to offer you a discounted rate for full-time calls. For $4,200 per month, an $800 discount from our full-time monthly plan. Full-time is hyphenated. We'll have 2 dedicated callers doing a combined total of 40 hours of call work per week for you. Freedom Calls will dedicate the same team members to your account so they can become familiarized with your organization and its members. We will log straight into your call software so you can maintain control of your data and oversee our progress. We'll do weekly check-ins with you to ensure quality control. We'll also offer you a 2-week trial period at this rate. We'll invoice you on February 9th for $2,100. As discussed, we will start training with your fundraising contractor Friday, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'd also love to offer you additional services in the future like canvassing, web design, and email marketing services for your clients. All the best, Peter and the Freedom Calls team.
So why don't you point out all the things that are wrong with that? And I want to see if you catch the same ones that I did.
I mean, a lot of the grammar is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Have you ever seen a professional letter that has the number 4,000 with no comma and no period
No.
and 00 after that?
No way.
Have you ever seen somebody sign their name as Peter with no last name?
Right? Peter and the Freedom Calls team.
That I can see.
No contact
Because that's weird. But like the Peter and the Freedom Calls team, I can see that because it's like a familiarity type of thing.
I guess.
I've never seen one like that. I'm not saying it's not a thing, but
I've seen similar stuff.
Gotcha.
So Paul, it's in the report. This is something new that I learned from the report. Is that the website listed on, I don't know if it's on that letterhead or it's somewhere else, was I think freedomcalls.net. On
yes,
the invoices,
it was
apparently.
like the day before.
Yeah, on the invoices, apparently, it was freedomcalls.com, which is not a website.
Right.
So the domain was registered 1/8. Paget registers the LLC in Delaware on the 12th, and the 25th is the date of the call letter to the LNC. And on February the 9th, last payment to Paget for independent contract work, Freedom Calls W-9 signed by unidentified individual with illegible signature, and first payment to Freedom Calls. Not only thereby did they not miss a payment, they got an extra.
Wait, what? Is that true?
That's what it says for the timeline.
I'll have to double check that.
Freedom Calls dot. The email using the freedomcalls.net address, freedomcalls.net.net.
I am
I'm looking for a- there
we
it
didn't
is.
go through the findings, so we went through the stuff before the timeline with the broad overview. But the actual findings we can go through as well. These begin on page 8.
The findings are like the report.
Yeah, well, no, but the findings. So there's pages 8 through. I think it's 11. No. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Pages 8 through 10 are the findings. There are 11 findings, and they're listed. It's just like what we read before the timeline. So, and then we get into the actual narrative, which is the report.
Finding the first.
So the first that the Freedom Calls transactions should be considered void or voidable, as McArdle appears to have knowingly violated internal procedures by failing to disclose the conflicting interest with her domestic partner, request pre-approval by the LNC board, enter into a written contract and seek council review and approval, and conduct prudent oversight to ensure a reasonable return on investment. As such, these transactions appear to be void or voidable under DC Code 9406.70, providing that a nonprofit corporation's contract in which an officer or director has a financial interest is not automatically void or voidable if the conflict is disclosed and the corporation's governing body votes in good faith to authorize the contract, or if the contract is fair to the corporation at the time it is authorized. McArdle entered into undisclosed conflicting interest transactions with Freedom Calls LLC, a sole proprietor corporation apparently owned or controlled by her domestic partner, Paget. Upon learning of the conflicting interest transactions, the LNC performed its fiduciary duties by taking immediate action to terminate payments to Freedom Calls and obtain a full account of the facts through an internal investigation. The transactions with Freedom Calls violated internal policies, namely Policy Manual Section 1063, which requires conflicting interest transactions to be approved by the board, contracts to be in writing, and contracts over $25,000 to be approved by council. These policies are designed to ensure strong fiscal stewardship and the responsible use of donor funds. McArdle appears to have knowingly violated a provision which requires a contract or arrangement for financial remuneration with a party closely related to an LNC member to be disclosed prior to execution and approved by either a 2/3 vote of the executive committee or majority vote of the LNCs. These are already in place. All written contracts and modifications are required to be in writing to document the nature of the products or services to be provided and the terms and conditions with respect to the amount of compensation, reimbursement, or other consideration to be paid. No written contract was provided to the Special Investigative Committee in response to multiple requests, and it appears that no written contract was executed between Freedom Calls and the LNC. All contracts of more than 1 year in duration or for more than $25,000 shall be reviewed and approved by council prior to signing by the chair. LNC council was not consulted regarding Freedom Calls LLC. The transactions with Freedom Calls LLC were not disclosed or approved by the LNC and appear to be void or voidable pursuant to DC Code 2940670 because they were not duly authorized by the LNC and because they were not fair to the LNC. Freedom Calls LLC was included in the 2025 budget passed by the LNC. Accordingly, McArdle appears to have every intention of continuing every intention of continuing the transactions. That's all finding one.
Finding the second.
In addition to failing to disclose the potential conflict, failing to seek board approval, and failing to obtain council's review and approval of a contract, McArdle and/or Paget engaged in affirmative acts that concealed the ownership of Freedom Calls LLC, including registering the LLC in Delaware, a state that does not publicly provide the identity of incorporators, instructing the LP secretary to remove Paget from McArdle's list of potential conflicts, withholding information when asked by staff or LNC members about Freedom Calls LLC, referring to Paget as a volunteer liaison with Freedom Calls LLC, limiting written documentation about the transactions, allowing Freedom Calls LLC to complete the W-9 in a manner that concealed the owner by failing to identify Paget as the sole incorporator in violation of IRS instructions, listing an incorrect website address on invoices. And we found that with Jake Porter's investigation, I believe. McArdle approved payment for 4 of the 14 Freedom Calls invoices submitted to the LNC, with the remainder approved by the executive director.
Finding the third.
Yes. The SIC found no, thank you so much, Kyle. The SIC found no evidence that the executive director was aware that Paget owned Freedom Calls or that she acted in an improper manner.
Finding the fourth.
The LNC did not receive fair value from the Freedom Calls LLC transactions. A total of 13,738 calls raised $2,468.57 over the course of 366 days. We'll be reading those numbers a lot, I'm sure.
Again, that's a generous interpretation.
I understand. There was no proper stipulation of terms in the Freedom Calls offer letter, the only written documentation of Freedom Calls engagement by the LNC. The initial agreement and subsequent relationship between Freedom Calls LLC and the LNC does not appear to have been negotiated and executed by objective parties operating at arm's length. An issue which pre-recorded voicemail messages to iPhone users are received as unintelligible or incomplete persists to current day, although identified in February 2024. Freedom Calls LLC agents used SMS templates that misrepresented themselves as LNC staff for months after such staff were no longer employed. McArdle used Freedom Calls LLC agents using Libertarian Party resources to make 361 calls and send SMS messages for the Mises Caucus to increase membership and attendance at the Libertarian Party of California annual convention when it was originally scheduled for February 2025.
So
that was big.
This is interesting. So you'll go somewhere in the middle of the report. When they get into this, you'll see text messages between Adrian and Angela. The reason that this happened was because Angela wanted to according to Angela, wanted to funnel Kennedy people through California because there's Kennedy's from California. There's a lot of Kennedy people here apparently. So that is why she took such an interest in getting people to California. And she told Adrian she was going to pay for this out of pocket. And there was she kept mentioning the log cabin Republicans. I don't know if I'm wrong, but aren't they some like the gay Republicans, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if they have any sort of presence in California. I've never even seen a chapter of them here, but she mentioned that, and I'll get the log cabin Republicans too, or something about that. Like there's text messages with her and Adrian that are in the report.
Apparently, they do have a chapter there.
Okay, so basically the point was that they wanted to funnel Kennedy. She wanted to funnel Kennedy people through our convention.
What a clown.
We're at, Kyle, you have a line?
Finding the 5th.
McArdle violated policy manual section 1.072 by failing to disclose her paid work for the Kennedy Victory Fund through Swing Vote Strategist LLC as a potential conflict of interest. Well, I'll just take it then. Finding the 6th.
McArdle continued to represent herself as being LNC chair after resignation in at least 6 emails regarding the Kennedy Victory Fund. Finding the 7th.
McArdle and Ford complied with Policy Manual 1.072 and properly disclosed the Libertarian Unity and Libertarian Mutual Aid PACs as potential conflicts of interest. Finding the 8th.
McArdle violated Policy Manual Section 1.072 by failing to timely disclose the Rescue the Republic rally as a potential conflict of interest, as disclosure occurred nearly weeks after the rally was held. Finding the 9th.
McArdle violated Policy Manual Section, the same Policy Manual section, for failing to disclose her Rescue the West nonprofit and sponsor of the Rescue the Republic rally as a potential conflict of interest. Finding the 10th.
McArdle did not follow through obtaining a contract addendum from a contractor to address a potential conflict of interest. Finding the 11th.
McArdle hired her neighbor to do contract work for the LNC without disclosing the relationship or considering other candidates.
And that is the end of those
And
findings.
so just so everybody knows, there was some questions about why the Rescue the Republic and the other stuff was included. So if you recall, when the original motion was made to investigate Angela, she was still the chair of the LNC. And people were a little bit confused as to why that original motion went away. Is because she was no longer the chair. So it changed the way we could formulate that motion. She was no longer subject to, I think, the rules of Roberts or whatever when she's not a board member anymore. But that also gave them the chance to do a much broader investigation. If you look at the language of the motion, I think it's probably on like the first page or something. It's literally like any wrongdoing. So that's why it included some of that stuff, that other stuff that was beyond freedom of calls.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm looking through. We have payments to Austin Padgett on page 14. Board action response on page 15. LNC board was blindsided by the revelations in Jake Porter's Substack article. Took multiple actions over the following 2 weeks in furtherance of their fiduciary duty to the organization. Immediately after reading the post on the 21st of January, 2025, several LNC members messaged Porter to ask if he had any other documentation. He provided a public records search, which listed the 1/12/24 formation date, but not the name of the person forming the LLC.
So just a little background on mine and Meredith's friendship and how the Jake Porter stuff came up. During the Karen Ann trial, I was in the investigatory committee report about Karen Ann. I got pulled into an executive session to answer some questions about my portion there. And later during the JC appeal on it, I pointed out something with money, and Meredith was asked a thing like, you would just waste this money on a thing.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
And I responded, yeah, I donate to libertarian things
I
all
was
the
just
time.
like, who the hell gives someone $30 or $400 or whatever?
Yeah.
Meredith, just so you know, again, the past is the past, so I'm not.
Wait, no. But Kyle also gave me $400 when my dog needed surgery.
I wish I could have given you $400 for
Don't worry
Bugsy.
about it. He's totally fine now.
But just so you know, like a few years ago when I went to PorkFest, somebody, I don't even know their real name, I only know their Twitter name, paid for my entire trip. And it was like probably $2,500.
Why do people not do this for me?
It happens. And like I even wrote this individual, and again, I don't know the real name. I know what state they're from. And I was like, damn it, it looks like I need to get a rental car. He's like, how much? I send it to you.
Are you sending feet pics as part of this? Like,
no feet pics either.
Because nobody gives me money like this.
I would take money if people want to give me money.
Another LNC member reached out to confirm that, yes, Padgett's last check and Freedom Calls' first check were both on 2/9/2024.
Yes, I did get that message as well. That, yeah. Oof. And can we also, I just want to give a thanks to Jake Porter because we keep mentioning him.
Yeah.
He did a great job. Very thankful for his work.
We actually invited him up for tonight, and he hasn't had the ability to tonight.
We have the terms with the ultimatum email on the 21st of January.
Oh boy.
So Yanuskavich called McArdle, who was in Washington, D.C. for the LP inauguration. I'm sorry. For the LP inauguration party. And asked about her relationship to Freedom Calls LLC. McArdle stated that she was severely ill and could not discuss the matter that day. That evening, Adrian Malagon organized a meeting with 6 other LNC members, Otto Dassing, Pat Ward, Adam Heyman, Meredith Hayes, Andrew Watkins, and Yanuskavich, and all but Watkins signed off on an email to McArdle requesting she take one of 3 actions by 12 p.m. EST the next day. Hearing about this. Attend a Zoom meeting to address the allegations, respond in writing to address the allegations, or resign. There was no response to the email, although McArdle called Yanuskavich on the morning of the 22nd. When asked for an explanation, McArdle stated that she and Padgett took over an out-of-business Filipino call center and acknowledged they registered Freedom Calls as an LLC in Delaware in January 2024. She also stated that Freedom Calls LLC had done the work of making calls and that the services were provided at a below-market rate. You can see that is likely not true. Yanuskavich told McArdle that there would need to be an investigation and that she should resign. Yanuskavich asked for a copy of the contract with Freedom Calls LLC, and McArdle agreed to provide it and whatever else was needed. McArdle stated that she would seek advice and get back to her. Malagon also contacted McArdle on the 21st to inquire about the validity of Porter's post. She responded on the 22nd. This is a text message. Adrian sends her the Jake Porter's article. He says, "Is this true?" She says, "We took over a closed down call center overseas, hired callers, and put them to work. That's what it is. We have 2 people who make calls full time for the LP who work through Freedom Calls. We were exasperated and out of options after blank failed to perform. Austin was finished and blank couldn't deliver any more." I believe that is any more. On the evening of the 22nd, Malagon held a follow-up meeting with 10 other LNC members: Travis Bost, Andrew Chatterton, Dassing, Ford, Heyman Hayes, Jonathan McGee, Stephen Caleb, Ben Weir, and Yanuskavich, pardon me. And they sent a follow-up email to McArdle advising her that if an explanation or resignation was not forthcoming by 12 p.m. EST the next day, the following motion would be offered for co-sponsorship. Resolved that a committee comprised of Meredith Hayes, Paul Darr, Bill Redpath, Andrew Chatterton, and Stephen Nicola be appointed by the Libertarian National Committee to investigate allegations of misconduct by our chair, Angela McArdle, which, if true, casts doubt on her fitness to continue in office, and that the committee be instructed, if it concludes that the allegations are well-founded, to report resolutions covering its recommendations. McArdle did not respond. So that was some of you all.
Yes.
That language is specifically from Roberts, I believe, which is why it's phrased that way.
Okay.
But yes, that did happen, and apparently there was some communication at the time that it was unfair for us to give that short of an amount of time. In my view, as well as the view of others that I spoke to, was that we didn't have time to just wait around for an answer, and that one wouldn't be forthcoming most likely. And again, if she had responded and said, hey, I'd like to get on a Zoom with you, I can't do it by 12 noon tomorrow, I can do it by 9 p.m. tomorrow, that would have been, I'm sure all of us would have been like, okay. We just wanted some sort of response or acknowledgement. Obviously we would have been open, but we couldn't even get a response.
Right. Susan Barney's asking to read the part again where Angela answers Malagon by text.
I think we can only see like half of the screen, and so people didn't see that last part. Yeah.
This is page 16 of the report. Angela responds, "We took over a closed down call center overseas, hired callers and put them to work. That's what it is. We have 2 people who make calls full-time for the LP who work through Freedom Calls. We were exasperated and out of options after Redacted failed to perform. Austin was finished and Redacted couldn't deliver anymore."
Finishing my point about Meredith and me here, because the important part is what Amanda read over again.
Let me know when I can interrupt you, Kyle.
All right. It's
Just
short.
do it. Just do it, Karen.
So
Okay, I've got permission from Amanda, so.
But Meredith and I started to talk after the stuff with Bugsy, and sometimes I would ask questions about like MC thought, because I didn't understand, and so I sent Meredith Jake's message, and where he had the report linked, and was like, "See, like, I don't understand. How can the MC stand behind Angela when this kind of stuff is happening?" And Meredith immediately was like, "Can you put me in touch with Jake?" And she like immediately moved to do something about it, right? Which I appreciate.
Fucking hot towards that with the quickness, because look, I know being part of the Mises Caucus before, and some people say I was handpicked by Angela. I was really just nominated by Adrian, is really what it was, but whatever. Regardless, I think people, there are some cultish. Adam Heyman, we always joke about, like, it really wasn't a cult when we were there, and I'm sure Rose, who's I think in the audience, can attest to that feeling. But as soon as that happened, well, okay, backing up, before when we saw Jake had a Substack about swing vote strategists, I believe, several weeks prior. I hadn't seen it until I think just a week before this one came out, because I think Jake and I had each other blocked or muted or something, and I was already looking into that behind the scenes. So when this came out, I jumped on it, and so did some others. But there's been some suggestion behind the scenes that this was like politically motivated on our part. It was not. It's literally basic, like, legal responsibilities you have when serving on a board. None of us really care about like being on the LNC that much, that we would, what is it? A coup, the crying Hawaiian says. No one
Right,
would orchestrate a coup. Yeah.
Karen Ann, you were going to interrupt.
Allegedly, there was a coup before convention. I don't even know what that's referring to. If that was referring to Todd's motions or referring to Stephen, I have no idea what this pre-convention coup is.
I think it's the Stephen thing.
Yeah, I'm still not sure. But if people are wondering and perhaps assigning some kind of blame or fault, which they shouldn't be, to where Meredith and Adrian and some others were sending emails to Angela about this, why I wasn't included on them. I mean, at that time, I was involved in a derivative suit. So I do think that was responsible of them not to include me. Like, I don't take that personally at all. And I hope no one else is taking that personally. That actually,
we also thought that we would have more likelihood of her responding if it was people that she trusted.
Plus that was just prudent. I never took that personally. But what's funny during this whole thing is she knew she needed to, well, maybe she didn't. I don't know. She's very deluded. She knew people were wanting her to resign, but she was still so bitter in that whole time. Well, I didn't know these emails were going on in private. She's still trying to get rid of me. So she's not worried about her own problems, her own severe ethical problems. She notices another removal motion. It's like, what's going on in this woman's head? Like, I thought it was crazy without knowing what was going on in the background.
I forgot about that. That is right. She did notice that around like the same day.
And that was while you guys were emailing her. Now, of course, I didn't know anything about any of that.
Well, then there were also the derivative suits with Chase Oliver, it looks like, when she notices resignation. Says, I will still be in contact with Oliver and our law firm regarding our derivative suits.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Oliver Hall. The
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's just missed.
No, I've seen that can be confusing.
Yeah.
Oliver Hall is the general counsel for the LNC.
Okay, that helps. So yeah, on in the early morning hours, and we know this now, of 1/25/2025, McArdle sent 2 resignation emails. This is page 17, Kyle. 2 resignation emails, one to the LNC internal list and one to the public list. In the internal email, McArdle stated that she was resigning to take a job and that it would take about 2 weeks to flatten the curve and complete transition tasks. She still has not taken that job. Public email expressed gratitude that she was able to help facilitate Ross Ulbricht's pardon, stated that she would love to see Michael Heiss or Josiah Baker elevated to the board. Heiss is the founder of the Mises Caucus and at the time a part-time LP consultant, and Baker is chair of the Libertarian Party of Tennessee and a member of the Mises Caucus.
So both are more than just members of the Mises Caucus. Both are on the board of the Mises Caucus specifically. Heiss was effectively directing the Mises Caucus still at the time. He has stepped further away. Josiah Baker is the event officer and a board member. So this is not a nothing. That said, as of 12:22 a.m. Eastern on June the 10th, it still shows that the chair and communications officer is Aaron Harris on the LPMC website. And the links to all their socials and things have broken. So that seems good.
Yeah, the Mises Caucus, my recollection is that the board appoints the chair. It's not like an open election type or a nomination election situation, but I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's right though.
And I know a lot of you might disagree with me, and that's okay. I know I'm super naive. There's still some good, very good, I think, rank and file members of the MC. I'm still friends with a lot of members of the NC, and there's going to be probably some phone calls I have with some of them because they felt like they didn't know what was going on. And now that this report is out, like, I really implore them to read it. And search their souls. Like, is this really what you signed up for? Is this really a person that you can trust to lead? And I know no leaders are perfect, but this goes beyond like an oopsie here or there. And I understand they didn't have enough information, but I implore them, just be libertarians. You don't need this groupthink. Like, I'm severely embarrassed by how much I really got involved in the group think. Like, I don't deny that. I was part of it. I remember texting to Angela before she brings it out to try to embarrass me. I'll admit my fault. I'd be like, if they're not going to vote them caucus lines, why the hell are they in a caucus to begin with? I mean, that used to be the mindset I had. And like, I don't know how I got caught up in that group think. It could get caught up. Anyone can be. You know, so I just hope that the good people that are left honestly take a look at this report.
Yeah.
I hope so too. I'm not confident though, considering I was told by multiple people that these documents were planted by the CIA because they were scared of how Angela was making waves by freeing Ross.
Oh my God.
Like what? I mean, the documents are just, it's a lack of documents. It's no contract. It's
I'm not saying that this was
I know.
a lie.
I know. Believe me, I know.
I was, but again, like Karen is right. I mean, I apologize to Rose about, you know, I ratted her out at one point. I didn't mean to, but there was, you know, some important things were getting leaked out of one of the chats, and I was like, oh, I had seen something from a LPNY Discord, and I was like, it might be Rose. I don't know. I didn't mean to like, but I apologize to her. You know, it stinks. I'm also embarrassed about. I'm not embarrassed about like agreeing with a lot of their ideology or positions and stuff like that. I am embarrassed about the tactics.
Right.
Well, Meredith, I think
also though a lot of us don't really know all of what's going on until you get like to a convention or something, and then you start to see more of. Sorry, what were you saying, Karen?
I was going to say, you know, I don't want to speak for you, but I can say what it's turned into isn't what I signed up for. Like, I think things really, really did change. And I think they changed. You know, Angela admitted this at the New Hampshire Freedom Forum. When she got that phone call from that former security advisor, all of a sudden she felt important. Because I don't think Angela started out this way. Now, maybe it's pie in the sky. Maybe I'm giving too much credit. But I just don't believe she started out this way.
As an interjection on that one, and I am speaking as a relatively prominent member of LPA, we don't believe as a group, as an alliance, that being in the Mises Caucus, especially having ever been in the Mises Caucus, makes you bad or anything else. For us, there's a big thing about behavior, right? So if Josiah Baker came in today and tried to be part of the LP Alliance, I would say no, because Josiah Baker was willing to throw our duly elected candidate under the bus. He was willing to throw away his fiduciary duty as chair of Tennessee by getting in the way of ballot access in Tennessee. And he was willing to push for candidates outside the Libertarian Party who the members had already voted down. So I don't think that he has shown anything that is redeemable there.
I don't know Josiah super well, but I will say he has done, from what I've heard, he's done some really good activism in Tennessee related to other things. But again, I don't know him very well.
I gotcha. On the other hand, like Karen and I had each other blocked. She may still have my old account blocked. I don't know. And when I made my new one, inherently you see everybody who's prominent in the Libertarian Party if you're following Libertarian people. And I started seeing things from Karen Ann and watched the kind of this realization and transformation. And I've had lots of people tell me I'm insane for believing it, but I believe Karen Ann's on a legitimate redemption arc here. I think Meredith is too. That isn't I agree with everything they've done in the past, or they weren't part of a thing that sucks. It's a thing about how we've all been stupid. We've all made stupid mistakes.
No, never.
We've
Never
all
have.
been the asshole.
Nope. Never an asshole.
Yeah, I would
She's the asshole
object
every day.
I would object to the term redemption arc because I don't feel like I need to be redeemed.
Fair enough.
Perfect. No, I'm just kidding. But no, because I think it absolves some of the quote unquote other side from their bad tactics to suggest that just being in the Mises Caucus requires somebody to have a redemption arc. I mean, I'm sure I could.
Sure, that's
find some
definitely not how I
shitty
intended
things
that
that
one.
I've done in the past. No, I know. I'm just saying because I've seen that similar sentiment stated before. But yeah, I think the point is what happens when the shit hits the fan, and do you do what's right or not?
Right.
And I think that's really what you have to look at with some people. There's plenty of people across this party that I have fucking really strong disagreements with, personal dislike for, that have done some great things when the time came. So like, I would just, I guess, suggest people, try to put a little bit of the factional stuff aside and look more at stuff like that. And I think I've had the conversation with Kyle before too. What doesn't help is when you have legitimate grievances with somebody, but you lie or exaggerate to try to make the point. It makes you easy to discredit. And
Yes.
I will say that I think if I was to put perfect 2020 hindsight glasses on, I think that could have contributed to why some of the flags raised about Angela might have gone unnoticed before, was because there was so much constant hyperbolic, exaggerated, or even like misstated allegations
Gross.
against her that it was like, oh, whatever, this is just another one, which I think most people thought when they got sent the Jake Porter article, but then you actually read it and it was like, ugh.
So I totally agree. And like, I know it is sometimes, especially in the LP, a contentious thing, but I like Nick Sarwark. I consider him a friend. I think that overall he was a pretty great chair. And that's, lots of people disagree with me. That's fine. But I've told Nick before, and even had him, like the comment and everything. I think he actually shared the comment that when 2020 rolled around and there was, between the MC rise that some of us were watching from Heist specifically rather than the MC as a whole, and then with COVID, he didn't know how to handle that at the time and made some big mistakes that, like, I think he would be the first to tell you that, like, if he could go back, he would do things differently. I don't think right, but and because of that, I think that it made it easier for people to discredit Nick, and then to use that to push people even harder toward Mises, because suddenly you had, like, everyone saw the bump at the convention happen. And so you've got this very easy thing to rally behind, and this thing of like, oh my God, this guy's going to fuck everything up. And people run to the other side, and the sidedness is ridiculous to me anyway. Amanda has swayed my thinking on caucuses from my being utterly anti-caucus previous state. But I believe that this, like, concept that every caucus is somehow fighting and they're trying to win over everything is absurd.
It's the wrong view of what a caucus is for, yeah.
Right.
Ideally, you would have
Yeah.
multiple caucuses because caucus is, I'm interrupting Kyle, you're welcome. A caucus is strategic and tactical. It's really should be a question of how do we forward our message and our cause. And there is never one right way to do that. I'm a radical and I believe in strong radical messaging and not compromising. There are others who believe that there should be working, who believe more in political integration as opposed to social activism. And we need all of those hands on deck, right? It's not going to be a functional party if we're only doing one of those things.
We also, when you're small, you do not have the luxury of insulating yourself further
Exactly.
by just like being like, okay, so I mean, essentially, had the Mises Caucus vision or whatever or tactics sort of, taken over forever, it would have just basically been, the 300 people in the caucus would be the party at this point. So unless you were willing, and this is the criticism I've had for a while, is if you're going to say fuck your donors, we'll get new ones, you have to have like 3 times that amount waiting in the wings to come in. You can't just say, oh, well, we'll get them. You build it that they will come type of thing. That we can't, you can't do that in this situation when you're this small, operating on a shoestring budget and all of that.
When I found out about the work that Phil and Amanda and the other folks with LPA were doing, I was already working with an organizing group to try to start organizing states and everything. And truth be told, we panicked a little bit because it was like, these are people who aren't like known in the party. They probably don't know what's going on. They sound like they want to go loud. And when you go loud, you become persona non grata to people. And I started talking with Amanda and Phil and realized that, they're my kind of people. They're friends. They're people that I legitimately call and just talk to hang out with. And I think that that's a thing that the LP as a whole needs to remember, is that the people who are standing here and they're actually willing to fight against the government, it doesn't matter what kind of anarchist you are. It doesn't matter if you're a classical liberal. None of it matters. The thing that matters is the government is a tyrannical monster, and it's got to be dismantled for us to have any semblance of freedom.
And I would say that basically all strategies are appropriate at all times. It's kind of a question of where do you utilize your talents best? And what do you think is most important at any given moment, right? But there's going to be disagreement, and there should be, because all strategies are important all the time. In response to Sarah's comment, by the way.
Gotcha.
That gets a little bit that gets hard sometimes because I know, and I don't want to I really don't want to get super duper into this, but it is just an internal thought I was having during the whole Colorado thing, which the arguments essentially about affiliate autonomy versus, duties under the bylaws and all this stuff, the arguments back and forth, there was a little bit of a suggestion of well, should we let them see if this strategy works? And it's kind of hard when it's you want to see all these different strategies at play, but then sometimes a strategy can undermine another strategy, and it's a whole thing.
See, I don't think that was what they were doing counts as a strategy, so we're talking about messaging and what is the best way to further our cause, but what they're doing is not consistent with our cause.
Oh yeah,
and the stuff they're posting,
this was specifically about their idea because I had some communications with them trying to figure out what the hell was going on with their idea to nominate RFK. And the way it was explained to me was this was their strategy. I can't even remember at this point. It's been 3 scandals ago.
Right.
But I just remember having that communication about, at some point, you need to let different strategies play out to see which one's going to work. But the problem is, again, with that idea, and I'm not saying this specifically to Colorado or anyone else, just saying that sometimes there's got to be some sort of balancing act where can't let one strategy undermine the other strategy. But it's a good idea to try out different strategies. So it's I don't know the answer to it, but.
Well, yeah, and I mean, fusionism to me is just not strategic for a number of reasons. I've done writing on it and I'm not going to rehash it, but to me, that's not even I would say that trying to appeal to the right is a type of strategy. It's not one that I'm good at.
Because you're a commie?
Well, yeah, because I'm a communist. But See, even Meredith knows the lore.
Oh yeah, Meredith's watching our show at this point.
I know. But it is a strategy, and people should use it. What I don't think is a good tactic within that strategy is what's been called the Kingmaker strategy, which is basically let's kind of coalesce into the GOP or run spoilers because it only works once and it doesn't work once, right? But yeah, go on, Kyle.
I want to bring someone who hasn't talked in a very long time back into this, and point to Free for a second, who is someone that isn't, like he's not in the party doing the party things. He's not part of the caucus coming out and doing caucus things. Instead, he's doing a series that's getting relatively popular pretty quickly about education and about bringing people in a way that's humorous and funny and everything. And that stuff's needed too. He's reaching out to people all across, you can call it an aisle, but everyone knows what we mean here. Across the political triangle. And bringing folks in who wouldn't otherwise consider these things. His producer's a Republican, right? And Terry, every day she's 1 inch closer to libertarianism, and it's because of the work that Free's doing. If you haven't seen his show, it's awesome. Township Liberation, like the interviews and spaces. It's stuff that's fantastic for the movement. And, Free's an anarchist, but he'll bring me and Amanda up, and, that pretty much ranges the entire aisle there, right? Between classical liberalism, communism, and anarchism.
At least he calls me a communist, that's because the Stalinists don't.
That's true.
Yeah.
She does a little bit of the trot, the fox trot.
Heard of the brand of communism where like they actually hate Marx because he was like
Well, ANCOMs do not like Marx, and ANCOMs are. I mean, like you'll get some people who will argue, well, like,
tell me to read Bakunin when.
Right. Bakunin, Mahmoud, Platon, and then there's some people who are like, well, Marxist-Leninism is the problem, and actual Marx was different, and okay. But,
now I know where those questions about communism were coming from that I asked about earlier.
Wait, where? What?
Remember what I said? Where are those questions about the Russian Revolution coming from?
Right. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think that's, my big takeaway from all this is we've got to stop being silly and, find commonality and work together and realize that the majority of people out there, by far the majority of the people that vote, have no idea about any of the things we're talking about. Some of them are one issue voters. Some of them have a very limited understanding and scope of what the government even does. And, so we need to just, be friends, figure out a way of working together. Ryan Woodcraft, that was just elected in El Paso, likes to say that, he's a classical liberal and I'm an ANCAP, and that him and I will get along, all the way up till the point of minarchism, and then we'll start arguing. But like, there's no reason that the Libertarian Party and all of us who are small L libertarians can't get along till that point. And both parties are falling apart in front of our eyes, and we're flicking boogers at each other instead of like going out there and doing the message of freedom and liberty. So I just was trying to figure out a way of, instead of people that get along sitting there on a podcast saying, I agree with me, do you agree with me, trying to figure out a different way of getting that across and educating people and bringing people in. People are for, the majority of my friends are for free speech. They're for gun rights. They're for, the majority of civil liberties. These are not like crazy concepts that we're trying to get people to agree with us on. most people are not authoritarians by nature. They don't want to be controlled. So why can't we just bring people in with the message of freedom?
Well, and that's why I tell Kyle all the time, we've got plenty of time before I kill him. Plenty of time to grow a relationship and make good memories. And, there's not gonna be any hard feelings from my end when I kill him. So yeah, but I agree with that. And by the way, since we are at over a 1K viewers now, I do want to plug once again what we plugged earlier, which is the No Kings protests. So one thing that we're going to start doing is being a hub for demonstrations and hub for social action, where we can coordinate, hopefully eventually coordinating our own demonstrations, but until then making those connections inside and outside the movement, right? No Kings is throwing up protests all around the country. You can almost certainly find one where you are. We're encouraging individuals as well as state and local affiliates to get involved. These are being held on the 14th of June, which is the same day as Trump's military parade. The idea is to take attention away from that parade and all around the country where you guys are going to be standing up and fighting and making those connections. We were saying earlier, like, take pictures. If you get tear gassed, we'll give you a prize or something. But seriously, No Kings, find a protest, get state and local affiliates involved, and let's have a libertarian presence there. And let's keep doing this all over the summer, because one thing that we're going to have to start doing, there's 7,500 people in the Libertarian Party, maybe. So there are not enough of us if we're working as an insular unit to do a whole lot. Doesn't mean that we have to make everyone else libertarians, but what it does mean is that given the fact that there is rebellious fervor and rebellious sentiment that has been brewing for the past several years now, that has been scattered and rudderless, this is an opportunity for us to harness that sentiment and harness that fervor and be able to lump these causes together and direct them by providing that coordinating nexus, right? So again, this is a way to get in on a movement and build a movement that is currently not yet formed through working with groups outside of libertarianism. And again, providing that organization, providing that coordination, it's something that we need to start doing so that we can take the helm of the social change that's happening right now. If we don't, someone else will, and the other options are not great. So No Kings, do the protests, take pictures, do good, bad.
The other thing I want to jump in with it on that too is, again, as an ANCAP, the No Kings thing speaks to me because of the no crown, no throne, no throne, no rulers. That's a very anarchist message, right? And simultaneously, all of the stuff in LA is being blamed on anarchists. And so, even if you can't make a protest, go out there and try to educate your friends. Like, I was out there today trying to tell people that, one, that's not anarchists. We want the control and the problems to go away. We don't want to add to the problems. And then, two, it's a great way of saying, they're saying that, this whole No Kings thing is this, leftist, anarchist, thing. And it's a great way of going out there and saying, no, it's really not. It's about, getting rid of the rulers that are, that have too much control in our life and are ruining our country.
Yeah. And again, this is something we're going to be doing all summer. We're going to be hooking you up with areas and places to get active and get involved. And this is building toward us coordinating our own stuff as well. But we got to have that community. We got to have those numbers. So we're getting those numbers. And that is a great way to be working outside of libertarianism, because as El Barfo is pointing out, we need to be working with people who are not in agreement with us, because if we do not, then we are out of their movements that they're organizing, and they are able to take the helm when we're not. So we work alongside them, but in a capacity where we're doing that directing. And this is the way to get started. The first step is showing up, and that's also the hardest step. Show up.
Any questions about, or anybody, I just would say direct, if you don't already, anybody who thinks that anarchy is just like about chaos and stuff, direct them to Emma Goldman.
Yeah, who is wonderful.
I mean, she, again, and I was very anti-lefty for a very long time. And reading Emma Goldman is the first time it really clicked for me that I was like, oh my God, anarchy is the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just as a asterisk on the point, we got some comments earlier that were sent privately. We are not suggesting in any way to go out and intentionally be dangerous to try to get yourself a shirt. Please be safe and careful. If you're going to go out, bring in first aid kit. It's worth your time. Take the time to look up how to bandage, how to clean cuts and scrapes. People are going to fall down. People are very bad at standing. Help each other out. Don't be stupid. And show them exactly why they should be terrified of us. I am again speaking for all of LPA on this one because I believe that LPA would agree with me. The thing that we need right now is a revolution. No one wants violence and death. And so the only way to get it right is to have protests and activists and activity that goes out and stands firm against the tyranny we're seeing right now. Because if it's not done now and it's not nipped in the bud, it escalates. And at that point, violence becomes the only option, and none of us want to see that.
Imagine if last week, think whatever you want about Elon, but imagine if when he had his initial, the girls are fighting moment against Trump, if we had a strong LP when he was up there on Twitter being like, I wonder if we should make a new party. And like, we had been there and like, some people would be like, well, Angela's the one who has the closest connections to like tangentially to Elon. I mean, whatever. We clearly don't have it because whatever. But I'm just saying, like 2016, 2020, 2024, now these are all times that the LP is like so sorely needed and we're so retarded with one another that we can't even do anything.
Yeah.
Stephen Akela's post or his response to Elon's post about that was at like 750,000 the last I saw. And I know I was with him this weekend at LP Florida, and he was, actively seeking input about, how to make that connection and how to, possibly even get an audience with King Elon himself.
Unfortunately, most of the replies I saw were from people being like, I would have been a libertarian if not for blah, blah, blah. Some people were saying we were too far left. Some people were saying we were too far right. It was the basic, nonsense that you usually see, but it was funny.
Yeah. Right now, I'm not sure the pragmatics, the optics of having Elon like out in front representing libertarianism. He's got maybe some libertarianish views.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't have him stumping for us.
But I take his money.
But
yeah, exactly.
It just turns of turning eyes.
Right, exactly. Which is also something that I think Amash would do, like having Amash as chair in 2026 would also do that.
Maybe Amash. I think Amash, to be quite honest, I think he needs more time to think about whether that's what he wants to do or whether that would step down in his career.
Right.
I think he floated it as like an interesting idea, but I'm not sure how serious that.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is like these things are really situation or materially contingent, right? So, I mean, it's not as though, we'll have a protest movement in 3 years. This is dependent on what's going on right now. And I think the same thing applies to an Amash chairship, that there is a time, and I have never said this before. I think that there is a real chance for libertarian ascendancy, a libertarian renaissance. It has to be harnessed. And we need to do that now, and we need to do it very strategically. We need to be getting earned media. Before 2028, when we run a candidate, we want the eyes on libertarianism now so that people learn to look at the libertarian candidate in 2028. Because otherwise, they're not going to care. There's an entire sea of candidates ahead of them. So this is the time to get someone who is going to draw attention to us in a positive way, who's going to be good on messaging, right? Who's not just going to be Elon, who's going to get shock value, but who's going to get someone like Amash, who, to be fair, is a little bit long-winded like me and how he speaks. So we could use some coaching on that, but is definitely a draw.
So Carol Moore has called you out, Amanda. Somebody write the 2026 Common Sense like Thomas Paine 1776. Sold the equivalent today of 200 million copies in 2 months.
Dave Ryan could probably do that.
There is the early makings of a theory of collective action that I have, as well as basically how to do decentralized movements right, which I ended up stumbling into during prelim exams and had been thinking about it for a long time. So, and I'm not going to go through it all, but basically, for those who don't know, I have spent the better part of a decade kind of surreptitiously studying contemporary revolutionary action and what works and what doesn't, by drawing from past lessons, right? From drawing from history, studying minor parties and how they can be effective, because it was really around the COVID era when I started thinking very seriously about needing to change the country and needing to change the party to make it a vehicle for that type of change. And I did a lot of reading, I did a lot of writing. So no, this is something that has been very much on my mind and in my studies for the better part of a decade now. I've been working on stuff. So it's really cool to be part of LPA, and it's really cool to see some of that coming to fruition. And I would just encourage more conversations on it.
Sorry to interrupt, but I got to bounce. I got a plane. I got to leave for the airport in like 5 hours. And
no excuse.
I could do this all night and miss my plane because I love you guys so much and think the world of you. You guys are just absolutely doing amazing work. 5 hours of it plus tonight and 1,000 people. I love that this is happening. Karen Ann, I saw you in Florida and I told you I think you're doing a great job, and to keep up what you're doing, and Meredith, you as well. I love everything that I'm hearing, and I am a pessimist by nature, and I'm actually enthused and energized. And maybe it's because I invented some goofy game show and I've lost my mind I've lost that last brain cell. But I really do think we have some momentum and we have great people. And, when you have talent, you can win. And I think that, we're showing that. So, really, really appreciate what you're doing. And, thanks for letting me be part of this tonight.
Thanks so much, Bree, for being on. You brought the people.
Yep.
And
I do bring the circus with me sometimes.
Wonderful.
As you all have probably seen, I'm fading like the pumpkin approaching midnight. I have to get up at 4 a.m. I've got one of those.
You had to one up me.
Yeah, well, it's just my job. I work in downtown Denver, and it's quite a commute.
Yeah.
So I'll catch y'all later. Glad to chat a little and come down from that meeting. That was quite high tension.
Bless you. Yeah.
So thank you all for what you're doing, and I hope you have an awesome night.
You too. Thanks so much for being here, Karen Ann.
Bye-bye.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
I just want to say before we wrap up, based off of what Free said, and this is something I've been talking about with Kyle a lot, because Kyle and I chat on the phone semi-frequently. I would say that the stuff LPA is doing, honestly, this has gotten me the most
excited for the party right now that I've been since like probably I originally came in with the Mises Caucus. Just 'cause I feel like we're finally putting that petty shit behind us and like getting maybe down to the actual work, which is what I always wanted to do. Like I remember when I first came into the party, I was like, wait, you guys just talk about like internal shit like bylaws all the time. Oh, what the fuck? But like, yeah, but like this is I'm really happy you guys did this, even though I dipped out of the Discord. I think this is a really, really good thing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Meredith. We're very happy to have you. So, yeah, absolutely.
sure.
Look forward to working more.
It's a common thing that we've been telling people, and people have come to started to realize, is that like hanging out in the Discord, being super active in LPA itself, isn't the point, right? The point is that we're an alliance working for liberty. And LP Alliance is just a voice in that. We're trying to be a good North Star for everyone to follow and push with. And so whether you're in the Discord or not, you're part of the Alliance.
Yeah, we do want to be leaders, but that requires all of you, right? Like it's not any one person or group of people in LP Alliance. It's making it's about creating a party that celebrates the power of the individual and championing the cause of liberty. It's all about individual empowerment. That's what we do. That means working together collectively, but in a way, and this is part of what I work on, in a way where your individual power and your individual uniqueness is magnified through the work that you do in that community to realize a cause. And that's the secret. That's the trick. That's what LP Alliance is working toward, both inside the party and out of it. And so, yeah, it's about making Kyle put away that stupid hat. It's about making all of you leaders seriously. That's going to require mass action, and that makes it more libertarian, not less, because of the way in which it's done.
Yeah. I've taken shots at Rob Vincent on this show before for not liking the way he's communicated and that kind of thing. Rob and I sat down, for hours this weekend and went back to the Swampcast room and hung out with all those guys and Steve and Nikayla as they did their 150th stream. And I think that's kind of the thing here, right? It's like Swampcast is Mises and ALC guys for the most part. Who are the other side from how people see LPA. And we don't care. That's fine. Believe whatever ideology you want, as long as you're not an authoritarian bitch about it. So, we've got people who are definitely ANCOMs in the LPA server. We've got Hoppians in the LPA server. And for the most part, they're getting along. And as long as that continues, then I think that we're doing something special here.
Dude, I have never read Hoppa.
You ever read Marx?
People, yes, unfortunately.
All right. Well, if you take Marx and you add a king, that's Hoppa.
Okay. It's just funny, though, because everyone says, like, the Mises Caucus is copy, and I'm like, I've never read a single thing from Hoppa. I know the general, like, Covenant community shit, but I've never actually read him or
it's
subscribed
Marx,
to him.
It's Marx, but the dictatorship of the proletariat is just a king.
Yeah.
Right. Anarcho-monarchy, which is...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, it doesn't click for me at all.
Is that what Mensch's Molebug is into? You guys know who that is?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Curtis Yarvin.
Yes.
Yeah, he's always talking about monarchy, but I don't know if the anarcho part is part of his.
That's the thing. As long as people are marching on the road against the government in this revolution for people, the revolution that is thought and freedom and the individual liberty. Can we share the alliance links? Yes, we can.
You'll need to do that, Kyle, because it'll catch me as spam if I.
Oh shit! Well, I got a dippity doo dah, guys, but thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Meredith.
Of course.
Good to talk to you all.
Good to
and
talk with you.
I'm gonna go pass out.
Have a good one. You deserve it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Something that I was writing about today is the fact that when we look at the history of revolutions, we see obviously a lot of them are centralized and collectivistic, right? It's about centralization, it's about collectivism. And the fact of the matter is that when you look at what's commonly called the era of revolutions, what was going on? We had mainly agrarian geography, so very, very dispersed populations. We had very slow transmission of information, and we had basically the only way of coordinating was through, and we had a very, very high illiteracy. So the only way of coordinating was having this revolutionary elite at the center that was disseminating marching orders to basically shock troops that were all around, again, because we're so geographically dispersed. You couldn't coordinate a mass movement with any degree of efficacy if you decentralized. That didn't work. People couldn't read. It took ages for news to get from one place to another. What?
I just got the message from Sarah that the website is live.
Okay, great. You couldn't, it would take a long time to get a piece of news from one place to the next. So the only way that you could actually coordinate any type of revolutionary action was through centralization and through collectivization, treating everyone as one unit that should just have one set of functions, and their really individualism was not an option, right? Well, today that's changed completely. We are in this age of rapid fire digital information. More people are in more and more urban environments. People are more educated than they've ever been in the past. And so what we have now is we have this impulse toward decentralization and individualism, whether people like it or not, which is why the successful revolutionary movements that have occurred in the West and the successful mass movements that have occurred in the West have been decentralized. The problem is getting that off the ground, because decentralized movements are harder to launch, but much easier to maintain. The old way of thinking was that centralized movements were more efficient, because when centralized movements were popular, they were. Material conditions have changed such that centralization is less efficient than decentralization today because of the way the material has shifted. And so the next great revolutionary movement is going to be decentralized, and it's going to be individualistic. This is genuinely a time for a libertarian movement in a really big way. Things have set themselves up so that it is time for a decentralized, individualistic movement. So, and again, methods condition outcomes, right? So if you have a decentralized environment, you have decentralized methods, you have decentralized outcomes. You have an individualistic environment, you have individualistic methods, you have individualistic outcomes. It was the opposite back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Now it's different. Now it is libertarian. Look at that. That's our website.
Orthodox Moore points out that he would leave Amanda's jacket for the Triple Torch of Liberty logo. Website looks good.
Website looks great.
So
we need our bios up there, though. We're still going to get our bios up there.
Yeah,
but Sarah actually got it live. Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah pointed out that after LPA officially incorporated, or that's not the right word. LPA officially launched a 527 this weekend. The 527 is a part of LPA, but doesn't encompass it. We wanted to keep those things separate because of some distributed nonsense that Amanda prefers for organizations.
I just told you why.
I know. I love the idea. You convinced me to vote for it, in fact, despite generally thinking the other way there. So we'll be able to actually take donations soon and be able to help people get shit done. LPA is an inherently decentralized group. Like, we have a Discord to help people coordinate and everything, but you don't. 527 is a super PAC, so we don't currently need a 501c4. So we, you can come join the Discord with us. You can come to events. You can listen to the podcast. You can follow us on any of the social medias. The thing is that LP Alliance is more than just a group. LP Alliance is an idea. We are here to give a way for people to find each other and keep the push going.
May I be a dork for a second, if I may? Oh darn,
Sure,
I don't
sure.
have it right up. So there's a guy named, I think it's Sidney Tarot, who does this, where he basically says that there are three points of contact of an organization and of a movement organization. And there's the way that the movement interfaces with society, like the point at which the movement interfaces with society. There's the movement organization in terms of its structure. And then there is, what was the third? See, this is why I was trying to pull it up, but I can't find it right now. I think it has to do with the way that the movement organization transmits information. So LP Alliance has all of those. There's our Discord, right, which is sort of where a lot of our
Direct
ideas
action
happen.
framing mobilization.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. Wow, look at that. Thank you, Wikipedia. It's direct action framing mobilization. So mobilization and the way that that occurs goes on in our Discord. Direct action is all of this that you're part of, you're watching, and framing is part of our, like our written products that go out there, our website, and also the way that we communicate with you, right? So the direct action is, what are we doing? The framing is, how are we constructing ourselves as an idea? And the mobilization is really the Discord. What's that point? Where are we doing it? We've got all of those. So it's kind of hard to say, well, what is LP Alliance? Because it's all three of those things. But if you want to get on the mobilization side, come into our Discord and we'll do some good bad. We have levels of entry, right, based on like the sensitivity of information with which we can trust a person. So when a person comes in, usually they don't see much. When a person comes in, they see like Alliance chat and social media, they don't see a ton. As you're more active, we learn, how cool of a person you are, and usually the answer is very. And we have strategist roles, we have a comms team. So basically it's merit-based. What you put into the organization, you get out of the organization. So that's kind of our way of doing things. When you come in and you just see a couple channels, don't get weirded out. Just jump in and tell us what you can do. We really are big believers in you being able to actualize yourselves through the way that you actualize this cause.
Chuck, if you legitimately want me and Amanda to go through the rest of the report, we absolutely will.
We will, yeah. Like I just didn't know if the good people wanted that sort of thing.
Yeah, we're more worried about being like terminally boring.
Actually, but since Kyle posted this, the book is called Power and Movement. It's by a fellow named Sidney Tarot. I'm sure he's not a libertarian, but it is incredibly good. And it's one of the books that I recommend for studying direct action. And I mean, again, so I have a reading list, right? But it's definitely on there if you want to start thinking critically about how movement can be successful today. He's definitely got his bias. He's got weird things to say about anarchists, some of which are just fundamentally untrue. He kind of glosses decentralized movements. And he's like, yeah, the solidarity movement was a thing for 3 pages. And I'm like, whoa. But deserves more attention than that, really. That was the revolution of revolution. But it's a very, very good book to kind of think about the technique of revolution in contemporary terms. So I highly recommend that. Sidney Tarot, Power and Movement is one of the big ones. Also, Basinger, Revolutionary City is a great one. And those are the two that I will leave you with right now there are others, but yeah, Revolutionary City and Power and Movement. Oh, we can do that for you, man.
Yep. I'm actually going to drop that into. Do we have a merch channel? I'm so bad at this.
Yes, we do.
Right?
Yes. You should know that we have a merch channel.
I don't remember. I've dropped my ideas for merch and comms before, and it's worked out.
Chuck really wants us to go through the rest of the report.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
What, the shirt or us going through the rest of the report?
Both. All right.
Also, very soon we will be putting up our movement journal, which is called The Torch. I don't know how many people are still watching. Hopefully, we haven't gotten too big of a drop off. The Torch is, like I said, our movement journal, and it's also what you're watching right now is part of Torch Media, right? So we have a video aspect to the Torch as well, where our videos are going to be posted on that site too. This is one of them. Our video products, our media products are part of Torch Media. We also have writing. So we've got some really great names that are already going to be writing with us at the Torch. We are soliciting all kinds of content when it comes to libertarian thought. If it's party news, if it's party strategy, if it's proposals for bylaws changes, if it's history of libertarianism, if it's an article that you wrote about current events, if it's an article that you've written about theory, I want to take a look at it. So especially to get in that Discord, send me a DM, send me a piece that you have. We'll work on it to get it up. We want all kinds of contributors. If it's a book review, if it's reading recommendations, again, this is a movement journal, so it's purposefully broad, right for the Torch, ignite the Torch, and yeah, we'll have fun.
And as a little bit of a, like everyone here already understands that Amanda is brilliant and that her writing is amazing. But for those who follow ANCAP Air, Derek has agreed to put all of his articles up on the Torch too.
Yes.
We're getting folks who really care about the movement and who are good deep thinkers to try to write things up. And there is no particular ideology served.
No.
As a matter of fact, there is an argument tab. We want people who think about ideas differently to be able to write back and forth articles to each other.
So Kyle and I are going to be, writing about, Trotskyism versus classical liberalism. It'll be really fun. But seriously, it's back and forth, right? So it's principled, respectful, thoughtful, and it can be snarky. We like the snark. You can be snarky with your interlocutors, but principled debate. Come at someone, and again, it should be really fun. We're stoked about it. So the Torch is coming soon as well.
Yeah, it's God willing, Amanda's got to do some copy work for the Torch.
I've posted most of my stuff. I've posted most of the stuff that I would want up, including a section called the X Files, which are formatted versions of long X posts that I've done.
We are quite happy to have snark. The only thing that we try not to do in the Discord and things is have any actual straight up attacks to each other. And I know that Austin was taking shots at you and Elena was taking shots at you.
That's Alliance chat. It comes to the territory,
Alliance chat.
Yeah. Do I have articles or blogs in the history that I was talking about? If so, where can one read this? So, well, there's a stream actually that Devin and I did a while back that you can find on, I think, on the live portion of our YouTube that goes through some libertarian, goes through some anarchist history. So on March 18th, it's the anniversary of the Paris Commune as well as Kronstadt. And so we did a parallel of those back to back, very, very pivotal moments in left revolutionary, but anti-state action. As for history, I've written a lot of academic stuff. And so I'm going to work on getting that out in a way that is not too formalistic. That will require light formatting. but that's I have written some stuff that can probably, without too much effort, be posted on the Torch that were formerly like research papers or synopses of things. So I'll get to work on that Orthodox more for public consumption. Thank you.
You're not wrong, Archie, and I'm sorry for it. It's not a thing that I should do. It's like at the end of the day, to wax religious for a second, I think the Sermon on the Mount is one of the most important parts of the Bible. And, Jesus tells us to not call people fools, and that's the way to hell. And Jesus tells us to, take the log from our own eyes before the speck, pointing out the speck in someone else's. And I don't always do well at those. And so it was shitty, and I'm sorry.
To go back to myself, Orthodox more, I just remembered I do have an article called Make Libertarianism Left Again, which is a deliberately provocative title. I think that's off right now, and it should be on the Torch when we get it up. But yeah, Make Libertarianism Left Again is one that goes through the history of the left-right divide, and how that kind of got twisted. And we added an economic dimension for reasons that are really kind of silly, that separate right and left economically when they really shouldn't be. So you can be on the lookout for that as well. That is already prepared for you. Prepared for you. All right. Are we going to read? We're going to read this report.
I can't tonight.
Okay.
I can certainly leave the room open if you would like to go for it.
Read all these people a bedtime story. we can get ready to sign off. I don't think I'm as cool without you.
Are you serious?
I think I'm cooler without you. I said I don't think I'm as cool without you. What did we learn tonight, Kyle?
What did we learn?
Yeah.
The biggest thing that I think we learned is that all the things we thought were going on with Angela didn't even actually scratch the surface of what was going on.
Yeah.
And also that sometimes Kyle's an asshole.
We learned that?
I think so. Or I learned that.
You guys are so you have no idea how badly I will say very snarky things to Kyle sometimes, and you guys just don't see it or hear it. But it's absolutely true. We can read the report tomorrow, I guess. We can do a dramatic reading.
If so, it has to be either before or after the Ben Weir stream.
I know. So that's what I'm thinking. Probably after. We can read all of it.
All right.
Okay, because Chuck, I feel bad. So you show up here, okay? Tomorrow we've got a stream with Ben Weir that we're doing. I'm not, but I think Kyle and Rose are. Ben Weir is going to be on at 8 ET, which is the only time that Kyle knows how to tell. And after that, we will go through the report. So be there, please, and we'll read it for you. Sound good? Oh yeah, where are you now? And that formed pretty early on, that formed pretty early before I joined Cato. When were you there? And I'll wait for him to type after the stream.
For the record, though, like Chuck is in Libertarian Happy Hour like every week,
Uh-huh.
You could have been talking to him and knowing this shit.
I don't
instead-
do libertarian happy hour because I work on revolutionary things. You helped start Altem. I genuinely thought your name was familiar and I didn't know from where. So you started Altem with George then? George Selgin, who's cool. Read reports online. Yes. Okay, yeah, now I'm remembering you because I think we edited some stuff from free banking that we put on there. Okay, really cool. Yes, like I said, I thought I remembered your name. Yeah, very fun stuff. And I remember kind of like the unmoney thing. Sweet. Yeah, that was a fun place. That was a fun place, fun project. Apparently it's still hopping. So good. Cato Journal's not, but CMFA definitely is. We're geeking out over Cato, by the way. I worked at Cato. And so did Chuck. Anything else, Kyle?
I don't think so. It's damn Jitsi, and it's being different than Zoom. For those who are not aware of Chuck, he does not, in fact, sound at all like a redneck. He sounds kind of Pennsylvania-y.
As many econ people do. That was just like a Pennsylvania-y vibe. Academic and hoity-toity. Okay, so yes, tomorrow, 8 Eastern, we will be with Ben Weir, Rose will be, and Kyle will be afterward. Kyle and I, and perhaps some others, I don't know, will be reading the reports online. So if you don't want to go through and read it, you just wait until tomorrow night, and we will read you your bedtime story. And on Thursday, join us for the business list, 8. As always, Kyle, would you like to send us off with 8 Eastern? Would you like to send us off with more Frida?
8 Eastern is the Ben Weir stream. It'll be after that. I'm not sure how long the thing with Ben's going to take. But we have been LP Alliance, and we will see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Night, guys.